Peace, peace. Welcome back, Flesh Fam. The God Shango here once again, dropping some serious legal bombs in the fight for justice. Today, we're diving deep into a situation that just got a little bit deeper. So buckle up for the latest in the YSL trial rabbit hole.
Ms. Lovett and Ms. Hilton and Mr. Atkins, who is going to be called? Let's assume that Mr. Copeland invokes again. Do you have some other witnesses that we can take up at that point?
Your Honor, we will apprise after we look at and reevaluate where we are, because our order of proof was building blocks that at this point began with Mr. Copeland, and there are certain things that have to take place before we can tell them anything. So
okay,
we have to do that. We have to deal with that and where we are right now.
All right.
And that's just where we are.
Okay.
So, there's been some concerns about Judge Glanville, aka Judge Bias, and his involvement with the case. Remember that whole ex parte meeting situation and the contempt charges? Yeah, that wasn't a good look. A fair trial ain't exactly fair if the judge ain't impartial, right?
But however, there's nothing that I can service. Remember, we had this conversation before. You have got to get service. Services puts me on notice that you filed a lawsuit against me. So you just can't kind of ignore that step and then kind of jump to the other things that are in the case. So and that also kind of is fundamentally fair. I mean, you wouldn't want somebody to sue you and then say, okay, well, I never tried to reach Mr. Jones or serve him with a copy of the lawsuit, but I want all his money or relief or other things. So that's what serving the lawsuit does. It puts the person on notice saying, hey, there's a lawsuit and you need to file an answer. You need to be, so that's why in this particular case, I haven't gotten any of those issues because service is so fundamentally important. Okay.
Well, family, the plot thickens like a witch's cauldron. The court just dropped the bombshell. Judge Glanville has been recused from the case.
This is what Kayla needed. This is when Woody was like, you fired. And it is likely that Judge Ingram would have granted that, okay? She would have not kept Kayla around. She would have let her go back to Houston. She would have not held this woman in court. So I think in retrospect, this is a little funny looking at this. She has 2.4% higher than the county's average of 87%. So look at that, 90% she grants these 90% of the time, right? So if somebody fires their lawyer, we would go from there. Next, we have Fulton County's average at 87%. We have Georgia's average of 88%, right? So she's much higher than these two on the side here. And look, when we get that filed by the defendant, it's 5% higher when the defendant is a moving party. So look at that. If little Woody was in front of her and said, she fired, I want to relieve her from this case, it is likely that she would have granted that motion. So interesting. Okay, this next type of motion, and this is where the plot thickens, is this one. How does she do with motions to dismiss? She's 22% higher than the county's average rate of 80%. So where does she fall? If someone wants to file a motion to dismiss, she falls at 81% granted, right? The Fulton County average is 80%, and the state of Georgia is 81%. So she's just, she's slightly on par with everyone. But let's see what the numbers look like for defendants. So for defendants, the grant rate is 22% lower when the defendant is a moving party. See this line on the outside? We're going to see how she does with that.
I just got to do what I got to do. All right, Mr. Sato, anything, sir?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, all right. Here's where the court's kind of, where I think all of you are kind of stuck between. There is the standard for bond, which is a preponderance of the evidence. And then there is, and that proffers are authorized by our state Supreme Court for bond. They are not offered or not authorized unless otherwise agreed to for trial. And that strict burden or strict proof is required for that particular proffer as it results to a issue of proof at trial. So we're stuck in between the two burdens in this case. We also acknowledge the fact that the defendants are presumed to be innocent, and this particular system authorizes the court to consider bond based on based on statute as well as case law. And, and I have done so in this particular case and will continue to do so. The other challenge that our imperfect system kind of just, hasn't figured out a way to kind of deal with other than reconsidering the issue of bond and changing circumstances of bond is acknowledged for proof that may or may not come at trial, but the state bears that burden at this point in time. And it's not a perfect system in the sense that we won't know until that time whether or not many of these statements that have been proffered by the state come to pass or come to fruition. That's no consultation or consolation for your client, Mr. Samuel and Mr. Sadow. And but unfortunately, that's the best that the system can offer at this point in time, given the status of the case law and the like. The only thing I can potentially do is, like I said, I will try the case as expeditiously as possible. But at this point in time, I don't find any change in circumstances that would allow me to or move me from changing my decision as to bond. And if anybody's in the gallery and you can't otherwise control yourself or otherwise you want to make any appropriate comments, then you can leave at this point in time. No harm will come or nothing else will occur. But if you remain in this courtroom and make any outbursts, I'll have you arrested.
These two ants are so rude.
You need to get me off the camera and
Look,
you need to step away from this
These
counter.
two ants are so rude. They peasants. They saying they manager on the way. I don't want to talk to the manager. Y'all ants.
Step away from this counter.
Your manager peasant. Y'all ants. I give y'all bum ass hold $15,000 a piece to quit your job. Willing. I'm giving you bums one more chance. Get their hair. Sink in on the hair. They have that. They look like Africans. They done got deported over.
Wow.
Yeah, this is horrible, you
Aggressive.
guys. So I actually spoke to
This case involved defendants Fleetwood, Effinger, and Beebe.
Yes, I believe they did.
Your Honor, if I may admit them for the purposes of this hearing, States Exhibit 3, 4, and 5.
All right, Mr. Fleetwood's counsel, any objection?
Again, sir.
Oh, okay. Mr. Fleetwood, do you have any objection, sir? All right. Mr. Eppinger, you have any? Mr. Eppinger, or your counsel, do you have any objections?
No objection for the purposes of this.
All right, and Mr. Beebe's counsel.
No objection for this hearing, Your Honor.
Okay, all right.
Your Honor, Sean Hoover, in regards to Mr. Fleetwood, it has to be shown that Mr. Fleetwood does not have an attorney. He does not have legal representation. He's not prepared to answer any of those questions.
Well, you're not representing him, remember, okay? He has the right, since he's self-represented, since no counsel has been appointed, he certainly can speak up for himself if he wishes to do so. I provide him or anybody else who doesn't have counsel with that particular same ability. I understand that he does not have an attorney as of yet, but that's just the way we are at this point in time. So when you get him an attorney, if that attorney wishes to reevaluate anything that has been presented thus far, that person can do so and file particularized motions or any other issues at that point in time.
Yes, Your Honor, and I just want to make sure it's clear on the record that all these questions that are being asked him, he does not have legal representation.
I understand that, sir, and I'll understand. I'll say for the record, he is not represented by counsel as of yet because we haven't been able to appoint him counsel, and that we have been attempting to do so since May of this year.
Right.
All right. All right, Mr. Fleetwood, did you have a question, sir?
Sir, I don't want to talk without my attorney because I ain't.
Okay, that's all right. That's all right. You're good. Like I said, when an attorney's appointed to represent you, sir, your attorney can go ahead and particularize or object to anything that's been done so far, okay?
It's on Your Honor. I ain't had a chance to get an attorney on my case. I've been on 24-hour lockdown.
You told me that the last couple times you've been here, Mr. Hoover. Okay, well, Mr. Hoover's working on getting you an attorney at this point in time, but you don't need to say anything else, okay? All right. Madam.
That's all I have on movement.
Okay, all right then. All right, you remember you signed, I want you to turn all the way to the end. It's on page 34. It's dated December the 12th of 2022. It is, the title of it is Office of the Fulton County District Attorney, Atlanta Judicial Circuit. And it's got 1, current charges, 2, negotiated sentence, 3, special conditions of probation, 4, defendant's acknowledgments, and it's your plea agreement. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I want you to turn to that. I want you to take a look at 2, paragraph number 2, negotiated sentence. B, in that particular paragraph. What does that say?
Defendant should possess no gun during the term of the sentence and the other after should be restored.
Defendant shall possess no guns during the term of the sentence or at any time thereafter unless his right to do is restored. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And your signature is on page 37. Is that correct? That you've read this agreement, you've had an opportunity to speak to Mr. Russ, Ms. Norman about this agreement, and no other promises other than the ones made in the document in furtherance of this agreement. And you gave this freely, voluntarily entered into this agreement without force, threat, or coercion. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So it's not like we didn't have a conversation about this firearm, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, as I mentioned earlier, I don't take pleasure in sending people to prison. It's part of the job and the responsibilities I have as part of what potential consequences are of people's actions. But in this particular circumstance, the state has alleged that you didn't pay your probation fees, and okay, and I've heard evidence that you haven't paid your fees. You owe $141.08 in fees. You haven't started any of the community service in this particular case, so I find those to be proven violations. But, you know, those are relatively minor. I mean, we still want you to adhere to all the conditions, but they're the 3 violations and the grade of those violations, they're not as severe as getting a new case, okay? A new charge. And part of the special condition was that you're not supposed to possess a gun. And the state was very clear, and in Ms. Pretty testified earlier about the things that you were given in terms of your reporting in states 1 and 2. And then Ms. Goodacre came in and specifically you signed acknowledgement of firearm in states 3 and prohibition of possessing firearms or ammunition in states 4. And then I saw states 6 and 7, which was the Glock 9 that was taken from the vehicle, which you were the driver, shaded 3 to 4 inches from that. So I find that based upon the evidence presented in this case, the state has proven by a preponderance of the evidence that you have violated your probation in the 3 means as set forth in paragraph 4 in the petition. Now, in terms of the revocation, your attorney has asked me to consider a revocation of 2 years. And I certainly respect her, and I certainly respect that, you know, you don't know unless you ask. The issue I find aggravating in this particular circumstances are several. You got arrested with a gun within 6 months of you being placed on probation. And I agree with the state that you're not a candidate for probation because all you had to do is just complete your probation and do what you're supposed to do. Instead, you were riding around the car with a gun in violation of your probation and what this court explicitly had conversations with you about. Explicitly. On the record. And for that reason, sir, I'm going to revoke the balance of 9 years and 6 months. And you will serve that in the Department of Corrections. And that will be the sentence of the court. Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, that'll be the sentence of the court.
We're also curious to see how this plays out for the prosecution and Young Thug's defense strategy. This whole situation just got a whole lot more unpredictable.
So, if I may ask, are you in receipt of the communications?
I have, there's a lot of stuff you filed, but sir, I haven't specifically dug into all that because I'm looking for a service document to begin with. I have to be able to show their service. That's why I asked Mr. Kearns, do we have anything for service? Once we determine that issue, then I can look at the rest of the documents that you have.
Okay, is Mr. Kearns in receipt of communications?
Mr. Kearns is my staff attorney, okay? He's not the clerk, okay? He's not any of the other parties. He works for me, all right? But that's not the issue in this case. We told you just a second ago, we have a lot of documents. You were kind enough to include us as a service copy on those particular documents you filed. But again, to my original point, would you like to be given an opportunity to see if you can get service on either through the sheriff or a private process server?
And if His Honor may observe that I am allowing you to speak and I'm not cutting you off at all.
Oh, yes, sir, and I appreciate that.
Okay, so I would ask you, if I was trying to get in contact with you, sir, how would I get in contact with you? Without a public conversation, how would I get in contact with you, sir? You just a second ago, you emailed me, because I'm an Odyssey. Right.
But if you wanted to serve me with a lawsuit, there is a procedure that goes. I either accept service at work, which I don't have to do, or you serve me in another location, or you find somebody to serve. So those are the things you're going to have to end up doing if you choose to do so. But sir, here's the point, okay? And I think we did.
I was actually trying to make a point.
Hold on, Mr. Jones.
No problem.
There's still the issue of service. You have
that's the conversation I'm having with you about is service. Service, okay. Refusal of service for first thing. Service being refused.
Well, when we actually have your hearing and you get service, then the refusal of service can certainly be something that can be discussed.
My client, and then when I saw the transcript, usually I say, well, just release the transcript because sunlight disinfects everything and we'll get to the bottom of it. It's probably not as bad. The cover up is usually worse, but the transcript was pretty bad in my view. So
consistent with that, pursuant to Uniform Superior Court Rule, I believe 25.2. The court's had an opportunity to read your motion. I've also had an opportunity to take a look at, because this issue comes up a fair bit, Baptiste versus the state. I'd invite you to take a look at that, and that's from our Court of Appeals, 229 Georgia Appeals 691. Basically, you can't file a motion to recuse for ruling that a trial judge makes, okay? And that's what you're doing in this particular situation. You're saying you don't like what I ruled upon. You're alleging some facts in an affidavit that support that decision. Because if that were the case, then no trial judge would be able to sit through a trial and give adverse rulings. So for the reasons set forth in Baptiste and other cases, I'm going to deny your motion to recuse on its face, okay?
Your Honor, may I just address what you said? I disagree with your characterization that I filed a motion as a result of any ruling.
No. Well, you did in your affidavit. I'm taking in your affidavit as face value. Okay. All right. I'm not contesting where you got the information from, at least not yet.
Yes.
But I'm just saying that because it also encompasses that I made a ruling, and as a result of that, if I make a ruling and you don't like it, then every litigant will say, I want to recuse you, Judge Smith or Judge Glanville or Judge whoever, okay? So part and parcel of it is that's why I'm making my ruling in this particular case. Remember, bias. I've got to do something extrajudicial, and you're in your particular.
All arise from the same circumstances related to the state's witness, Little Woody. I did these crimes.
Right?
Shout out to that cartoon over the weekend where somebody used my voice and it was just like
oh no, the video, guys, somebody made a video and used AV's voice. It was hilarious. Read the transcript.
And Flesh of the Gods, shout out, you have a channel as well. Julie Horn has sent me videos. I forget which one it was involving Kayla though, before the transcript came out, And it was great. You were jam-packed with different context in that video that I saw too. So shout out to Julie Horn if you recognize the name. She's the one that recommended you. And thanks for this detail here.
I had to go myself, and luckily he's very loved in our community, and so many members of our team went down there and were there, and so we had a very strong showing of force, but it was definitely something I did not expect to happen. During our hearing, the judge is admitting that he had this ex parte communication, and it seems like that should be what everyone's focused on, not whether or not Brian is going to tell him who told him the judge had this ex parte. It just seemed like deflecting. You know, the judge was in trouble, got caught with having this ex parte hearing, and instead of admit to that and handle that, you know, when Brian brought it up, they're going to throw Brian in jail. It didn't make a lot of sense, but like you said, it's unheard of. These proceedings are supposed to be what we call adversary, where all the defense is there. The defendants, the defense lawyers are all supposed to be present, but instead they chose to have this meeting without inviting any of the defense, without letting them know. And when they brought that up, the lawyer ends up in custody. The first, what we're doing is we are appealing it. So we're filing an emergency appeal. Thank God we have an emergency process in Georgia to appeal contempt orders. We believe the judges of the appellate courts will grant a bond. And so hopefully Brian will not have to spend his weekend in the jail. The worst part though is this trial is continuing.
Oh, we're waiting. Where's Mr. Melnick? And Mr. Copeland? He's waiting. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, madam. All right. Anything else, counsels? All right. Take a couple deep breaths this weekend. Take a knee, and come back on Monday and let's get after it again. Okay. All right, we'll see you on Monday morning at 8:30, okay?
Can you get us the list of names and then any exhibits for Monday?
I think the only I don't know who is being called. We can find out. Ms. Lovett and Ms. Hilton and Mr. Atkins, who is going to be called? Let's assume that Mr.
Peace to the family. Welcome to Flesh of the Gods. So you want to get your hands on some slime coins? No problem. Just jump into the chat, drop a message, and boom, you'll be gifted your first points. Now, if you want to see how many you've got, just type !slime coins in the chat, one word, no spaces, and you'll see your balance pop up in the chat. And when you're ready to redeem them, look up at the top of the screen for command prompts. The commands on the top left will alter the stream. The commands on the top right will summon puppets. You can donate via CashApp at $Versatile369 or the PayPal link in the video description. Thank you for tapping into the most interactive live stream. Like, share, and subscribe for more. Your support is greatly appreciated. Stay fresh and stay blessed, family.
Copeland invokes again.
Your Honor,
Do you have some other witnesses that we can take up at that point?
Your Honor, we will apprise after we look at and reevaluate where we are, because our order of proof was building blocks that at this point began with Mr. Copeland. And there are certain things that have to take place before we can tell them anything. So
okay,
we have to do that. We have to deal with that and where we are right now.
All right.
And that's just where we are.
Okay. Well, be thinking about what scenarios you'd like to have the court look at,
Yes, Your Honor.
depending upon whether or not Mr. Copeland decides he'd like to invoke his privilege again. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
And Your Honor, go ahead.
Madam.
Mr. Sharp, you can have the floor.
Yes.
And Your Honor, the state has a matter we need to take up ex parte.
Okay. All right.
Structural tool in making assessments of whether or not a particular criminal act is in furtherance of the game. The triangle that is shown is in no way invasive or invading the province of the jury. It simply helps.
Can you just email it? Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
No, thank you, Judge.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, any minister inquiry with me?
Have you reviewed your calendar for July yet? Because any anticipated days off?
No. I live, hour by hour and day by day, okay? At this point.
Well, I never went to law school.
Okay, we'll call you when we need you, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
without operating under a methodology?
Mr. Menez, what does that have to do with anything? You're
That's my final
remember, it's a Daubert qualification. This isn't weight sufficiency or before a jury. Your questions are perfectly fine if she gets qualified and we put her in, she testifies in front of a jury.
That was my final question, Your Honor.
All right. You sit down then.
Well, I was waiting for the answer.
What was the question you asked?
Whether she would be comfortable identifying data without using a methodology.
That again, that's another, doesn't really go to her qualifications. That's a weight and sufficiency question.
Okay, I'll take the court's objection, but for the record, it's relevant to her as expert.
Madam, you want to answer that question?
The question that he asked. Again, can you repeat it? Because I got distracted.
You operate under certain scientific methodologies when you're identifying data, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so it's fair to say you would not be comfortable as a scientist operating without a methodology.
Yes, but we always work under having some sort of methodology, yes.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions, Your Honor.
Oh, so Mr. Copeland's on the phone?
Yes.
Okay, and you're overhearing this particular reported conversation?
I'm not testifying. I'm not giving a direct quote because I was on the phone handling my own business and I was no interactions with
Okay, but here's the thing. I think it's consistent with I'm not testifying. Okay, he can make a decision not to testify. Okay, but if he does so, and because he's already been told, look, you can invoke your Fifth Amendment privilege, and you've been given immunity, and if you don't, I told him what the consequences are this morning. That's consistent with what I've heard thus far, and I don't think that is.
I believe that the state was on notice that something like this.
Okay, all right, but all of you have kind of, like I said, either unwittingly or I just remind you from outside agitation or otherwise, you all need to stay away from any of this. You do. Both sides need to do this. Do not let outside influences influence your actions and get you in trouble. You all should rise to a higher standard in terms of don't let any of this stuff. I mean, these witnesses will testify to whatever they will testify to. So I didn't say you did anything wrong. Okay, but I didn't say you did anything wrong. But
I understand, Your Honor, but I just want to be clear. The only thing that I've heard today is that the state met with Kenneth Copeland without his attorney.
Are we going back to that again? I don't
know of any defense counsel that's had any conversations with Kenneth Copeland at all. And I just want to make that clear. Today, I don't know of anyone that's had conversations with
Okay, but he's their witness at this point in time. If he wants to talk to you or he doesn't want to talk to you, he's got a lawyer. And that lawyer can make that decision, and so can Mr. Copeland. So I understand that, but you can't let other people, and I would advise you not to let third parties influence what you may think a witness is going to do.
That's not happening.
Okay, and that's all I was trying to tell you, okay? All right.
And they had checked bags. So this wasn't just like something they could easily get him on the flight or something.
Right.
This was a whole package kind of thing.
And listen, I don't want to gloss over the fact that the demeaning, the words alone.
The words that he's saying is like, ain't that the pot cold and the kettle black? But talking about some nappy hair, what you got, boo-boo?
I don't know how long. This woman could have been working for 15
hours.
We
don't know what was said
before. We don't know, but even if they were, all of those things, it would never justify the way he behaved.
Well,
I'm sorry, it would never justify the way he behaved.
Well,
Walk
there were
away.
a lot of people said exactly what you said once they saw this video, and Young Thug has a message for them.
Y'all so much of hypocrites, and if a bitch in place for playing games, y'all try to bash him, but y'all be the same upload 15 black girls around the fighting, trying to kill each other with knives and bats, but try to go to the extreme with the situation I had when the hoe made me miss $150,000 show.
Wow.
Okay. Do you want to have a conversation with him before? I'm going to talk to him right now. All right, okay. I'm going to allow you to do that, and then I'll remain and be available for a further discussion. So let me go ahead and Sergeant Ham, can you and your colleagues?
Okay, Ms. Weaver, you ready, madam? All right.
Judge, what we have is a non-S service notice that has been filed.
Okay. So, Mr. Jones, do you know what non-S means? I'm asking you just not to for any other purpose. Do you understand what that means, though, sir?
To avoid any contention of assumption and presumption, may you please advise me what that would be?
Okay, yeah, okay. What non-S means is that the sheriff went out and attempted to serve the people mentioned in your lawsuit, okay? And he was not able, or she was not able to do that. So usually the sheriff goes out a couple of times and, in varying days, And if they can't serve the person, then this particular entry on the service copy is entered into Odyssey or into the record. So at this point, you've got a couple options. The options are you can ask the sheriff to reserve them if you've got a better address or better circumstances of finding them, or you can hire a private process server to serve the individuals that are mentioned in your lawsuit. So what's your pleasure? Do you want to go ahead and do either one of those?
So if I may ask, you're in receipt of the communications?
I have, there's a lot of stuff you filed, but sir, I haven't specifically dug into all that because I'm looking for a service document to begin with. I have to be able to show their service. That's why I asked Mr. Kearns, do we have anything for service? Once we determine that issue, then I can look at the rest of the documents that you have.
Okay, is Mr. Kearns in receipt of communications?
Mr. Kearns is my staff attorney, okay? He's not the clerk, okay? He's not any of the other parties. He works for me, all right? But that's not the issue in this case. We told you just a second ago, we have a lot of documents. You were kind enough to include us as a service copy on those particular documents you filed. But again, to my original point, would you like to be given an opportunity to see if you can get service on either through the sheriff or a private process server?
And if His Honor may observe that I am allowing you to speak and I'm not cutting you off at all.
Oh, yes, sir, and I appreciate that.
Okay, so I would ask you, if I was trying to get in contact with you, sir, how would I get in contact with you? Without a public conversation, how would I get in contact with you, sir? You just a second ago, you emailed me, because I'm an Odyssey. Right.
But if you wanted to serve me with a lawsuit, there is a procedure that goes. I either accept service at work, which I don't have to do, or you serve me in another location, or you find somebody to serve. So those are the things you're going to have to end up doing if you choose to do so.
Right. So I could possibly email you if I was trying to get in contact with you.
If you want to communicate with me, yes.
Right. Okay.
But that's not service.
Agree. In this capacity here, in this point, I'm not trying to talk about whether I'm serving a person or not. I'm just trying to clear up whether or not you have received my communications. And then be it so that you're saying that if I want to get in contact with you, I can actually email you, or maybe even email your staff attorney.
Here's the thing, though. You have to be very clear about the purpose you're emailing me for, okay? Because I'm the referee. I'm not your counsel, and you have to technically communicate with all parties. So that's the other reason why service is so important, because then there's no problem with ex parte communication. So okay. So it's not. So a lot of times it's just that I haven't responded to anything you've sent because it's not properly before me as of yet. But
so okay. So in reference to this summons, which was refused by, if I'm correct, her name is Grace Ahn. Is that correct?
I don't know. I have no idea, sir.
If maybe Mr. Kearns want to take a look at that so we can make it official for the record, so that it's not biased from me, but the court can express who is actually refusing service.
We don't know if there's a refusal of service, sir.
I think someone just read the summons where it says at the bottom of the summons, well, I mean, if the court wants me to read what's in the actual Odyssey records, I can.
But sir, here's the point, okay? And I think we did.
I was actually trying to make a point.
Hold on, Mr. Jones.
No problem.
There's still the issue of service. You have
that's the conversation I'm having with you about is service. Service, okay. Refusal of service for first thing. Service being refused.
Well, when we actually have your hearing and you get service, then the refusal of service can certainly be something that can be discussed. It doesn't address the service issue. You still have to get service. That is that the parties still have to know that they're being sued. So I don't disagree. I don't disagree with you about the premise that you're telling me, but I am disagreeing upon you. You have to get service. This case does not say, hey, if you're a successor in interest, you're automatically a party. You still have to get service upon the correct party. Okay. So again, to my original question again, I can reset you for 30 days, and that's what I'm going to do at this point in time, and I'm going to let you get service upon the correct party. So, okay. Yours has been non-est. That means it hasn't been served. So that's what I'm talking about in this particular circumstance. You have got to get service. And once you get service upon the proper official or officials, then we can go forward. So I'm going to
So with that being said, now I'm with you.
On the right, we have the state of Georgia. Now, when she grants motions, you see this green line? She's going to say no. 2% with this, 4% with these.
No, I don't.
And then you can fight on her.
I'm a steward of. Like I would have to say something about you or your clients or anything like that, which I would never do because I'm a steward of this particular process. So I understand what your objection is, or what your statement is in terms of your motion to recuse, and I'm going to deny it.
And I believe, Your Honor, that under Rule 25.3, that you have to address, you have to cease acting right now.
No, I don't.
And then you can, if I can just finish, and then I promise, if I can just finish this. I believe you have to cease acting. I believe that under 25.3, you have to look at the timeliness of the motion, and you have to look at the sufficiency of the affidavit. I do not believe that you are permitted to just simply deny without taking those steps.
Is that it?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So noted.
Are you denying at this point?
I'm still denying your motion, okay?
Would you grant a certificate of immediate review?
No, sir.
Because
no, sir.
if you grant that certificate, you're always talking about how the appellate court...
No, because if I grant the certificate, it stops the case, okay?
I don't agree with
And I'm not going to do that.
I don't believe it stops the case.
I'm not going to do that.
And if
you can appeal it at the end of the case. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Hey, I'll live by it.
But aren't you interested in removing the cloud that's hanging over the case right now, Your Honor? If you grant...
Sir, I'd be real careful about what you're pleading at this point in time, what you're stating to the court. Okay?
Aren't you interested in removing the cloud that's hanging over the case right now, Your Honor? If you grant...
Sir, I'd be real careful about what you're pleading at this point in time, what you're stating to the court. I just, as a matter of professional responsibility, remember, we haven't nugged out all of the issues involved in that affidavit. And I would be very careful if I were you, because you have some professional responsibility obligations individually and to this court. And so, I would just leave it at that, respectfully. I don't want to get into an argument with you about that, but I would just tell you that tread lightly, okay, in terms of that at this point.
I understand, Your Honor, and I believe that the certificate of immediate review would be in the interest of the court.
I'm not going to do that.
Would you make factual findings regarding?
I am not at this point in time going to I've denied the motion, okay?
I believe that's an error, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Can we call Mr. Copeland now, please?
The immunity, the order granting immunity. I believe that we're entitled to that, so we would ask for that. Additionally, Your Honor, we are going to diligently, over the lunch hour, myself and other counsel, look at these state's exhibits. Last week, we discussed that we had some objections, if you recall, and we kind of put a pin in it because the state said that it was just a large amount and they were going to narrow it down what they were admitting or seeking to admit. Well, now we have a PowerPoint. It looks like they redacted some of the things that were going to be our concerns, but I'm just going to ask, I hope Your Honor understands we just received this and we're going to, over lunch, look at the proposed exhibits, and if we have any specific objections after their redactions, we'll bring that to Your Honor's attention, if that's okay.
That's what you told me, so I certainly understand that.
Right. So what happened since that hearing or that discussion was the state did make some redactions, and I think that addressed possibly all of our issues, but at least some of them. But we just received this, so we'll report back to the court whenever Your Honor wants to.
Okay, but remember, our jury's been here since 8:30.
No, I understand that.
So I'd like to kind of go ahead and get started.
Well, if Your Honor wants to go through these one by one, we can. We just literally.
You can do that during lunch. That's fine.
Okay.
But you know, this is I know that you all we should have been working on these prior to that. So, okay.
Yes, we just got this.
Okay, but you had the larger exhibit for the.
And we brought those to your attention last week.
Yeah, I remember.
Okay.
I remember. Okay. All right. All right, Deputy Ham, summon our jurors, please.
Alaska Airlines a couple weeks ago when he shamed those poor women and tried to pay them off. It was just awful. So he was doing some holiday shopping in Atlanta, walking through the Lenox Square Mall, and then suddenly found himself in handcuffs.
I'm sorry for smiling, but the circumstances here are amazing.
So here's what happened. This is a bad coincidence for him, but police got a call for a stolen vehicle at the mall. They went to go check it out. They were walking through the mall looking for a suspect, and somebody just one of the officers happened to recognize Young Thug. And
No,
thought,
they didn't say he's the guy who stole the car.
Had nothing to do. They did not suspect him for the car at
They
all.
just said, oh, there's a celebrity. There's Young Thug.
There's Young Thug. But one of the officers remembered, wait, I was in court the other day, and he was supposed to be there for a tinted window ticket, and he never showed up. And there's Young Thug. But one of the officers remembered, wait, I was in court the other day, and he was supposed to be there for a tinted window ticket, and he never showed up.
I attended a couple weeks.
I wanted to make certain that the record is. Your Honor, to begin with, I noticed that Mr. Steele referenced this status, the state that we're in, as pretrial. I noticed that and noted it because I wanted to make certain that the record is clear that we are currently in trial. We are not at a pretrial status or state. Mr. Steele referenced the fact that he has demanded a constitutional and a statutory speedy trial. And Mr. Steele also referenced the fact that the court promised or guaranteed that his client would receive one, and in fact, the court has upheld that promise and we are in trial. I want the court to take note of the fact that the legislature, in enacting the statute for which Mr. Williams is charged, said that they wanted to make certain that the community is free of intimidation and threats caused by criminal street gangs, understanding that the state has the burden of proving all of the charges alleged in the indictment at trial. We are at a position, however, where we can point to circumstances that reflect
that the defendant poses a significant risk of committing additional felonies. These acts that the defendant has committed go very far back. They include acts of intimidation during the time that his brother, Your Honor, I am proffering as an officer of the court.
Yeah, let her finish, please, Mr. Chairman.
What was the basis?
It goes against the law for presumption of innocence. This is the charges in the indictment. The court has to presume innocence. It's an improper order. I believe it's just her proffer. I understand the legal requirement, and your client is presumed innocent. But I think Ms. Love is proffering how Mr. Williams is or continues to be a danger to the community.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Using the irrelevant information, it's the indictment.
That's what Ms. Love is referring to.
It is not.
I don't think she's referring to the indictment. I think she's referring to acts that she claims will support the issues of bond. Bond is different from trial on the merits.
I understand that. I listened intently, and this is the indictment, and that's what Ms. Love just stated.
It's the charging document, but I understand, Mr. Steele, that it's different. The state has the burden. Bond is different than proof at trial. I understand that. Do you have any further objections, sir?
401 and 402, relevant.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection. Go ahead, madam.
Thank you, Judge.
The defendant, as far back as the time when his brother, Mr. Greer, who was before the court earlier this year, was initially set to be on trial, was one of the witnesses, and in fact, a person very close to the defendant, called the police and indicated that the defendant had messaged her, snitch hoes get murked, them and their kids.
Is this Mr. Williams you're referring to?
It is.
Snitch hoes get what?
Murked, M-U-R-K-E-D.
Get murked and what else?
Murked, them and their kids.
Okay, I got it.
Your Honor.
In 2015, Mr. Steele may present the objection that this is part of the indictment, but I can play the actual video where the defendant proclaims, so people lie to their mama, lie to their sister, lie to their children, and then want to get in court and tell the God's honest truth. You need to be killed, bro. That's from me and YSL.
We at the Ritz. I flew in, gang. I said, don't move till I get there. I flew in. We 75 deep. I got everything with me. I even had some sex, money, murder niggas with me. Y'all know that nigga that was interviewing Hocus? The black nigga? He was with me. He was with me. That's why he said he was with me. Special, I had South Carolina, New York, Atlanta, niggas from, I had all kind of shit. We walked from the Ritz. Back then it was a Ritz. We walked across the street. I had about 15 niggas in the parking lot. They said, yo, Pee Wee in the parking lot while we was in the building. I said, all right, when we coming out, y'all go grab his little ass, bring him to me. They get him, bring Pee Wee to me. So, Woody, if you in the parking lot waiting on to go, why the fuck, whoa, when we grab Pee Wee? We sat right there on the curb. I talked to Pee Wee. Pee Wee, what you on? Whack, man, you know what's going. Yo, get Thug on the phone. He got Thug on the phone. I talked to Thug on that phone. Woo, woo, woo. We discussed what we were going to discuss. I passed the phone to Game. Game hollered at him. The only other piece that was instrumental in this shit came from Chicago. JoJo Capone. This nigga Woody talk about, oh, the call came from Nipsey and I was in the parking lot and whoop. Nigga, you wasn't in no goddamn parking lot. You was in the parking lot, you just go let, get snatched up, brought to us to the curb. Matter of fact, if you probably go check my Instagram or Game be deleting shit. It's a picture of the nigga with us on the curb. I took a picture of the nigga and put it up. So I don't know what that nigga in there just talking and saying shit and all kinds of shit. Crazy. Actually, the same night, 2Ps, I ran into Gangster. Gangster was at the Ritz with the Mary Compton, the female. Is that right? On my mama. Gangster called me yesterday. He said, Whack, I remember when I ran into you in the lobby. I just come home. He was in Atlanta at the Ritz with the Mary Compton when it was a female. That nigga say, Whack, you sure? I said, we be all right, bro. Hold tight. You keep doing what you're doing. Then I ain't seen him for years after that. Yeah. So I don't know where he get all this old crazy ass story and all this old shit. The call came from Nipsey and all this old type of shit. Thug was serious. He was serious. I got him on the phone. I said, Thug, what we doing? Whack, man, this ain't how it's supposed to be, man. But he did it. I said, man, listen, man, whatever was said like we can't work it out. Thug, you be in California way too much. Niggas be out here way too much. Pee Wee low ass right here with us. We out here set. He said, yeah, Whack, y'all running around deep like that. I said, nigga, we supposed to. You supposed to be out here with us. Nigga, we got clubs tonight. We got all kind of shit to do all weekend long, bro. We at the Ritz. I said, I need you to get on the phone with Game. Y'all gonna have y'all conversation, clear this shit up. He said, pass the nigga the phone. He talked to Game about 10, 15 minutes. That was it. Talked to Game the next day again. And that was it. So I'm not gonna sit here and say Thug couldn't have said nothing out of us. He definitely can, but I'm gonna tell you like this. It was a simple motherfucking conversation with the right people. Pee Wee was just like me. Whack, I'm glad we was able to resolve this shit. Because this shit wasn't going to stop. It started when Game was in New Orleans. And I think Thug and Wayne was having words. And I think Game got on the mic, said he had to go to Atlanta. They called me that night. They said, Whack, Game did this, but we got to go to Atlanta.
So can I ask you a couple of clarifications? When did the
Snitch hoes get murked?
snitch hoes get murked, and then they and their kids get...
Your Honor, I apologize for interrupting the state earlier, but the state can talk the ears off a donkey. This continued filibustering has got to stop.
2010, at the time of Quintavious Greer's trial.
Okay.
And the incidents where calls were made.
Was that more recently?
Yes.
When was that?
Those were made in 2021.
Any calls or any other things after the commencement of this particular trial? Anything after December of 2022? Or into 2023?
As we are still reviewing the calls that we have received, I've not come upon ones from 2023. I can only point with respect to things that have been observed by officers and members of the state's staff, the drug transactions that have occurred.
Do you have interviews with more recently? Some of the things you told me, are those based upon witness interviews that you have indicated that have been held sometime by your office, sometime during 2022 and 2023?
Yes.
Okay. All right, madam, anything else?
Copeland. Thank you, sir. All right.
And Mr. Copeland, good afternoon. Do you want to be here?
Ma'am?
Do you want to be here?
I'm here.
Okay. Are you going to let me ask you some questions?
Okay.
How old are you?
Grown.
Okay, what does grown mean?
I'm an adult.
Okay. And when you say you're an adult, what number in years are you?
I plead the fifth.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I get you to step outside to your headquarters of jury deliberation, please?
All right, for sure.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. Mr. Copeland, given the fact that you have invoked your Fifth Amendment privilege, but the state has already given you immunity under 24-5-507, this court holds you in willful contempt, and we'll see you on Monday. And we'll see if we can get some more testimony at that point in time. Take him into custody.
I don't remember what I said, but I was high every day for a whole year, and I was at anything. I was at done anything to get out of here. I was at done anything.
Lady Justice is blind. Everybody can get it.
Set. All right. State, do you have any other witnesses you plan on calling this afternoon? No, Your Honor. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'll call our jury and tell them that you're going to be in recess for the weekend, and we'll come back on Monday.
Okay, Your Honor. The jury is excused. Would you please entertain a motion for a mistrial?
Mr. Steele, I'll entertain it right now.
I didn't want to hold the jury, but it'll be fine.
And what's the basis for your mistrial? We didn't know he was going to invoke. We didn't know what he was going to testify to, and I certainly didn't let him. He was only asked one question. So at this point in time, there's really, you can't knowingly let a witness invoke their Fifth Amendment privilege in front of a jury, but that didn't happen in this case. Last thing we heard from Mr. Copeland was he was going to testify.
So everything you say, I'll adopt because I was about to say those words. Based upon information belief, I'd like to call witnesses from the prosecution. I was told, I do not have the personal information, but I was told that Mr. Copeland made that known to officers of the prosecution team prior to being called right now.
But it's what I was told. The last thing the court knew, and he has counsel,
if a party knows that a witness is going to invoke the Fifth Amendment in front of a jury, which poisons us, I mean, there's no doubt it prejudices Mr. Williams et al., all of them, because this trial's been going on now, I believe, 8 months in front of a jury, and they've heard Mr. Copeland's name however many times a court reporter says.
Casey, that's what we've heard.
No, the jurors have heard Kenneth Copeland.
And as well, okay.
I opened on him that he's a killer. We cross-examined all these witnesses about Kenneth Copeland. The state talked about Kenneth Copeland. My point is, if this honorable court finds that the state knew or had reason to believe that he was going to do this in front of a jury, that his response was going to be, I'm invoking the Fifth Amendment, then, Your Honor, yes, I adopt what you said. That's wrong of a party, and I'm moving from this trial.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, sir. Thank you. All right. Yes, sir. It would apply to everyone. Yes, Ms. Love.
Your Honor, I'd just like to put some things on the record regarding Mr. Copeland. As we stated earlier, Mr. Copeland has...
I don't want to interrupt you. Your Honor, I'm just telling the court I'm not accepting the proffer.
Your Honor, if I may...
Okay, but counsel gets the proffer, Mr. Steele. That's I can accept that. So could you sit down and sit down, sir?
Sit down.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, Ms. Love, you can complete your proffer at this point.
Your Honor, yes. Just to relate to the court the observations that members of our office have made throughout the course of this morning and throughout the time that we've been dealing with Mr. Copeland. Our cause for concern is Mr. Copeland's communication that he is going to us, that he is going to speak.
All right, anything else I need to take up with you all? I'm going to recess in place to allow Mr. Melanie to finish talking with Mr. Copeland and find out if he or somebody else at his dad is going to be here on Monday. But if not, we will be here on Monday at 8:30. Any other things I need to consider?
Yes, Your Honor. There is a matter regarding the jail calls that we were provided. Mr. Steele has not yet provided us the ISO file. We received something additional on a thumb drive last night. We had the deputy of our jail call unit look at that, and we are again missing. We do not have the complete file.
To be able to play though?
To be able to access it properly, to be able to look at it, authenticate the calls, the time of day, all of that. We don't have it. We were provided last night a thumb drive with cut and pasted file names up under headings, with some additional, we were provided last night a thumb drive with cut and pasted file names up under headings, with some additional pieces of a file that would have had to, again, have been deconstructed from the way that the file would have been given to counsel for defendant Williams. We are asking the court to compel defense counsel to turn over to the state the file in the original condition that it was given to them, so that we may properly access and evaluate the content and the time and date and all of that, and the authenticity of those calls on that file. It has been deconstructed, and particular parts of the file have been extracted and purposefully kept out of what is given to the state. So we are asking, again, that the court compel either, you know what, and if they don't want to, then we're asking that they just be excluded.
Okay. All right, Mr. Steele, do you have the raw file?
Stop it. Judge Glanville.
Sir.
You allow another moment when Ms. Love calls me that I did not do something. They have the exact image of what we got from the jail in Fayette County. That is it. And if I get another false allegation and you do nothing, I'm shocked. I'm appalled at you. I sit here day after day with this false allegation just machine. I gave the state everything. There's been no disconstruction. There's been no purposeful, I don't care. I don't care. I give over everything. I've done this for 33 years. Never in my life have I seen a trial. I've done 300 appeals in the state of Georgia alone. I've never read a case like this. Judge, I gave them everything I had. I waited. I was at my office till 8. After 8 last night, I waited for their investigator to come by. I handed him an exact copy of thumb drive. They have everything that we got from the Fayette County Jail. There's been no deconstruction. There's been no purposeful exclusion. This is not the first time. Okay. And I apologize that I'm getting tempered, but I've never been treated like this. You talk about professionalism every week. Professionalism is lacking with one lawyer here. It has never been. I don't even like coming to court. I used to love this. I would die for what we do. I used to say, I'm dying. I would die. I couldn't choose a better profession. If I had litigated with Miss Love, I would.
Your Honor, could we strike the hominem attack? Could we strike that?
Okay, everybody, calm down. Everybody, both of you, please be seated.
Judge, I'm not
both
done.
of you, please be seated.
You have to do something. You have threatened me with contempt. You threatened me with jail. If you go back in time, we can just start in voir dire. Jury after jury, you did individual voir dire painfully. Miss Love would come in and say that juror was crying. It was not true. You would say, that's not my recollection after I said it. You did nothing. We start the case.
Mr. Steele.
I asked you, please.
Mr. Steele.
How would you feel if you were being treated
Mr.
like
Steele.
this?
Mr. Steele.
I'd like to finish.
Mr. Steele.
I gave them everything on that drive, and it's continual abuse of a prosecutor of another member of the bar. I don't talk with Miss Love. And that's fine. I like that. But, Judge, I'm not going to stand here anymore. I don't care. You can take my bar card.
Mr. Steele, listen.
Wrong, though. And Mr. Williams, to me, this is an innocent man. You talk about, Miss Love said there's a man in the Fulton County Jail. He shouldn't be there, Mr. Copeland. Mr. Williams shouldn't be in custody. But he's been charged, and we come here for a fair trial. It's been everything but that, according to Miss Love has tried to demonize me. At times, Mr. Adams. At times, Mr. Shaw. Now it's all because she wants to win the case. And now she speaks over people. It's not right. I gave them everything. And by the way, and what I want to tell you, by the way, it's not even the law. If they call that gentleman on direct, I don't have to give them anything before trial. I do it because you asked me to. You said, listen, we got a big case. It's going to take a long time. Give them things. I gave this, by the way, to the state October of 2023. October 2023, that was uploaded. Given to the state. I hear about it now, and I wait there, and I give them the exact duplicate of what we have, and now there's a false allegation of misconduct. And what I'm telling the court is what I said again. I do not appreciate it, and you have told it in front of the jury that I'm unprofessional. You were wrong. You based that on Miss Love's false representation.
Your Honor, again, the ad hominem attacks, Your Honor. I object, and he should stop talking when I object.
Try to silence me. I will not be silenced.
But Mr. Steele, here's the thing. Okay, I think that Mr. Steele, please be quiet at this point in time. You made your point. You made your point at this point in time. Both of you, please be seated. Both, please be seated, sir. Sir, please be seated.
Whatever you do is fine, but I don't care about Jeffrey Williams.
Sir, it's obvious. I would expect no less because you're his advocate, you're his champion. But could you all please sit down so I can kind of figure out a solution for this? All right. First, let me just kind of address the obvious. I know that tempers have been heated in this particular trial, and they continue to do so. And I know that all of you are being zealous advocates and representing your clients to the best of your ability with zeal and rigor. However, I agree that, there should not be ad hominem attacks on anybody or any counsel, and that you all should think and reflect about what you say about your brothers and sisters of the bar. Because we have a large contingent of folks that watch this trial. And so not only for the purposes of this, but it sends not the message I think you want it to send. All right. So I'm going to leave you all to your wise discretion in order to do that. But, I'll take up whatever I need to take up as I see fit. But I know that you all, this has been a long trial. It's very demanding, exacting, and grating on and tiring on all of you. So I ask you to just take a couple deep breaths and step back and kind of look at and just remember that you do represent of who you represent and what you're here for. In terms of the tape or the phone calls from Fayette County, it's the court's suggestion that, and if you want my assistance, I can always, with a proper subpoena, have the raw, whatever it is that whatever you're seeking to get, I could get that, and you can compare that against what you have. Because maybe that's what, and Mr. Steele, I don't doubt, and I know that you would never delete or otherwise try and alter evidence, and I assume that that's what you got, and I'm gonna take that at face value. I'm in no way saying that. Ms. Love is in her argument is saying that she is, when it's stripped down, less all the sound and fury, she's saying that particular type of file has other things with it. I don't think you were given those, and that's what she's trying to get. So I'm in no way blaming anybody in this particular circumstance, but if you want that particular file, and I think you all should have that particular raw file, then let me do a notice to produce or a rule nisi, and maybe we can get the entirety of the file. And I think that if you did that, I think that the whole thing would probably be produced to you because nobody probably wants to come down here and see me. So I will work with you all to get that, and you all we can take that up. And it's a problem I think can be resolved. But I'm in no way. But I would just remind everybody to be careful about what they say to each other. Some things you just can't take back. And remember y'all are going to see each other over and over and over again. And, you know, it serves you and serves the profession, serves your clients. It's not effective. So just please consider what I just told you. All right. So, I'm just going to recess and we'll see where Mr. Melnick is at that point in time. And then we'll, I can talk about Monday for certain. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm just going to recess in place. All right. No. Why didn't you as an officer of this court tell me? And that's not what the point is. The point is you as an advocate is you should have told me. I got a problem with you now. I got a problem with you now. I would suggest you don't say any more. Now you want to have it both ways. You can't do it. Both sides have an equal responsibility under the rules. It's a professional responsibility. All right, have a seat, sir. Thank you.
How fast things have changed. How fast things have changed. How fast things have changed.
Now I see you running, coming for my come up. Broke out all your shackles, turned it to some armor. Used to be the judge, but now you have no honor. To die with your pride is to live with all your karma. Now you understand.
You know, basically a brainchild of David and I throughout the years working, first 48 working cases.
Wow.
We hooked up with some dope.
Having a glass
and
of
then,
wine.
Yeah, drinking a Corona. And from there, that sparked some interest. And then they started shopping this thing around. And I mean, TV One came in and was like, look, you guys are exactly what we're looking for.
Wow, how long?
His other media outlets.
Wow.
TV One saw the 2-minute sizzle reel and they were all over it. Because what was interesting, they said, we want you to be you on the screen like you are in the street.
Yeah.
And that's what's up. And they let us, you know, help out with the producing. It was lovely.
Yeah, and that's the thing with us. When we looked at what you had, life, you know, on the street, this is how we
Yeah.
Okay, so what contracts? So we've done some in the past for maybe $25,000 for like 6 months, a year. And that saves us money because if we have to hire an employee, with the still 69% benefits, that would cost us a lot of money. So we use short-term contracts so that we can save money.
Yeah, black guy can't do wrong. Black guy is smart.
And went in one direction and another went in the opposite direction. And when she went to chase them over the wall that she was chasing them over, she was called back and she had to put her attention on Frederick Prothro.
Is alleged to have done the thing that is causing them to make the statement.
It depends. Like I said, it depends on, you have to look at, you know, Crawford tells us in his progeny and even in our jurisdiction in Georgia, you have to look at the primary purpose of the call. Was it testimonial in nature? Was it made for the purpose of gathering criminal or fostering for use for trial or for potential criminal prosecution? There are certain exceptions to it, and the emergency situation is one. But even with the emergency situation, Pitts tells me, got to look at whether or not some of those particular statements are in fact testimonial. So even if I believe, first I got to decide whether or not it's testimonial or not. And even if I decide that, if I decide it is non-testimonial, it's an emergency, then some of then I have to look at, and Pitts directs me, I got to look at very carefully whether or not some of those statements are in fact maybe non-testimonial, maybe testimonial in nature. So that's what I'm required to do.
And Your Honor, we are looking at a caller who's describing and trying to get the police to respond, even when the 911 operator is asking her who was shot. In other words, she's telling her, I need you to come. I'm not sure what the apartment is. She's in building C when you're coming around through the gates. The 911 operator is trying to get information about the shooting. And that is why, Your Honor, the whole purpose for
Exceptions for hearsay are to put forth things that are trustworthy. And hearsay within hearsay is not, it is absolutely admissible. And the court knows, I don't even have to say this, it is only for the purposes of the record, that these new evidence rules are rules of inclusion. So much so that the rules don't say it can be admitted if you have an exception. 248805 specifically says hearsay included within hearsay shall not be excluded. Be excluded under the hearsay rule.
Well, Ms. Love, I'll tell you. Spratling, which was decided in 2023, says
If I don't make a proper analysis under Crawford, vacate and remand. So,
And, Your Honor-
so I got to make sure I get it right, okay?
And,
So-
Your Honor, I'm with the court. I'm absolutely with the court, and I have an equal desire, if not greater, to make certain that it is right. And
I have 5 minutes, okay? I'm gonna take a break and. Because your 30 seconds is never 30 seconds.
30 seconds and I will sit.
You can stand there, that's fine.
I just want you to need to understand, and I'm not saying you don't understand, but the Carter case that was just cited, 315 Georgia 214, it's in Division 3. A doesn't apply, that's the B is what the state was talking about. And, Your Honor,
There was no objection in this case either, so, in the Carter case, no objection, so.
but look what happened.
And they had to review it under plain error too.
Yes.
So,
and
yeah.
Fox was told by Miss Mann, God forbid, Valerie Mann was killed. Fox testified. Valerie Mann, God forbid, is dead. And she told Carter. Carter testified. That is not even close. So I don't have anybody to cross down. That's my 30 seconds.
All right.
And, Your Honor, I'll give the court, if the court already has page 3 or 4 of Pitts, where the court said the caller in this instance.
Yeah, I have Pitts, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Was not, they were not concerned with establishing evidentiary facts or bearing testimony. That's the part against the defendant. And the court found that the same analysis was applicable in Pitts. That the 911, that portion of the 911 caller, they were not concerned with establishing evidentiary facts. They were concerned with getting Young Thug out of their neighbor's home.
Okay, all right. Give me 5 minutes. Take comfort. Y'all can do the same. We'll be back. Okay. As well as a laundromat that is in the vicinity where a car crashed into a laundromat. In considering whether or not the 911 call on September the 11th of 2013 would be admissible.
Peace to the family. Welcome to Flesh of the Gods. So you want to get your hands on some slime coins? No problem. Just jump into the chat, drop a message, and boom, you'll be gifted your first points. Now, if you want to see how many you've got, just type !slime coins in the chat, one word, no spaces, and you'll see your balance pop up in the chat. And when you're ready to redeem them, look up at the top of the screen for command prompts. The commands on the top left will alter the stream. The commands on the top right will summon puppets. You can donate via CashApp at $Versatile369 or the PayPal link in the video description. Thank you for tapping into the most interactive live stream. Like, share, and subscribe for more. Your support is greatly appreciated. Stay fresh and stay blessed, family.
I'll note that we have an unknown female who is relating statements from another female in regards to a situation that was ongoing at that particular point in time. The first thing that it implicates is, since the state has told me that neither the unknown females will be available for trial, then it presents the issue of the confrontation clause. So the court has had an opportunity to consider and determine whether or not the confrontation clause of the United States Constitution is violated by the admission of a 911 emergency telephone call
when the caller does not testify at trial. This is similarly the issue that was decided in Pitts. So our Supreme Court in Pitts, which is 280 Georgia 288, holds that the Confrontation Clause is not violated where a caller's primary purpose is not to provide evidence against the accused, but to rather thwart an ongoing crime. Is a 3-page transcript of this particular 911 call made on September the 11th of 2013. So I have to decide first whether or not the telephone call is made to avert a crime in progress or seek immediate or seeking assistance in a situation involving immediate danger, or whether or not the primary purpose is testimonial for the purposes of prosecution or to gather potential information later for prosecution. That's the first step. Also in Pitts, the court or the Supreme Court is also cautionary in terms of trial courts. However, we do caution that in certain circumstances, a caller may shift from a non-testimonial statement into a testimonial one. So it cautions us, or the decision cautions trial courts. In future cases, trial courts must decide whether a caller's primary purpose has shifted from such a manner to render portions of the call testimonial in nature. In this particular circumstance, the court is of the opinion, based upon the testimony that the court has heard, to include the arguments of counsel, to include the admission of the 911 hearing of the 911 call, as well as the defendant Williams number 4, and testimony in regards to the instances of the purported shooting at Summerdale Apartments, the car crashing into the laundromat some short distance away, and the purported phone call. So that's to get. We'll see y'all in about 10 minutes, okay?
12:32 p.m. hours.
What was the location? Drive.
To my house. Okay, ma'am. When I come to your location, I just need to know what's going on. Was somebody shot recently? Yes, about 5 police say where I go. Okay. What's the location? It's over here on Cleveland Avenue. Cleveland Avenue. What else, ma'am? I need numbers or 2 Cross Street? Old Hateville. Old Hateville in Cleveland Avenue? Yes. I don't want to talk loud. I don't want to get myself in no trouble. That's fine. Okay. You said okay, the mail is inside of what home? My friend's apartment. She panicking. She don't know what to do. Okay, that's fine. Okay. But she got her mom and her baby now. Okay. All right. And what's the number? We stay in the new townhouses in Summerdale. And she stay in building C, but I'm not for sure what the apartment number is. But she stay in building C. When you come around, you come through the gate. Okay, so who was shot? I have no idea, babe. I promise I can't tell y'all that. I don't know. I don't think I know. She came to my house. The guy is in her house. So I don't know how y'all can do that. I'm trying to get her out the house, but she wants the phone now. Okay, all right. Okay, so you saying the female won't answer the phone? I just tried to call her phone. And she got her baby and her mama now. Okay. All right. And do you want to leave your name or number? No. Okay. Please don't call me that. Yes, ma'am. She know my children. No. Okay. All right. I want to come back and retaliate against things. Okay. What's the apartments or the duplex name? They Summerdale Townhouse. Not the old Summerdale. They the new one. Okay. Is there a gate code to get in? Never call it now. You got to have a gate code get in, but the back gate is open. Okay. Everybody standing out here. Okay. We'll get somebody out. Yeah, I'm trying to get her out the house on the mama, but they want the phone now. Okay. She don't know what to do. She panicking. Okay, but she's in the building C, correct? Field the C. When you come around when you come through the gate, come around. But I'm not for sure what the number is on her apartment number.
All right, we'll get somebody out, okay?
All right, please don't tell us how to make the call.
Yes, ma'am. We won't. Well, they won't call you back, and I don't have your name.
All right, thanks.
All right. All right.
Yes, sir. My name is Gregory Pfeiffer, Gregory Peiffer.
Good morning, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Good morning.
What is your current occupation?
I'm currently a forensic biologist. My duties at the ATF are to be a forensic biologist, which means to process evidence as it relates to ATF incidents, to analyze evidence for DNA, to generate reports, and to testify in court. Analyze biological material for the presence of DNA profiles, generate reports, and testify in court.
And Mr. Pfeiffer, do you belong to any professional organizations?
I do. I belong to the American Academy of Forensic Sciences as a member of that organization. To my recollection, it would have been around 2014 to current. That is not a requirement to be a forensic biologist. There's actually a small subset of forensic biologists that are certified. There's a certifying body, the American Board of Criminalistics. I hold with that body a certification in molecular biology, which is under the umbrella of forensic DNA analysis. And I am current and open with that certification.
Okay. And have you been previously qualified to testify as a forensic biologist and DNA examiner?
In court?
Yes.
Yes.
And about how many times?
I believe this will be my 16th testimony, plus or minus one.
Good morning, doctor. I just have a couple of questions for you, if I may. You're given, in essence, 3 firearms and the items that came with the firearms that you looked at and identified here today. Is that fair to say?
That is correct.
And on 2 of the firearms, there was not enough DNA to test to determine who was a major contributor. Is that a fair analysis of what you told us?
That is an explanation. However, I would expand upon that and say, in these instances, there was almost too much DNA to test, given that the numbers of contributors that were in these samples were higher than the complexity in which I could evaluate the sample. So it wasn't too little information, it was the complexity of the profile.
And then the one firearm that you were able to have a major contributor, just tell ladies and gentlemen, jury, which firearm that was.
That was the firearm from item 4A to reference the report. So the correct firearm is the Taurus 9mm pistol.
And then you have major contributors and not major contributors. Is that a fair way to say it?
The major contributor and the non-suitable minor components.
And the major contributor you said is, to a scientific degree that you specified already, is a gentleman you're calling Mr. Walter Murphy. Fair to say?
There is evidence to include Walter Murphy as a possible contributor to the major component from that DNA profile, given the scientific weight stated earlier.
Now, you also mentioned that a gentleman, Mr. Prethro, remember that name?
Yes.
And he was excluded from the major component of that DNA. Is that fair to say?
Yes. From the component of the profile that we made comparisons to, he was excluded from that component.
And the same question and then the same answer, I believe, for the person named Mr. Bean. Fair.
I stand in objection, Mr. Foreman. You can rephrase it, Mr.
Okay. It's going to be the same question. As to Mr. Bean, remember that name?
Yes, sir.
Adrian Bean. That person, DNA, the known sample, was excluded from the major contributor on that item. Is that fair to say?
Sample that I mentioned earlier
Next witness, madam, or sir.
Your Honor, the stand.
Sir, if you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, before you sit down, if you would turn and face Sergeant Ingram to be sworn as a witness, please. Stand up, please. Okay, there you go. All right.
So I first testimony you give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. Have a seat. State the spelling, first last name, of course.
It's Eduardo Nava, Eduardo Nava.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Did you,
After that, we wanted to get some weed. I think Brian knew exactly where to get it, so he led me to a place. I don't think he spoke with anybody.
after that, what did y'all do at that gas station initially?
We waited for a minute.
And what did you do after waiting at the gas station?
We left that gas station.
Where did you go?
We went to where he knew where to get some weed.
And how close was it to that gas station?
I'd say about 15 minutes, 10, 15 minutes.
And when you got there, was it a house, an apartment? Where was this location you all went to?
I believe it was a house. I don't think there was anything else connected to it. Maybe a subdivision, but I don't think it was, I think it might have been a house.
And when you all arrived, were you still driving at this time?
I believe I was driving, unless he took over at the gas station, but I'm pretty sure I was driving.
And did Brian, did Brian direct you from the gas station to that house?
Right.
And when you got there, what did you see?
I just saw a normal house, so we parked and got out. I believe Brian was the only white person there, Mexican. I don't believe there was any Mexicans there. There were some black people there.
And were you speaking with anyone there? Was Brian speaking with anyone there?
Brian was speaking with them. I didn't say a word while I was there.
And while you were there, why did you not say a word?
I was unfamiliar. I didn't know the people.
Were you, how long were you all there, roughly?
After we showed up until we left?
Yes.
A good hour or two.
Did you ever get any weed or what you were looking for?
No.
Where was your car once you went inside the house?
It was in the driveway.
And did anything ever happen with that car?
While it was in the driveway?
Correct.
No, it stayed in the driveway.
Did anything happen with the car while you were at this house?
Yes, it was apparently borrowed.
How did it get, as you say, borrowed? What do you mean by that?
Don't exactly know how this happened. I do remember being really faded, kind of in and out of what I would say consciousness. I was pretty messed up, trying to look for the next high. I don't really recall what the conversation was, but someone had mentioned that they needed a car, to borrow a car. Didn't expect mine to be borrowed. Next thing I know, my car's gone.
And had you said you were faded. What were you using back then?
Everything under the sun.
I don't remember what I said, but I was high every day for a whole year, and I was at anything. I was at done anything to get out of here. I was at done anything.
Was Brian, you said you were faded. What were you using back then?
Everything under the sun.
Was Brian using along with you?
Yes.
And did you all use before you got to the house?
I might have. I don't exactly know what he was on, but I was a regular pill addict and.
Understand. Did somebody else who was not Brian and you ever get in that car?
Did someone else other than Brian or me get in the car? I believe someone had to get in the car for it to leave. Yes.
And where were you when they got in the car?
I believe I was in between, inside and outside, maybe on the steps.
Did you see them get in the car?
Don't exactly remember seeing them get in the car, but I seen it pull off.
And do you remember after this speaking with anyone in the Atlanta Police Department?
If I'm not mistaken, we left the place just because we weren't getting any weed, we weren't getting anything, and it had been a good minute, so we left.
That you arrived in the house September 11th?
Right, it was the same thing.
And it was Detective Quinn with the Atlanta Police Department?
Objection, pleading. I stand objection.
Was Quinn that you spoke with in the Atlanta Police Department?
I cannot recollect.
Do you remember speaking with him that day?
I do not know who Mr. Quinn is.
But did you speak with a detective on scene about the car?
Yes.
And was this, when you were speaking with him, was this before or after the car was borrowed?
This was before or after, sorry.
And
when you gave him that statement, do you remember speaking with him in that moment?
Yes.
And did you, when you spoke with the detective, do you remember, or did you tell him what happened that day fresher in your memory when you spoke with him that moment?
At that point, I think I was just saying anything to get myself out of trouble. I was really scared of getting in trouble for buying weed. So I was fabricating a lot of the things.
Did you tell anyone else, did you speak with anyone else other than the detective?
I think there was a bunch of news cameras there that I spoke to. I think I might have been on the news.
You spoke with the news?
Yeah. At that point, I told him something completely different than what I had told the detective.
Can you describe the person that you lent the car to?
I did not lend the car to anybody.
Question and mischaracterization of the evidence. Nothing be long talking.
Could you please stop speaking your objections? It's objection basis. I don't need an explanation, Mr. Adams.
Make your objection, Judge.
Did you ever loan the car to anyone, Mr.
I sustain the objection as to form.
Was that car ever loaned to someone?
But you just lied.
No.
Stop it. Did you ever give the keys to Brian?
I don't believe I handed him the keys.
When you spoke with Detective Quinn.
Objection.
Basis. Your Honor,
what was the basis, sir?
Objection. Facts not an evidence. Form of the question.
Your Honor, this is impeachment.
Hold on. I sustain this the form of the question.
When you spoke with the law enforcement officer, did you tell him that you gave the keys to Brian Ransom that day?
I could have said a number of things that were not true.
Did you tell the law enforcement officer that you gave the keys to Brian Ransom on September 11, 2020?
I do not recollect.
Did you let Brian Ransom borrow your car?
Objection. Asked and answered.
I'm gonna overrule the objection, Mr. Adams.
What was the question?
While you were at the house, did you
Right.
let Brian Ransom borrow your car?
I don't think I let him borrow the car. I didn't let anybody borrow the car.
Do you recall telling the detective that you let Brian borrow your car?
I do not recollect that.
How many, did you see anyone who went into your car?
I did not.
I sustain the question.
Do you recall telling Detective Quinn that you saw 4 black males get in that car?
Objection. Assumes facts not an evidence.
I'll overrule that, sir.
I do not recollect anybody getting in the car.
How long did you stay at the house after your car left that location?
Had been about 2 hours.
Do you recall telling Detective Quinn that it was about 3 to 4 minutes before that car left that you heard police sirens?
No, I do not. No, it was a good bit.
Did you ever see that car again after it left the house?
After it left the house, yes, I saw it at where it was wrecked.
How did you know where to go?
We just went to the nearest gas station.
Do you recall telling Detective Quinn that you heard police sirens and followed him to the car?
No, once we started walking, we saw all the police, and luckily we were already out, and we felt something was wrong, so we went towards where they were going.
What any of the males who got in the car were wearing?
Absolutely not, no.
Do you recall telling Detective Quinn that one of the guys was wearing a white shirt, a white t-shirt?
No.
Do you know how quickly they got into your car when they jumped into it at that house?
No.
Do you recall telling Detective Quinn that the 4 black males got in your car like this?
At that point, I was telling whoever the detective, anything to get myself out of the situation.
Did you initially tell the police that your car was borrowed from that house?
I think initially I said that I was at the gas station. It got stolen from the gas station.
So your first statement to police was that the car was stolen?
Yes. It was recorded, and then he erased it, and he re-recorded it.
Re-recorded it?
Another statement. He said, that's lies. Tell me the truth. He said, I'm going to delete it and record again. I said, okay.
You're talking about the detective?
The detective.
That day?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever been in a position where you took a statement from a witness, you recorded it,
and then you decided you're going to delete it and not send it over to anyone.
No.
That would be wrong?
Yes.
Tell the jurors why that would be wrong.
Because that's evidence. You're deleting evidence. It doesn't matter if that evidence showed that it meant nothing, but it was a part of your investigative file.
If it is it a crime to delete evidence?
I'm sure it is, yes.
Called obstruction of justice?
Amongst other things.
Tampering with evidence?
And probably oath of office.
Violation of oath of a police officer's office if the officer did that?
Yes, sir.
All right. I want to ask you.
You were investigator for 17 years, I think you indicated?
Yes, sir.
During those 17 years of investigating crimes, did you have an occasion to interview witnesses?
I did.
Did you have an occasion to get statements from those witnesses?
Yes.
Did you, during the course of your investigations, did you start an interview with a person and record it and then erase the recording?
I've done that.
I took off all my necklace. I took off
and a hypothetical. So these are not hypothetical. So if it's okay with the court, can we have a continuing objection to any ruling sustaining that type of objection?
I'm not inclined to do that because there are circumstances where predicate facts have not been introduced before the fact finder, and that objection would be valid.
Do you recall telling Detective Quinn exactly do you recall telling Detective Quinn that you and Brian initially told the police that the car was stolen, but now you're going to tell the truth?
I don't get the form of the question, Steven.
Do you recall telling Detective Quinn that initially you and Brian told him that the car was stolen, but now you're going to tell the truth about what really happened?
Yes, I believe that's the case. We initially said it was stolen just to get everybody out of our hair, and yeah, that was not true.
And you and Brian discussed what you would say to the police before you gave the first statement.
I stand the questions to form.
Did you and Brian discuss that story of the car being stolen before you first spoke with the Atlanta police detective?
I don't believe so. I think we just kind of both thought that was the best answer, and I believe that's why he erased the first statements, because he separated us and asked us, and they didn't match up, so he recorded it again.
11/2013, were there television cameras
I believe there were television cameras.
that were directly listening to you and the detective's conversation?
No, they came at me before I spoke to the detective.
Were all these people that are currently in the courtroom around you when you spoke with the Atlanta Police Department detective on September 11, 2013?
The question was there anybody here?
Correct.
No.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Cross.
What exact location were you at when you spoke with Detective Quinn?
I was beside the car.
Is that the intersection of Macon Drive and Cleveland, if you know?
I do not know.
Is your birthday February 10th, 1990?
No.
What's your birthday?
February 2nd, 1990.
Did you tell Detective Quinn your birthday was February 10th, 1990?
Absolutely not.
You didn't lie about your birthday?
No, that I did not lie about.
And when he started recording, on the recording, Detective Quinn told him you just walked up, right?
No, I waved him down because he was walking around the car. There was a yellow tape all the way around it, maybe 30 feet away from it, 40 feet away from it. The whole parking lot of whatever establishment was there that it wrecked into had yellow tape all over it. I stood at the yellow tape, kind of yelled at him a couple of times. He turned around, didn't pay attention, yelled at him again. Said, "That's my car." He came up, and I do not recall telling what I told the...
You didn't tell Detective Quinn that Brian told us some guy told him to borrow the car?
I do not recall that. No, that sounds a little fabricated.
Did the officer you were speaking with ever tell you to cut to the chase?
I don't believe so. I mean, he was being pretty blunt and pretty blunt with his words. He was being pretty cool. Wasn't really being too professional. telling me that the first thing was bullshit, that we needed to get our story straight and get it right. So
you're saying that the detective realized your initial statement of the car being stolen was, as you say,
Speculation.
I stand the objection.
Your testimony just now was that, in your impression, when the detective said, what you just told us a couple minutes ago was bullshit, what did you mean that to me when he told you that? Did you think he believed your first story? Speculation.
Hold on. I stand the form of the question. You can rephrase it.
Sir, or when you speak with someone and they tell you that what you just told me was bullshit, how do you take that just as a person?
As a person, if I'm lying, I understand that and I take it as I'm taking bullshit. And if I'm not lying, I say that they're full of bullshit.
And if someone tells you that, or you tell someone that, does that mean that what they just told you don't believe, or you do believe?
Possibly that I don't believe them.
At the very end, when you were speaking with the detective, do you recall what you told him?
No, I think at this point I had told 3 different stories.
Did you tell Detective Quinn that this interview is the absolute truth?
Don't exactly remember that being said.
How did you feel when you got subpoenaed?
I felt like it was a jury duty thing. I didn't pay much attention to it. My involvement in this was very small. I thought it could just blow over. And no, I kept getting bothered. My mom kept getting bothered. My brothers were getting bothered. So I just kind of felt I should see what's up with it. And now I know the grand scheme of it, I feel like, or at least how more complicated it is than what I thought. So.
That's fair. Has this case? That's fair. Has this case caused any trouble in your house?
Yes.
Why?
This is something I wanted to put behind me. This is something I didn't want to ever really. I didn't think it was gonna be like that. I worked so hard to get myself straight.
The right, left, excuse me, the right, left side. Front.
Okay, all right.
I'm a recovering heroin. This is something I wanted to put behind me. This is something I didn't want to ever really. I didn't think it was gonna be like that. I worked so hard to get myself straight. I'm a recovering heroin addict. I've been through a lot, and I feel like this was way in the past, and didn't really feel like bringing up this story to any one of my family members. Ever since they have found out that I am the one with the RICO charge. So it is very, it's sad, to say the least.
Were you ever offered to have anyone from the DA's office come meet with you and talk about that day?
I don't exactly know who has been calling and wanting to meet, but there's been very many people, I believe, calling to want to meet for testimonies.
Why did you not let them come meet you and talk about it?
Because I thought my part in this was very irrelevant.
Did they ever ask you if they could meet on Zoom?
Don't recall that.
Did they ever ask you if they could meet on Microsoft Teams?
Don't remember that. I don't even know what those are.
Did they ever ask you to speak over the phone?
That I have spoken over the phone.
Did they ever ask you to talk about what you remember from that day over the phone?
Several times.
Did you only want to speak on the day of your testimony?
I felt like it wasn't necessary. I didn't, honestly, to this day, didn't think I needed to speak ever.
Did you ever say if you got an email, did you have to read it?
I don't read emails. That's just.
Did you ever get the marijuana that you went to that house to buy?
No. They did explain one offered it. And they don't exactly recall them knowing what was going on. They did explain to me afterwards. I asked what happened in my car, and they briefly explained what happened.
So they told you, they gave you information.
Basically, yes.
In addition to asking you questions, they're telling you stuff as well, right?
Right.
All right. You were subpoenaed to come here today, weren't you?
Right.
Okay. What time did you get here?
I got here at around 11.
11 o'clock. All right. You were subpoenaed, as you understand it, by the district attorney's office, right?
Right.
Okay. From the time that you got here, did anyone offer to take you upstairs and let you look at your statement, your old statement, or any recordings or anything that you had given from back in 2013?
The question was, has anybody...
Yeah. Did anyone from the DA's office say, hey, you're here, come upstairs and talk to us, and we'll tell you what we're going to
ask you? Just a second ago, I talked to these two people.
A second ago?
Yeah, just right before I walked in.
Right before they brought you in?
Yes.
Okay. Over the course of the past number of months or past couple of years, anyone ever, I mean, you live somewhere, you have a home, right?
Now I live with my girlfriend, yes.
Okay. Anytime over the course of the past few months, anyone come to your house to attempt to interview you there at your house?
Not personally my house. They have came to my mom's. They have came, they've called my brother. I don't believe they've came to my work yet, but I think that was what they said they would do.
Okay. All right. The DA asked you a question a little while ago, right, about whether at the end of your statement interview you said something to the detective or investigator, whoever it was, about whether everything you said is the absolute truth or something like that, right?
Right.
Your response, if I heard you correctly, was if you did say that, it wasn't true, right?
Right.
You told, I think in your words, at least 3 different stories about what happened that day.
Yes.
It was clear that a lot of things that you told the detective, a lot of things that the DA was asking you about, whether you said to the detective, just wasn't true, right?
Right.
Okay. You don't have any idea what happened with the car once it left your presence until you saw it again. You don't know what happened, right?
I have no idea.
You're not able to tell this jury from any personal knowledge that, hey, this person got in the car or that person got in the car or the car went here or what happened. You don't know anything about that?
No, it was just all what I was being told.
Yeah. You had the car, and then at some point later on, you saw the car was wrecked, right?
Right.
I'm talking about the internet, the ability for the defense bar to be able to access the internet and be able to grab and capture our files, to be able to do our legal research. It's my understanding, of course it hadn't been confirmed, but I believe the district attorney's office is on their own network, private network, so they're able to access, whereas we are having to depend on hotspots which are spotty, which are sometimes shaky in terms of being able to keep the connectivity. So we are asking, as the defense bar, to be able to allow IT to come in and perhaps put a hotspot here in the courtroom or something of that nature so that we can have access to the internet at all times, Judge, respectfully.
There's full co-public, and that is, I believe, on at this point in time.
We have no access.
You should be able to, because anybody in the courthouse, full co-public.
Can't get on. And we haven't been able to get on all week.
Because I'm on it right now.
Yeah.
And I'm on my device.
We can log on, Your Honor, but we can't get internet access through that Wi-Fi network.
Is there anyone on our site that is able to get on full code, Fulton County Public?
No.
All right.
I can do that. That's because that's open to the public. That is what everyone who comes into the courthouse, to include the courthouse crowd, unless we have know that the each chambers has a secure system.
Right. So it's not working for us. Full code public is not working. It hasn't worked. It has to put on the record. It has not worked all last week, and it hasn't worked any this week.
Your Honor, one of our team members was able to get on in the hallway, I believe, but here it's not working.
I can make a phone call, but that's the best I can do in terms of checking the access. But
okay.
Say again. Would you sit down, please? You were doing so well too, Mr. Botts. Okay. Okay. All right. I'll make an inquiry. We'll see what we can.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir.
See. Last name for the court, please. Senior Police Officer Antonius Black. First name spelling Antonius. Last name Black.
Good morning, Senior Police Officer Black. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing okay.
I can say good afternoon.
All right.
Where are you currently employed?
City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been employed there?
With the City of Atlanta Police Department since June 2003. Basically, we were sitting there, we was having a conversation. I was getting ready to pull out on a direct patrol. She heard gunshots. She actually did. I hear it. I heard it, but wasn't sure at the time because I was actually engaged in talking to her. So we both kind of got quiet. Then we started hearing the other type sounds. I heard a sound, and I thought it was possibly like a garbage truck dumping a dumpster. I said, it sounded like a dumpster. Then we started hearing more sounds as it started getting closer. And then that's when I said, it sounds like it's getting closer. And then that thing, a car just dropped to my right, just out of the sky. And then as it dropped to the ground or in the parking lot next to us, it went forward right into the corn laundromat.
I'm going to publish what's been already admitted as State's Exhibit 33, Charlie. Now, with what you just described, do you see where your patrol car was that day?
Yes, sir, right here.
And do you see the car you just mentioned that crashed right next to y'all's patrol car?
The red car that's directly in front of us, up against the corn laundry wall.
Now, when this car landed on your side, the passenger or the driver's side?
It landed on the passenger side.
And what was your initial reaction to seeing this?
Basically, I was very startled, I'll say that. Very startled.
Now,
once it hit, there's like about 4, maybe 5 black males exited that vehicle. I know there was one that was closer to me because basically it's just like a quick reaction. I just jumped out the vehicle. My trainee jumped out the vehicle. The closest guy I grabbed by the collar of his shirt, placed him, told him to get down to the ground. And when I looked back, my trainee was about to pass the vehicle. Then I saw another male. Basically, he already had gotten out the back seat on the passenger side of that red vehicle. And it almost like he was about to try to slip behind her. She didn't see him. And I told her to get the one on the ground, get him.
Now, I want to break this down a little bit. Where did the other males that you described you saw get out of the car go, other than the ones you and Officer Davis?
There were 2 others that, facing this picture, they went towards the right. There's a retaining wall over here. They jumped the retaining wall and the fence over on the right side.
Can you use that pointer to help describe what you just stated? Thank you, sir. Now, Officer Black, if you were to scale that fence and go to your immediate right, what building would you run into?
Basically, it's like backyards. From here?
Correct.
Yeah, this fence. Well, the car right here went through whatever fence that was right here. But there's some more fences over here. You would have jumped in the backyard. So it's like, I want to say 3 houses.
What's on the other side of those houses?
The apartment phase, the other phase of Summerdale Commons.
Is that the phase of Summerdale Commons that uses numbers or letters for the building?
The letters.
Could you get there on foot if you scaled that fence?
Yes, you can. I think it may be 2 fences you probably have to jump before you actually get to 2, maybe 3. The third one's probably separating the residents, the houses, from the apartment complex.
How that area looked back on September 11, 2013 in general?
I mean, it's a map of it. A lot changed, but yeah.
In terms of...
I do have an objection, Judge. May I put some questions to the witness in regards to this
What's your objection, sir?
foundation?
Hold. All right, you can ask him on cross, okay? All right.
Can I state on the record, or can I step up and put my complete objection on the record in regards to why there's a lack of foundation?
He's laid a foundation. I concur. So I'm gonna overrule your objection at this point in time.
Understood. Absolutely.
Do you have another objection you'd like to pose?
No. The base of the objection is foundation.
Okay.
I do not believe he's laid a proper foundation for this photograph.
All right, I'm overruling that objection. Okay.
That's for continuing objection.
Okay. All right.
About how tall was he?
About my height, 6'3", 6'4".
And about how much did he weigh?
Well, I'm at 330, so somewhere close to that. I mean, I'm assuming. So he's close to 300.
So was he? So he was about your height and weight.
Yes.
Would you say you're small or tall?
Compared to others?
Compared to others?
Tall.
All right.
Tall.
All right. Now
he was I ain't gonna say laid out. He was actually sitting up. He didn't want her to leave his side. He was basically holding on to her, the pants leg around the ankles, asking her not to leave.
Was he also injured?
Yes, he was shot.
Now, did you have them on when the car dropped out of the sky and landed next to you?
Yes.
Did you have them on when you saw the 4 to 5 black males run from that car after it hit the wall?
Yes.
How far were you from the red car when you saw the 4 to 5 black males run?
Basically, probably just, I can't say if I was still in the car, my patrol car, or I was jumping out. That part I can't remember exactly.
And I'm gonna publish State's Exhibit 31, Charlie. And ask you one last question, Officer Wagner. How far were you from this retaining wall in State's Exhibit 31, Charlie, when you saw the 2 black males scale that fence?
I was still with the guy that I had put down on the ground. I did not try to leave him. So once I had him in my custody, that's where I stayed. And I just remember just looking up at him, but other than that, I just kept my attention on this guy.
And did you have on your glasses when you saw them scale the fence?
Yes.
Thank you, Officer Black.
Cross.
Your recollection of things that happened back in 2013, true?
Yes.
All right. I think, and you tell me if I'm right or not, that we also talked about the description of the individuals that you saw on that day. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
And specifically, we talked about the gentleman that you grabbed a hold of, the guy who had the injury to the back.
Yes.
And just to be clear, he had a gunshot to the back, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the other guy who was on the ground next to the car that was I guess apprehended by Officer Davis was also suffering from a gunshot wound. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. As a matter of fact, those pictures that we saw up a little while ago with all the blood stains, that's where I think you used the word bleeding out. That's where your guy was bleeding out on kind of the left side, the back of the car, right?
My guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was bleeding in the back.
Right, but in terms
her guy was the one that was doing all the bleeding. So
he was the one on the ground.
Yes.
The guy that you actually, let me back up a little bit, okay? Let me kind of start from the beginning. You and Davis are sitting in the car, right?
Yes.
This car comes kind of flying out of nowhere, lands on the ground, and ends up smack against the laundromat. True?
Yes.
Okay. You see individuals get out of the car.
Yes.
And run, right? Your description or your recollection is that it's 4, maybe 5 individuals, right?
Yes.
Okay. The person who Officer Davis ended up apprehending or interacting with, that person got out of the rear passenger seat of the car. Is that right?
That's where I seen him at, yes.
Okay, that's where you saw him at. Fair to say that person didn't get very far.
No.
All right. The gunshot that he had was it to the leg, the groin area, something like that?
Yeah, it was to the groin area now. Which side, I can't say.
Okay. But he wasn't very mobile. True?
No.
Okay. All right. So we know that guy who was in the car is out and he's laying on the ground. He had on a red shirt, did he not?
I don't remember.
Okay. All right. The guy who got out of the car that you grabbed a hold of, where was he in the car? Do you recall?
No, I don't recall if he was in the front, back, not sure.
Okay. But he was a big guy.
Yes.
He was easily over 6 feet tall.
Yes.
Now, I heard 300 pounds thrown around a little while ago. He was in the area of about 300 pounds.
Close. You can be 280, 305, 310, somewhere.
He was a big guy.
Yeah.
You're a big guy.
Yeah.
I think you told me the other day, you're a little bigger now than you were back then. Back then you were kind of slimmer, trimmer, that sort of thing. My words. You were smaller.
Well, I'd say more toned.
Talk
Yeah.
All right. You've gotten thick fine over here. Okay. Anyway, but he was a big dude.
Yeah.
And he had a gunshot to the back. And he was bleeding as well.
I think it was close to like the shoulder blade areas.
Okay. One of the things I think you testified to, and maybe you told me also, is that you were holding him, and it was after a while that you realized you had blood all over your arm that was coming from him. From
when I grabbed him to the back of his collar.
He had on a blue shirt.
It was like a light blue.
Okay. So we've got the guy on the ground with Davis who has on a shirt. You don't remember the color, right? But you know that the big guy who got out of wherever in the car he got out, he had on a blue shirt. Okay. Now, there were other individuals, you said 4, maybe 5 altogether, right? But at least 2 others you saw go towards the right of where the car landed, right?
Yes.
All right. Would I be correct in saying that you don't really you can't recall a good description of those individuals?
No.
If I were to ask you what they were wearing, you couldn't recall?
No, sir.
If I were to ask you what they looked like, hairstyle, that sort of thing, you couldn't really recall?
No.
Okay. All right. Were you aware of someone else with a blue shirt being apprehended somewhere around the corner?
No.
Okay. The vehicle that was crashed against the laundromat, it was kind of a small car, right? What was it, an Altima?
I don't remember the make and model.
It wasn't a big car.
No, it wasn't no big large sedan. There was.
Okay.
4 doors.
Okay. It's fair to say that your role in this kind of started with that car coming over and dropping there on the ground, and ended with you and Davis kind of interacting with and apprehending these 2 individuals.
Yes.
You didn't conduct any additional investigation.
No.
Right. Oh, the laundromat. You're familiar with that laundromat, and you were familiar with it back then, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you aware of whether there are cameras in that laundromat, or in or around that laundromat?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. Not saying that they're not, you don't recall.
No.
Okay. And granted, this was a little over 10 years ago. Fair?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Would I be correct in saying that you're not sure about whether or not there were cameras on the side of the laundromat closer to that, what you described as a retaining wall?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Did you have any interaction with the other detectives or investigators who showed up on the scene?
I mean, they all showed up on scene. We was all right there in the parking lot.
Okay.
And I was just trying to find out what was going on.
Okay. Did you have any conversations with any detectives or any other officers about getting video from the owner of the laundromat?
No.
Did you have any conversations with that?
No, I don't recall any. No.
Did you talk to, or do you know Officer Detective Quinn?
Mm-hmm.
Did you see him on that day?
I don't remember.
Okay. What about Velasquez? You know Velasquez?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have conversation with him on that day?
I don't remember.
Okay. There is a crime scene. Well, was there a crime scene unit that showed up on the scene?
Yes.
Okay. You would not have had any interaction with the crime scene unit, correct?
No, I really don't have no recall of that either. All I remember is just dealing with what we was dealing with right there. But as for investigation purpose-wise,
wasn't you?
No.
Okay. All right. You don't know what happened before that car came sailing out of the sky, right? What was going on with the car?
No.
Okay. The photo that you were showing earlier, and if I can have photo 1, I think that's 150C. Put back up for me, please. All right. You can see it on the screen to your left?
Yes.
All right. This is an overhead, kind of like a satellite depiction of the entire area. Is that right?
Yes.
This is, you would agree with me, this is a depiction from the common day, from today, from the 2024, right?
With the green trees?
Yeah. Well, okay, maybe.
Summer be wintertime now.
All right, let me put it this way, right? It is wintertime, and trees aren't green. Yes, this is not what the area looked like back in 2013. Is it fair to say?
I mean, a little difference. I know it used to be a McDonald's, but I can't remember if the McDonald's was there then either.
Okay. Fair to say that looking at this picture, you know it, and you know the area because you've patrolled that area. You've been there since 2004.
Yeah.
Okay. So you can look at this photograph and you can say, well, that's the Summerdale Commons apartment complex, and you can see where the Skyline Laundromat is. But the truth is, as we're looking at it, you can't see the fences that you're talking about that you'd have to navigate to get from one location to the next. True?
Yes, that's true.
Okay. And although we see Cleveland Avenue, we see you see what the red pin, whatever they call it, is? All right. That's essentially indicating where the entrance to that part of Summerdale Commons apartment is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. But it's fair to say that you can't see, like you see where the laundromat is, but you don't see the houses that are obscured by the trees right in front of the laundromat, right?
I can see two.
Okay. You talking about the ones with the red tops?
There's a space, but I'm not sure. But there's a space. You want me to show it up here?
All right. Can I approach with the Judge?
You may, sir.
All right. I'm going to play teacher for a second. I'm going to use this. Turn around for me if you get a chance, okay? All right. So that's our laundromat, right?
No.
No?
Nope.
Where's the laundromat?
Where the blue.
Right here?
There it is.
Okay. So that's a laundromat.
Yeah.
And this is...
The tree is covering that parking lot area where we was at. Yeah.
Right here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then, aren't there some houses like right here?
Yeah, I think that's a house right there in that little space.
Okay, but you can't really see that, right?
No.
Okay, but there's some house. There's a house here. There's a fence here.
Yep.
And then there's a wall that comes down. That's where you guys were sitting in the car, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Do you recall helicopter units that came out on that day?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah, because that's when all the noise and stuff started.
Okay.
Like everything was quiet and like everything just broke out.
Next thing you know, you got a car dropping out the sky.
No, I'm talking about after that.
Then you got helicopters flying up above.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, though, you weren't involved with that portion of it in terms of looking for anyone or anything like that, right?
Who?
You know who Officer Bridget Porter is?
Yeah, she's an investigator.
Investigator. Do you recall seeing her on that day?
Yes.
Okay. And you were subpoenaed to come here to testify. You were outside in the hallway, right?
Say again?
You were subpoenaed to come and testify, and before you came in, you were outside in the hallway.
Yes.
Okay. You see Bridget Porter out there?
No.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Any further cross? Mr. Sharp?
Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, how you doing?
Wonderful. How are you?
Okay.
Does Investigator Porter still work for APD?
Yes.
So she's local?
That part, I don't know what department that she's in, but she's an investigator with us, yes.
For Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else? Any redirect, sir?
Briefly, Your Honor. Officer Black, with Stacy's in the 150 Charlie, we were just discussing with Mr.
Apartment building and that.
Right now, I am the owner of a security consultant. Good afternoon, ma'am. Right now, I am the owner of a security consulting business, Velasquez Consultants.
And what do you do as the owner of Velasquez Consultants?
So I do a variety of things under the umbrella of the business. I do expert witness work for civil cases, wrongful death, sexual assault, police procedures cases. I do security evaluations. Also, under the umbrella, I hold the title of Director of Security for the Atlanta Hawks, Director of Team Security. And I've had that position for the last 8 years.
What professional background do you have that qualifies you to do what you do with the Hawks and as the owner of a security firm?
So I was a police officer for 22 years with Atlanta PD, starting in 1995 until my retirement in 2017.
And as a police officer with the Atlanta Police Department, what areas of the department did you work with them?
I started my career as a patrol officer working downtown and midtown Atlanta. I did that for about a year, and then from there I went to a tactical drug unit called Red Dog in 1997, and I stayed in that unit for 2.5 years until the year of 2000. I did a brief stint as a background investigator for police applicants for about 6 months, and then I was promoted to detective in November of 2000. Went to homicide and have stayed in homicide for my entire career, 17 years, or the rest of my career.
With the Atlanta Police Department, does any of the work that you do now have anything to do with the cases that you work at the City of Atlanta Police Department? Do you have to?
Yes.
Okay, what?
So I also have a TV show that highlighted myself, and Detective David Quinn was my partner for 17 years. So the TV show, under the auspice of my business, was for 4 seasons, highlighting the cases we worked, the solved cases that we had. Each episode is about a case, the victim, how we solved it. We've done that for the last 4 years.
And to show those episodes, do you revisit or review any of the files that you worked during that time?
We do.
Laying a foundation for other questions.
I'll give you a little bit of latitude. Overruled objection.
Thank you. You may answer that question.
Yes, we do.
During your time with the Atlanta Police Department, were you certified as a law enforcement officer by the state of Georgia?
I was.
That you worked at the City of Atlanta Police Department. Do you have to?
Yes.
Okay. What?
So I also have a TV show that highlighted myself, and Detective David Quinn was my partner for 17 years. So the TV show, under the auspice of my business, was for 4 seasons, highlighting the cases we worked, the solved cases that we had. Each episode is about a case, the victim, how we solved it. I was in Red Dog. We were in Zone 3 heavily, and then throughout my career in homicide, cases where I either was the lead detective, assisting detective, or even witnesses to other homicides, residents that lived in Zone 3, so I spent a lot of time in Zone 3.
And you were able to give a number to how many cases you worked involving residents of Zone 3?
Hundreds, over 300. Well, combined from when I was in Red Dog, we were in Zone 3 heavily, and then throughout my career in homicide.
Your report if you need to.
Sure. So starting out with this is actually the crime scene sketch. Starting out with the building numbers, obviously building 300, building 100, apartment 306, and then starting with number 1, and you can see the line goes to the arrow into building 300, is a hole in the wall of building 300. I'm sorry, a hole in the window.
I'm sorry, we're having a little bit of a. There we go. Please continue.
1 represents a hole in the window of building 300, apartment 306. Number 2 represents a hole in the wall. 1 is the window, 2 is the hole in the wall, apartment 306. Evidence marker number 3 on this sketch in this grassy area indicates .40 caliber shell casing. Number 4, evidence marker on a sketch, .40 caliber shell casing. Number 5, .40 caliber shell casing. Number 6 represents foam from the detective's vehicle. Number 7 represents foam from the detective's vehicle. Number 8 represents foam from the detective's vehicle. Number 9, right here, represents foam from the detective's vehicle. And number 10 which is right here, represents the 9mm shell casing. And just to go back here to give you an idea, this is Old Hapeville Road, and this is the front entrance to Somerville Commons Apartments.
Thank you. You may take your seat.
Thank you.
Why do you draw a crime scene diagram if you already have photographs of the evidence that is collected at your direction?
Part of the reason we create a sketch and diagram and do measurements is to get an overall view of the evidence as it sits at a scene. The second part of that reason is there are times where we may need to recreate a crime scene. We may need to go back out to a location and actually place evidence back where it was located. That's why we measure. We use reference points so we could clearly actually go out to this scene right today, if it would still remain in the same situation it was in 2013, and place a casing, place a piece of foam if we needed to physically see this again.
Lady Justice is blind. Everybody can get it.
That's one reason. The more general reason is to demonstrate, as I just did now, the overall view of a crime scene from the topical view.
Basically a brainchild of David and I throughout the years working, first 48 working cases.
Wow.
We hooked up with some
having a glass
and
of wine.
Drinking a Corona, and from there that sparked some interest, and then they started shopping this thing around. And I mean, TV1 came in and was like, "Look, you guys are exactly what we're looking for."
Wow, how long?
This is other media outlets.
Wow.
TV1 saw the 2-minute sizzle reel and they were all over it. Because what was interesting, they said, we want you to be you on the screen like you are in the street.
Yeah.
And that's what's up. And they let us, help out with the producing. It was lovely.
Yeah, and that's the thing with us. When we looked at what you had,
oh darn!
on the street, this is how we
The car that were collected from the scene.
154C is a piece of the vehicle from the detective's vehicle. 151C, also a piece of the detective's vehicle. 155C, also a piece of the detective's vehicle. And 153C, also a piece of the detective's vehicle.
And 152, Charlie, are these the shell casings that were collected from the scene?
May I look inside? Yes, they are.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all that I have now.
Thank you.
Cross.
If I heard you correctly, you worked with APD, Atlanta Police Department, for 22 years, or was it more than that?
22.
You left the Atlanta Police Department in what year?
2017.
Did you work in the Fulton County DA's office for some period of time?
I did. I was assigned to the DA's office, yes.
You were assigned to the DA's office from?
2004 until, I believe, 2009. I was multi-agency cold case squad.
Okay. So what that means, well, tell me, if what that means is that you're an APD officer, but you're assigned to work with the Fulton County DA's office for a specific purpose.
That was correct, yes.
Cold case squad, is that what that was?
Yes.
Is it? It is not one. It is not one. All right. Thank you, ma'am. Let me jump into that a little bit. You are familiar with with Zone 3, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're familiar with Zone 3 and specifically the Cleveland Avenue corridor based on your years as a police officer.
I am.
Based on the work that you've done in that area.
Yes.
You were asked last week, and I believe you testified, that over the period of time that you worked in that area, you spoke to numerous people in the Zone 3. And I'm going to kind of confine it to Cleveland Avenue corridor, in that corridor. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. People who lived there, who were residents, right?
Correct.
People who were witnesses for different offenses or different crimes or different things you were investigating, right?
Yes.
You've arrested numerous people in that area, correct?
I have.
You worked with, did I hear you say that you worked with the Red Dog Squad at some point?
I did.
Okay. How long were you a Red Dog officer?
2.5 years.
Okay. During that period of time, now, is Red Dog primarily focused on drug-related offenses?
Drugs and, well, all levels of street crime, drugs, weapons, things of that nature.
During the period of time that you worked as a Red Dog officer, you had occasion to arrest a number of people in the Cleveland Avenue corridor.
That's an accurate representation.
Inaccurate?
That is accurate.
Okay.
Yes.
You would serve search warrants.
We did.
You would serve arrest warrants, arrest people, right?
We did.
You became familiar with what the general trends and the crimes and so forth were in that area. Is that fair to say?
During that time, yes.
Yes. And in fact, during your entire period of time as an Atlanta Police Department officer, you would say that that area is a high crime area.
In Zone 3, in particular, the Cleveland Avenue area of Zone 3.
But let's say Zone 3 first.
I would say it is one of the 6 zones that have an increased level of crime, yes.
Okay. And specifically the Cleveland Avenue corridor, very high crime area.
It would be difficult for me to characterize the Cleveland Avenue area as having more crime than another particular area. I think that would require me to do some analysis.
Okay.
So I wasn't prepared for that, so I don't know if I can testify to that.
Well, let me just ask you about your experience.
Certainly.
Would it be fair to say that you have investigated numerous murders in the Cleveland Avenue corridor?
Objection as to vague, numerous.
I sustain the objection.
All right. You have investigated murders in the Cleveland Avenue area?
Yes.
More than one?
I have.
More than 10?
I don't know. And to be quite honest with you, from being in homicide for 17 years, it's difficult for me to think about, I probably could come up with that analysis, but as I sit here today, it would take some time for me to really go back and think about that.
Okay.
I have personally handled homicides in Zone 1 through 6, so I can't tell you if that Cleveland Avenue area or Zone 3 was significantly more than Zone 1 or Zone 4.
All right. When you were asked last week to talk about that area and what you knew about the area, I think I heard you describe it as it's an area where people are trying to get by, right?
I did say that.
It is a poor area. Was that fair to say?
I think it's economically depressed, yes.
I mean, it was part of the Atlanta Empowerment Zone, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Okay. It is an area that has about, 30% employment. Isn't that about right?
I don't know the employment statistics of Zone 3.
Okay. There are a lot of drug crimes that go on in that area.
Objection as to vague.
There are drug crimes that go on in that area, correct?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Judge.
That's all right.
True?
I have personally, while working Red Dog, arrested a good amount of people in Zone 3 for drug possession, yes. In the 90s, specifically.
Right. There are, in the 90s, would that be the main period of time that you worked on the street, for lack of a better phrase?
Yes, specifically from 1997, mid-1997 to November of 2000.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that if you are a child or a juvenile growing up in that area, you're growing up in a pretty rough area?
Objection, speculation, and vague.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Based on the time that you spent in that area, did you have occasion to interact with the people who lived in that area, including young folks?
I did.
Okay. Would you say, based on your interaction and your observations, that growing up as a young person in that area appeared to be a difficult endeavor?
Objection, that is ambiguous, vague.
I'll rule the objection.
I don't have an answer for that. I think that would require me to put forth a robust analysis. I'm not prepared to testify to that right now.
All right. Based on your observation, and I think the number that I wrote down that you said was that, let me get it right, that you probably had occasion to visit more than 150 homes in the Cleveland Avenue area during your time as a police officer. Is that about right?
I think I may have testified in Zone 3, not specifically Cleveland Avenue, yes.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that from your observation, your experience, that people who live in that area are working hard, trying to get out of poverty, trying to get out of that area? Is that fair to say?
Objection, compound question.
Stay the question.
You had occasion to, have you had occasion during the period of time that you interacted with the folks in Zone 3 to come across young folks who were trying to find any way to make it in that area?
I think my experience has been, overall, if we're specifically talking about young folks, I think I've experienced more young folks who are making it in a relative sense of living in a neighborhood, going to school, doing what they were supposed to do. My recollection of knocking on doors and talking to people, witnesses, and families, many of the children that I either spoke to or observed were like any other kids that I've experienced in my life, personally and professionally.
Wanting to do better, right?
I think generally speaking, everyone wants to do better. Sure. I don't know that that's specific to Zone 3.
Right, but coming up in an area that you've described, that we've been talking about, where there's a significant amount of crime, right?
Objection, Your Honor, with a significant amount.
Stand the objection, sir.
Where there's crime, all right, it's a tough area, right? Is that fair to say?
Overall, Zone 3, I think, I don't know if I can say Zone 3 itself is a tough area. I think there are pockets in Zone 3 that are a little more challenging than others.
Okay. It would be challenging to come up there as a youngster. Would you agree with that?
I think my analysis is more so based on crime. There are some pockets of crime in Zone 3 that are a little more prevalent than other areas of Zone 3.
And if you live in that area, you are, well, for lack of a better word, in the middle of those pockets of crime. Is that fair to say?
Objection, Your Honor, that's debatable.
Stand the question.
All right. So let me ask you a little bit about your role as an investigator, and specifically this investigation. In this case, Detective Quinn was the lead investigator in regards to this incident.
That's correct.
And when I say this incident, we're talking about this incident that occurred on September the 11th of 2013. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. This was an incident, as you know it to be, based on your involvement, of a shooting that occurred in the Summerdale Commons apartment complex, right?
Yes.
Followed by the discharge or the shooting of a weapon by a police officer, Robeson L., right?
Correct.
The shooting of two individuals identified in a car, a maroon car, right?
Correct.
And a car crashing into a laundromat, and individuals getting out of that car, right?
Correct.
All right. Now, 22 years on the force, Red Dog, working with the DA's office, you understand, and certainly you did then, the need for a thorough investigation, right?
Yes.
You want to do a thorough investigation anytime you're involved in one because there are important things at stake. For example, whether a person who has committed a crime is apprehended or not. True?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that as a compound question.
I'll sustain this form. You can break it up.
Sure, I'll break it down. You want to do a thorough investigation because if someone has committed a crime, you want to try as best you can to apprehend the person who has committed that crime. Is that true?
I would agree. I would agree.
Okay. You would want to identify someone who has committed a crime versus someone who has not committed a crime. Is that fair to say?
Objection, Your Honor, vague. Because they may have to identify witnesses.
Question.
All right. Break down even more. All right? For everyone. In this case, you knew as part of your investigation that there were allegedly multiple individuals who came out of a vehicle. Is that fair to say?
I did learn that later, yes.
Right, as part of your investigation, right?
Correct.
Okay. In investigating a case, one of the things you might want to do would be to take statements from witnesses. Is that true?
I would agree.
Right. And as a police officer, you take a statement from a witness to get as accurate an account of what that witness saw as possible. True?
I would agree.
All right. You would want to hear from that particular witness in their own words what they knew or what they experienced. True?
That's what taking a statement entails, yes.
Right. And if you are a police officer or an investigator taking a statement from a witness, you don't tell them what happened. You listen to them tell you what happened. Is that true? How is that? I'm sorry.
And compound.
I'll stand as the compound.
Okay. If you as a police officer or investigator are interviewing a witness, you would not want to tell that witness what they saw, would you?
No.
You would want to have that witness tell you what they saw, correct?
Correct.
And you're stuck, I mean, whatever they tell you, it is what it is, right?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. Well, I mean, if a witness tells you something and you are recording that statement.
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to speculation. If the witness tells something in the report.
I stand as speculation.
Okay. When witnesses give statements, sometimes you record those statements, right?
Sometimes.
All right. And you talked in your direct examination when the prosecutor asked you some questions about policy and procedure. You talked about the need to observe proper police policy, right?
Right.
It is not proper police policy to erase the statement of a witness and then tell them, now let's start over, right?
An official statement, and I think in context, erase in what context?
If a witness gives you a statement and you record that statement.
Your Honor, objection as to speculation.
I stand the objection.
Is it police policy to record a statement from a witness and then erase the statement?
There is no policy that exists that specifically addresses that.
Okay. Is that proper protocol?
It could be.
Okay.
It could. People, and I think in context, typically interviewing witnesses and sometimes even suspects, more often than not, they lie. Many times witnesses have told lies.
Okay.
And we, doing this job long enough, understand when we start to see that developing.
All right, but
I wasn't done. I wasn't finished, sir.
Go ahead. Finish for me.
So, in that context, when one is taking a statement, if you choose to record that and it is, in your opinion, complete fabrication, it doesn't line up with the facts, we could stop the tape and re-record it.
Okay.
Once we start presenting facts or challenging that witness or suspect, and then they, I hate to use this word, but a come to Jesus meeting, where we're like, okay, this is a lie, you know, you lied, let's get down to the nitty gritty now.
Is it your role to make a determination as to when someone's lying or not?
Objection, Your Honor, as to vagueness.
Oh.
In what context?
I stand the objection.
In the course of a police investigation, right, if a witness gives you a statement, right, is it your role to determine what statement is true and what statement is not true?
Your Honor, this is speculation.
I stand the question.
When you record statements, is one of the reasons that you're recording the statements for purposes of perhaps passing that information on to, let's say, a prosecutor's office later on?
Yes.
When you record a statement as an investigator, is part of the reason that you're recording the statement so that you can later on go back and look at or listen to what a witness said?
That's part of it, yes.
When you record a statement, is one of the reasons that you record a statement so that you can compare that witness's statement against other witnesses' statements?
That would be corroboration, yes.
Right. And so if a witness gives you a statement and you erase it, you no longer have that statement that was given previously. Is that right?
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to finish my question.
Yeah, I know. I followed your questions. I apologize. I object as to speculation.
I sustain the question.
In this case, are you aware of any statements that were taken and then subsequently erased?
No.
You testified earlier about, and you were showing photographs of the debris from the vehicle in the Summerdale Commons Apartments. Remember that?
I do.
Okay. Did you also go to the location of the laundromat where the car had collided with the wall of the laundromat? Did you go there?
I did.
All right. Did you have occasion to either search for or to retrieve any video surveillance from that laundromat?
No, I just merely drove there. I don't even think I got out of the car.
Okay. You didn't speak to anyone at that location?
Not at all.
Okay. Are you aware of whether any video surveillance was recovered from that laundromat?
I'm not aware. Okay. Whether it was or was not, I don't know.
Who would have been, if you know, who would have been responsible for retrieving any video surveillance from the laundromat if there was any?
Objection, Your Honor.
He's the investigator, Judge.
I sustain the objection, no.
Do you know if a crime scene person or anyone else involved in the investigation sought or received video surveillance from the laundromat?
Your Honor, I'm going to subject ask and answer.
I'll allow that one.
I do not know.
Okay. Did you seek or obtain any video surveillance from the apartment complex?
There was none.
Okay. And whom did you check with in regards to that?
The manager. And also my observation of the buildings not having cameras.
Okay, so there are no surveillance cameras at any of the buildings at that location?
That was my interpretation from what she said in my observations, yes.
You testified earlier about radio traffic and communicating with, was it Investigator Quinn that you communicated with over the radio while you were at the crime scene?
I don't believe that's what I testified to, but I could have.
Okay.
It wouldn't be uncommon for me, he and I, to communicate over the radio.
Okay. Did you testify previously that there was someone that you were talking to on the radio where you had to switch channel to talk to someone?
I think my testimony was not specifically me communicating with someone. It was generally speaking of what happens in a chaotic scene like that, where the dispatcher requests all the units on the scene to switch to what's called a TAC channel.
Okay. Were you monitoring the radio traffic during the investigation? And obviously you arrived after the fact. So were you monitoring the radio traffic afterwards?
I think so. For clarity,
when you were at the scene.
So there's several channels that are involved here. You have Zone 3, Detective Radio, and TAC. So specifically, which
any?
I was probably still on Detective Radio. I just don't specifically recall.
Okay.
And then when the dispatcher advises people to go to TAC, I likely switched over to the TAC channel as well.
Okay. Were you involved in looking for any suspects on that day?
No.
Okay. Were you involved in assigning anyone to look for any suspects on that day?
I was not.
Were you involved in taking any descriptions of possible suspects on that day?
I did take 2 statements from 2 of the officers involved. I don't recall in my questioning.
I would object to any testimony that is hearsay from anyone not existing.
I've not asked for any hearsay testimony, Your Honor. The question was whether or not he, or a specific question did not call for hearsay. Actually, I'll ask the question again.
Oh, wait a second.
Yes. Were you?
Yeah, you can answer that.
Can you answer the question again?
Were you involved in taking any descriptions of potential suspects on that day?
I could have. I took 2 statements from 2 officers. I don't recall whether I specifically asked them to give me those descriptions. I may have. I'd have to read their statements.
Okay. Did you have any interaction with the individuals who were arrested by Officer Black, Officer Davis?
No.
Okay. Were those individuals gone by the time you arrived at that location?
I don't recall seeing any suspects, so I would assume yes.
Okay. Was there a point where Detective Lewis, you know who Detective Lewis is?
I'm not familiar with Detective Lewis.
Was there a Detective Lewis involved in this investigation on this day that you recall?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Do you recall receiving any photographs of someone named Adrian Bean?
I'm sorry, I do recall. My memory is reflected. Tracy Lewis. Detective Lewis did send me a photograph of Adrian Bean.
Okay. What did you do with that photograph of Adrian Bean?
I believe I sent it to Detective Quinn either via email or text.
Okay. You did not have any interaction personally with Adrian Bean, is that correct?
No.
Did you understand him to be someone who was in the vehicle that was at issue in this case?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. That will call for hearsay.
I stand objection.
All right. Let's go back a little bit and talk about the evidence that was shown to you by the state last week. You were aware that this red burgundy-ish vehicle was part of this incident, correct? The one that went into the laundromat, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, tell me if you were aware of whether there were any fingerprints retrieved from that vehicle.
I don't know.
Do you know whether or not there were any hair or fibers retrieved from that vehicle?
I don't know. I wasn't involved in that part of the investigation.
And then I got a tragedy. Well, no, we ain't fine. But I always say the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
What?
Simply because you don't have evidence that something does exist does not mean that you have evidence that something doesn't exist.
What?
What country you from?
What?
What ain't no country I ever heard of. They speak English in what?
Peace to the family. Welcome to Flesh of the Gods. So you want to get your hands on some slime coins? No problem. Just jump into the chat, drop a message, and boom, you'll be gifted your first points. Now, if you want to see how many you've got, just type !slime coins in the chat, one word, no spaces, and you'll see your balance pop up in the chat. And when you're ready to redeem them, look up at the top of the screen for command prompts. The commands on the top left will alter the stream. The commands on the top right will summon puppets. You can donate via Cash App at $Versatile369 or the PayPal link in the video description. Thank you for tapping into the most interactive live stream. Like, share, and subscribe for more. Your support is greatly appreciated. Stay fresh and stay blessed, family.
From a witness, you don't tell them what happened. You listen to them tell you what happened. Is that true? How is that? I'm sorry.
And compound.
I'll stand as the compound.
Okay. If you as a police officer or investigator are interviewing a witness, you would not want to tell that witness what they saw, would you?
No.
You would want to have that witness tell you what they saw, correct?
Correct.
And you're stuck, whatever they tell you, it is what it is, right?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay, well, if a witness tells you something and you are recording that statement.
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to speculation. If the witness tells something and
I sustain this as speculation.
Okay. When witnesses give statements, sometimes you record those statements, right?
Sometimes.
All right. And you talked in your direct examination when the prosecutor asked you some questions about policy and procedure. You talked about the need to observe proper police policy, right?
Right.
It is not proper police policy to erase the statement of a witness and then tell them, now let's start over, right?
An official statement, and I think in context, erase in what context?
If a witness gives you a statement and you record that statement.
Your Honor, objection as to speculation.
I sustain the objection.
Is it police policy to record a statement from a witness and then erase the statement?
There is no policy that exists that specifically addresses that.
Okay. Is that proper protocol?
It could be.
Okay.
It could. People, and I think in context, typically interviewing witnesses and sometimes even suspects, more often than not, they lie. Many times witnesses have told lies.
Okay.
And we, doing this job long enough, understand when we start to see that developing.
All right, but
I wasn't done. I wasn't finished, sir.
Go ahead. Finish for me.
So, in that context, when one is taking a statement, if you choose to record that and it is, in your opinion, complete fabrication, it doesn't line up with the facts, we could stop the tape and re-record it.
Okay.
Once we start presenting facts or challenging that witness or suspect, and then they, I hate to use this word, but a come to Jesus meeting, where we're like, okay, this is a lie, you know, you lied, let's get down to the nitty gritty now.
Is it your role to make a determination as to when someone's lying or not?
Objection, Your Honor, as to vagueness.
Oh.
In what context?
I sustain the objection.
In the course of a police investigation, right, if a witness gives you a statement, right, is it your role to determine what statement is true and what statement is not true?
Your Honor, this is speculation.
I sustain the question.
When you record statements, is one of the reasons that you're recording the statements for purposes of perhaps passing that information on to, let's say, a prosecutor's office later on?
Yes.
When you record a statement as an investigator, is part of the reason that you're recording the statement so that you can later on go back and look at or listen to what a witness said?
That's part of it, yes.
When you record a statement, is one of the reasons that you record a statement so that you can compare that witness's statement against other witnesses' statements?
That would be corroboration, yes.
Right. And so if a witness gives you a statement and you erase it, you no longer have that statement that was given previously. Is that right?
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to finish my question.
Yeah, I followed your question, so I apologize. I object as to speculation.
I sustain the question.
In this case, are you aware of any statements that were taken and then subsequently erased?
No.
You testified earlier about, and you were showing photographs of the debris from the vehicle in the Summerdale Commons Apartments. Remember that?
I do.
Okay. Did you also go to the location of the laundromat where the car had collided with the wall of the laundromat? Did you go there?
I did.
All right. Did you have occasion to either search for or to retrieve any video surveillance from that laundromat?
No, I just merely drove there. I don't even think I got out of the car.
Okay. You didn't speak to anyone at that location?
Not at all.
Are you aware of whether any video surveillance was recovered from that laundromat?
I'm not aware.
Okay.
Whether it was or was not, I don't know.
Who would have been, if you know, who would have been responsible for retrieving any video surveillance from the laundromat if there was any?
Objection, Your Honor.
He's the investigator, Judge.
I sustain the objection, no.
Do you know if a crime scene person or anyone else involved in the investigation sought or received video surveillance from the laundromat?
Your Honor, I'm going to subject ask and answer.
I'll allow that one.
I do not know.
Did you seek or obtain any video surveillance from the apartment complex?
There was none.
Okay. And whom did you check with in regards to that?
The manager. And also my observation of the buildings not having cameras.
Okay, so there are no surveillance cameras at any of the buildings at that location?
That was my interpretation from what she said in my observations, yes.
You testified earlier about radio traffic and communicating with, was it Investigator Quinn that you communicated with over the radio while you were at the crime scene?
I don't believe that's what I testified to, but I could have.
Okay.
It wouldn't be uncommon for me, he and I, to communicate over the radio.
Okay. Did you testify previously that there was someone that you were talking to on the radio where you had to switch channel to talk to someone?
I think my testimony was not specifically me communicating with someone. It was generally speaking of what happens in a chaotic scene like that, where the dispatcher requests all the units on the scene to switch to what's called a TAC channel.
Okay. Were you monitoring the radio traffic during the investigation? And obviously you arrived after the fact. So were you monitoring the radio traffic afterwards?
I think so. For clarity,
when you were at the scene.
So there's several channels that are involved here. You have Zone 3, Detective Radio, and TAC. So specifically, which
any?
I was probably still on Detective Radio. I just don't specifically recall.
Okay.
And then when the dispatcher advises people to go to TAC, I likely switched over to the TAC channel as well.
Okay. Were you involved in looking for any suspects on that day?
No.
Okay. Were you involved in assigning anyone to look for any suspects on that day?
I was not.
Were you involved in taking any descriptions of possible suspects on that day?
I did take 2 statements from 2 of the officers involved. I don't recall in my questioning.
I would object to any testimony that is hearsay from anyone not.
I've not asked for any hearsay testimony, Your Honor. The question was whether or not he, or a specific question did not call for hearsay. Actually, I'll ask the question again.
Wait a second.
He needs some milk.
Yes. Were you?
Yeah, you can answer that.
Can you answer the question again?
Were you involved in taking any descriptions of potential suspects on that day?
Again, I could have. I took 2 statements from 2 officers. I don't recall whether I specifically asked them to give me those descriptions. I may have. I'd have to read their statements.
Okay. Did you have any interaction with the individuals who were arrested by Officer Black, Officer Davis?
No.
Okay. Were those individuals gone by the time you arrived at that location?
I don't recall seeing any suspects, so I would assume yes.
Okay. Was there a point where Detective Lewis, you know who Detective Lewis is?
I'm not familiar with Detective Lewis.
Was there a Detective Lewis involved in this investigation on this day that you recall?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Do you recall receiving any photographs of someone named Adrian Bean?
I'm sorry, I do recall. My memory is reflected. Tracy Lewis. Detective Lewis did send me a photograph of Adrian Bean.
Okay. What did you do with that photograph of Adrian Bean?
I believe I sent it to Detective Quinn either via email or text.
Okay. You did not have any interaction personally with Adrian Bean, is that correct?
No.
Did you understand him to be someone who was in the vehicle that was at issue in this case?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. That will call for hearsay.
I stand objection.
All right. Let's go back a little bit and talk about the evidence that was shown to you by the state last week. You were aware that this red burgundy-ish vehicle was part of this incident, correct? The one that went into the laundromat, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, tell me if you were aware of whether there were any fingerprints retrieved from that vehicle.
I don't know.
Do you know whether or not there were any hair or fibers retrieved from that vehicle?
I don't know. I wasn't involved in that part of the investigation.
The bullet defects that you were shown last week, remember you were shown a photograph of, when I said bullet defect, a hole in the window in building 300, I think?
Yes, sir.
Where a bullet had gone through. Was the bullet defect or the bullet itself actually retrieved from the wall inside of that apartment?
It was not.
Were you or anyone else able to determine which gun or what gun fired the bullet that went through that window?
No.
We know, though, and you know as part of your investigation, that Detective and Investigator Officer Robeson L. actually discharged his weapon a number of times. Is that correct?
Correct.
In fact, there were shell casings that were found there at the location that came from his gun. Is that right? Or do you know that?
I don't know conclusively. I've not read the crime lab report. It's assumed they were the same caliber, same make and manufacturer as the ammunition that we carry.
Okay. The vehicle that was shown last week, the one that had the broken out rear window, all right? Was there a bullet fragment or bullet or anything found inside of the vehicle that actually made that broke the window? Was a bullet retrieved?
I wasn't involved in that part of the investigation. I don't know.
Would it be fair to say that you don't know, we don't know what bullet actually broke that window?
Your Honor, I want to object. That call for speculation.
Your Honor, I apologize for interrupting the state earlier, but the state can talk the ears off a donkey. This continued filibustering has got to stop.
Still cause for speculation. I'm stand objection.
Was that vehicle with the broken window located in the same area where Officer Robeson L. discharged his firearm?
Your Honor, I'm going to object because that would call for hearsay.
If he knows, Your Honor.
No, I'll rule my objection. If he knows.
If you're referring to the red vehicle involving the incident, the only...
No.
I'm sorry.
No, the one that had the broken out rear window. I guess it was a silver vehicle. I'll tell you what type of vehicle.
Suburban.
Suburban. Was it a Suburban or a Tahoe?
Or the SUV.
Right. You know what I'm talking about.
I understand which vehicle you're speaking. Can you ask the question again, please?
Yeah. Was that vehicle located in the same area where Officer Robeson discharged his firearm?
It was located in the same apartment complex, and I think area is a vague term. I'm not sure what you mean by area.
Well, do you know...
Proximity of where shell casings were was not far from there.
So, do you know where it was Officer Robeson was when he discharged his firearm?
And Your Honor, that would call for hearsay, so I object.
I stand objection.
Do you know where the shell casing from Officer Robeson L's gun was located in the complex?
I object, Your Honor. That would call for speculation.
That's based on his observation, Your Honor.
Yes, I'm a stand objection.
Did you see the a 40 caliber shell casing?
I located 3.
Okay. Where were they located?
Can I refer to my report?
Absolutely.
So my report, as I listed the evidence evidence marker 3, 4, and 5 are the shell cases, the 40 caliber shell casings.
Okay.
And when you are measuring evidence, you pick 2 points of reference, point A and point B, to triangulate the evidence. Point A, just for the purpose of measurements, was the southwest corner of building 100. Point B is the southeast corner of building 100. So from, do you want me to actually give the measurements, sir?
No, I don't need the measurements.
Oh, that's the only thing I can testify to.
Okay. You know generally where they were located in the apartment complex. Is that fair to say?
I do, according to my measurements, yes.
Okay. And so, knowing where those shell casings were located, and do you know where the vehicle, the SUV, was located that had the rear window shot out?
Yes.
Okay. Were those shell casings in close proximity to that vehicle?
I don't know how the objection is too vague, way too close.
That's the objection.
Give us, if you would, don't say close or far or around. Just give us the measurement, the distance from the shell casings to the vehicle.
There is no measurement. So we don't measure. The measurement is for the evidence location. But based on my diagram, I can testify the vehicle was by the front gate, leasing office, and shell case, well, the casings, evidence marker 3, 4, and 5, the 40 caliber shell casings, were just across the entrance gate. And just thinking back and looking at the photographs, I would estimate probably 50 feet.
50 feet.
Give or take.
Thank you. Did you have, you did not have any interaction with someone by the name of Walter Murphy on that day, did you?
No, sir.
Were you involved in the decision to issue any charges or taking out any warrants against anyone by the name of Walter Murphy?
I was not.
Were you at any time after this day, September 11th of 2013, called upon to testify in any form or fashion in any case involving a Walter Murphy?
I was not.
So, if I hear your testimony correctly, you went to the location on that day, true?
I did.
You drew the legend that kind of made reference to where the different items of evidence were, correct?
I did.
You drove to the laundromat, true?
Yes.
You did not interview anyone arrested in this case, correct?
Correct.
You were not the lead investigator.
I was not.
You spoke to 2 officers, correct?
I took statements from 2 officers.
Okay. Was Officer Porter, Bridget Porter, one of those people?
Yes.
Okay. Without telling us what she said, were you able to get a written statement, or a statement, I don't know if it was written or not, from Officer Porter?
Yes.
Was it your understanding from investigating this case and talking to her that she was a witness to a portion of this incident?
That calls for hearsay.
Your Honor, it goes to his investigation. If he...
It's still hearsay.
Did you talk to Officer Porter because you believe that she was a witness to this case and was necessary in your investigation?
I'm going to sustain the question. It's compounded.
Okay. Did you believe, based on your investigation, that Officer Porter was a witness in this case?
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, objection. You can answer it.
Yes.
All right. And was that the reason that you spoke to her?
Yes.
And was that the reason that you took a statement from her?
Yes.
And as we discussed before, when you take statements, those statements may later on be passed on to the prosecuting authority, like the DA's office, right?
Correct.
So that they would have the information that you garnered from that witness, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Any reason to believe that wasn't done in this case?
What wasn't done?
That the information in regards to Officer Porter wasn't passed on?
I don't have any reason to believe it wasn't, no.
Okay. Did you leave, I mean, have I properly summarized essentially what you did in regards to this case, or was there something else that you did?
Object as to testimony regarding properly summarized. He's testifying.
I sustain the objection.
All right. The question I asked you before about the things that you did, going to the location, going to the laundromat, are those the things that you did on that day?
Yes.
All right. Did you at some point leave the scene?
Yes.
Did you have any further involvement in the case after that?
Taking 2 statements back at homicide, yes.
Okay. And after that, anything else?
No.
Okay. One moment, please.
Yes, sir.
How many murders did you investigate in Jonesboro South Apartments?
My recollection, personally, 2 that I can recall in my 17 years.
How about drug crimes?
In the 90s, I think maybe 3 or 4 arrests I personally made in Jonesboro South.
Was Jonesboro South a subsidized housing community?
It was part of the Atlanta Housing Authority.
And when you investigated drugs and murders in Jonesboro South Apartments, did you have an occasion to talk to members out there in the community?
I did.
Did those members in the community talk back to you and give you helpful information?
Yes, often.
Were there ones that did not?
There were some residents who were not helpful.
Would you agree that Jonesboro South Apartments was a lower income community?
Yes.
Would you agree that many of the residents out in Jonesboro South were at the poverty level?
I think based on it being a housing property, subsidized housing, yes.
Okay. Now, you were investigated for 17 years, I think you indicated?
Yes, sir.
During those 17 years of investigating crimes, did you have an occasion to interview witnesses?
I did.
Did you have an occasion to get statements from those witnesses?
Yes.
Did you, during the course of your investigations, did you start an interview with a person and record it and then erase the recording?
I've done that.
Have you ever been in a position where you took a statement from a witness, you recorded it, and then you decided you're going to delete it and not send it over to anyone?
No.
That would be wrong?
Yes.
Tell the jurors why that would be wrong.
Because that's evidence. You're deleting evidence. It doesn't matter if that evidence showed that it meant nothing, but it was a part of your investigative file.
If it is it a crime to delete evidence?
I'm sure it is, yes.
Called obstruction of justice?
Amongst other things.
Tampering with evidence?
And probably oath of office.
Violation of oath of a police officer's office if an officer did that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I want to ask you.
You were investigated for 17 years, I think you indicated?
Yes, sir.
During those 17 years of investigating crimes, did you have an occasion to interview witnesses?
I did.
Did you have an occasion to get statements from those witnesses?
Yes.
Did you, during the course of your investigations, did you start an interview with a person and record it and then erase the recording?
I've done that.
How many times have you done that?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Goes to credibility, Your Honor.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't know. As I testified before, in context, many times I would have a tape recorder just running in my lapel, in my pocket, and knocking on doors. And again, as I'm interviewing someone or witnesses especially, they would lie. I would have facts or have a feeling, even not even knowing. And then through the conversation, start over and say, okay, an official statement, and then speak on the official statement that what you told me before was untrue, and then record that statement and submit it.
So you're using the term official statement. When does a statement become official to you?
I think once we get down to them understanding that they have lied, if it's a lie, and we start getting to the facts of the statement, it's official. Much of the conversation many times is very superficial, leading up to the information that we want to ask them.
Isn't it true, Investigator Velasquez, that a statement really doesn't become official to you until the things that are being said match with what you want it to be?
Objection. Argumentative.
I sustain the objection.
When the information that a witness is disclosing to you does not line up with whatever your other course of your investigation or the information that you have, it's not official at that point, correct?
It could be if that's their statement. If taking statements where clearly the person is lying and they're sticking to that story, and then that's what I'm left with.
Okay. When you say clearly that person is lying, let's just be clear here. When an event happens, Investigator Velasquez, generally speaking, you don't see it happen, correct?
Correct.
Generally speaking, you're not there when it happens, right?
I would agree, yeah.
And the information that you're getting from these people out of these scenes and these investigations, it's information that they, a lot of times, either saw, correct?
Yes.
Heard, correct?
Yes.
And they're giving you what they believe or what they're telling you happened, right?
Right.
Now, so you don't know from one statement to another, in fact, that a person is, quote, lying, right?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Many times when you take statements, there's several people who may have observed the same thing.
Okay.
And especially if 2 people or 3 people are involved, if it's several witnesses that are part of a group,
okay,
and one gives a statement that is in contradiction to the other, then there's a determination on who is telling. Someone's lying.
Okay.
So,
can you direct the jury to anywhere?
That would be the right front, the right left, excuse me, the right left side. Front.
Okay, all right. With the Atlanta Police Department standard operating procedures.
Yes.
And that is the guideline in the book that police officers, investigators, and law enforcement in general are governed by in terms of how to conduct their affairs as police officers, right?
Yes.
All right. Is there anywhere in the Atlanta Police Department standard operating procedures, because I've looked.
Objection, Your Honor, to the testifying.
Is there anywhere in those procedures where it says that it is okay or appropriate to record then erase statements?
I don't know. I would have to look through the standard operating procedures. There's probably volumes of documents that I would have to review. I just don't know the answer to that.
And but for 17 years you operated under those particular guidelines, right?
Yes.
And would it surprise you that there's nowhere in the standard operating I haven't finished my question.
He's assuming that's not in evidence when he asks, would it surprise the witness?
I stand there. That's the point, sir.
Do you know that there is no area in the SOPs that discuss?
I'm going to object yet again for the same reason.
Same question.
do you know if there is any area in the standard operating procedures that discuss statements, to how statements are to be obtained by police officers and investigators?
I know that there is an area that covers when to take a statement, to gather information of an incident. Generally speaking, my experience with reading SOPs they're very general of what you should do in a certain circumstance. If there's a witness, take a statement and then decide whether it's videotape statement, audio statement, written statement. But most SOPs are very general in nature and don't really dial into very much specifics.
And as you're thinking and recalling back to the area that you just testified to in terms of statements, you know that in that area that you just thought of, there's no...
I want to object to assuming facts not in evidence when...
I stand the objection.
No further questions. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Yes, Mr. Short.
Detective Velasquez.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You just indicated that in your experience, in your time as a detective, you have erased statements before, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to object to the questions concerning as relevance.
I'm over the objection.
Now, as part of your duties as an investigator, you also write reports, correct?
Correct.
And reports the purpose of the reports are to accurately memorialize what's been done in a case, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In these situations where you've written reports and also have erased a witness's statement, do you note in your report that you erased the statement?
No, what I would note in my report is that he lied and then admitted to lying the first time we spoke or in his first statement. And I think it's assumed that it's not available for review because now we then sit down and start talking about the facts of the case.
Okay, so when in your reports, you would make some indication that a previous statement was made.
Correct. And if it was obviously a lie, I would indicate in my report that that person was untruthful in our initial encounter.
Your Glock 27 that you say this looks consistent with. When you shoot your Glock 27, does it expel shell casings?
I don't own a Glock 27. When I was purchasing a subcompact Glock, I was going back and forth between the 27 and the 43. I prefer to shoot a 9mm, so I went with the 43.
So you don't even own a Glock 27?
I just said when I was researching the two, handling the two with the gun dealer.
So now you don't own a Glock 27. You were researching it, which means you were handling the gun at the gun dealer. That's your experience with the Glock 27.
I never asserted that I owned one. I've seen one. I've handled one. I can recognize one.
So you've handled one at a gun dealer, and that's what you're basing the identification on.
To which Mr. Still responds, poor little tink.
Are you talking about the motherfucker running with no goddamn legs? Now who the fuck you talking?
Response by Instagram handle blocklife_Aki or OKKY.
Yes.
What is 513 BP? Who are we looking at 513 BP?
Mr. Stillwell.
And are you able to tell from this image if he has a tattoo along his neck?
I am.
Okay. And what, if anything, does that tattoo say?
Omerta.
And have you heard that term before?
I have.
What is your understanding of Omerta?
Typically favored by members of the Goodfellas. It's meaning the code of silence.
Now, is there also a tattoo that says the price of loyalty is wealth and the price of disloyalty is death? And there's a few moments ago.
When did you start working on this case with the DA's office?
I'm trying to think. I got to probably fall of 21, maybe.
Fall of 2021. And in fall of 2021, when you started working with this case with the DA's office, you were in the section or in the working group with under ADA Love, correct?
No.
Okay, who were you under?
Kara Conberry was the deputy district attorney at that time.
All right, and with the DA's office, eventually, you're not with the DA's office now.
Correct.
Okay, but with the DA's office, you worked on this case, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you worked under Kara Convery. Who else did you work under?
Well, she wasn't on the case, but for the case, I worked under Don Geary.
Don Geary, okay. All right. Now, in your testimony over the last few days, you've spoken about the work that you did on this case with the district attorney's office.
Correct.
And you've given us your opinions about certain things that you learned through your work at the district attorney's office, correct?
Some. I don't know. I don't think I've given many opinions.
Okay. As part of your work with the district attorney's office, you reviewed surveillance videos.
Correct.
Okay. You drafted affidavits for search warrants.
Correct.
You collected evidence from Jeffrey Williams' house.
Correct.
You collected social media posts.
Correct.
From various people.
Correct.
You reviewed Mr. Stillwell's phones.
Correct.
You've reviewed music, in this case, by various artists.
Correct.
Okay. In fact, today, I guess you reviewed a video to make a determination of what type of gun is in a picture, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All those things that you did, and there were other things that you did with the DA's office, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you testified that you were asked by Ms. Hilton, how did you notate your work on this case? And then you said that you talked about your search warrant affidavits, that you make them thorough.
Correct.
Okay, but search warrant affidavits aren't memorandums, are they?
No.
Okay, they're not police reports, are they?
No.
Okay. And your explanation, you don't have reports written for the work that you did in this case as a district attorney, with the district attorney's office, do you?
I have, I think, one or two that were witness memorandums, but other than that, no.
Reports about when you were collecting social media posts?
No.
Got any reports on that?
No.
Okay, about whose addresses you were looking at and whose you weren't? Do you have any reports on that?
What do you mean by addresses?
Instagram addresses, or Instagram, which people that you were following on Instagram, which people you were looking at their Instagram, what dates you were looking at their Instagram. Do you have reports about that?
No, but they were compiled, and each date that they were looked at were noted on the photo.
Okay, so we're just supposed to look at the stuff that you compile and bring to court, and that's good enough to let us fill in all the work that you did. Just take your word for it?
It's cross, I'm going to permit it.
I mean, I'm here to explain it.
Okay, well, that's fine, but,
right.
You know, what if we want reports? Do you have reports?
I said, the DA, now I work at a different facility. When I worked at the GBI, we had a reporting system. The DA's office doesn't have that. So I would, in my affidavits, make them as lengthy. There's some, when you see an affidavit of mine, it's pretty lengthy for a reason.
Okay, well, I didn't ask about your search warrant affidavits. I'm asking about reports and memorandums right now. Okay, and you seem to be saying, well, there was no record-keeping software with the district attorney's office that you could memorialize the work you did.
Correct.
Okay, they don't have a typewriter, they don't have computers, they don't have Microsoft Word, they don't have a pad of paper, they don't have pens, they don't have pencils. Is that what you're saying?
They do.
Okay. But you just didn't write any reports about any of this work that you've been testifying over the last 3 days that you did.
I don't really know anybody that would write a report saying, on this date, I screenshotted this picture. On this date, I screenshotted this picture. That's not really a report. That's not an event I would write a report for.
Well, what if I want to know exactly what Instagram addresses, what individuals that you looked at on Instagram, and which ones you didn't, which ones you checked out what they were posting, and which ones you didn't? How would I know if you don't write a report?
Well, if I looked at them, the name would be on the post, and if I didn't, there wouldn't be a picture.
Okay, so again, we're just going with what you say happened years later based on the evidence that you bring into court?
I compiled my findings into a folder and provided it as part of the case file.
Okay. And you didn't write any reports about the work that you were doing in real time, did you?
There's a report for Waters Road, and the rest of the investigation, like the investigation into the stabbing of Mr. Bennett, can be found in pretty lengthy affidavits.
So you wrote a report for Waters Road?
I did.
Were you at the DA's office at that time?
I wrote it on a piece of paper. It was a Word document.
So you were able to make a Word document about that work, just not the other work that you did, like when you were reviewing my client's phone, like when you were collecting things off of social media, like when you were reviewing surveillance videos. You couldn't write reports for those matters.
Today, with a report management system, I wouldn't write a report for screenshotting social media or reviewing a phone. I traditionally put together a PowerPoint or visual presentation for trial.
Okay, I didn't ask what you traditionally do. I asked what you did do and didn't do.
But that's what I would do that's what I did back at the DA's office, is what I'm telling you. I would do that today with a report management system, as I did without one. Those things are not responding to Waters Road. I wanted to make sure it's better suited to put it in an affidavit because it's memorialized in the clerk's office. Systems can get hacked, hard drives can get lost, things can get deleted, files can get lost. So I prefer to anything that's noteworthy, make sure it's memorialized somewhere.
Things can get lost. That's your explanation? You can't lose something if you don't make it, can you?
Which is why anything regarding my investigation is probably in an affidavit that I've wrote hundreds of pages.
Probably in an affidavit?
If you would give me a case that you're specifically referring to, I can give you an example.
In your affidavits, I would like you to show me an affidavit for a search warrant where you list all the Instagram addresses and people that you checked out in March 2022 when you were pulling their posts.
That was
everyone that you searched.
That was served to you in a discovery folder.
Okay. I have the posts.
Correct. So that's all of them.
All right. I'm not asking for the posts. I'm asking for a list of the people that you searched for.
If you look in the folder, you will see the list of people I searched for.
Okay. All right.
I'm sorry. Did you also pull social media from the account doitforphil_?
Yes.
And is that the same mouse file that we discussed earlier?
Yes.
I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 435 VV, 436 VV. Recognize those three exhibits. And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions? They would like to admit 433 VV. Those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of posts from Mr. Farley. Do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of pictures of Mr. Kendrick? And do those
concerning Mr. Kendrick?
And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of pictures of Mr. Instagram posted this from?
They're from Mr. Stillwell's account.
All right. And looking at the picture, are you able to see the person posted?
Yes. Okay.
And are you able to tell who that is?
Mr. Stillwell.
All right. And are you able to tell or read what the sweatshirt says?
It says slime, and then it's going to define it. It's kind of blurred on this one. You can
look at State's Exhibit 436 BV. Is that from that same Instagram account associated with Mr. Stillwell?
It is.
And is that Mr. Stillwell in the picture?
It is. I'm sorry, could you?
Is there a post?
Yes. Oh, it says, I fell off 100 times. 100 times I bounced back. Hashtag life size lizard emoji. And then it says, Mani Tumba de Piedra.
And is there another emoji?
The devil, the purple devil emoji.
Okay. And you know what Mani Tumba de Piedra meant?
I did not.
Did you do anything to see if you could determine what it meant?
Yeah, if you can see right here, you can hit the C translation button, and typically on Instagram, when you click that, it will translate anything that's not in the language that the majority of the post is in.
And did you do that in this case?
I did.
All right, I'm showing you what's been admitted as 436 VVA.
Where are your police reports?
And what did the translation translate to?
When you click the translation, the automatic translation from Instagram is going to generate a caption of peanut stone grave.
And does it have the same purple double emoji?
It does.
Okay. Now, when you were observing this, did that post stay the same the entire time that you were observing it on Instagram?
It did not.
Okay. What happened?
I'd say it was up for maybe 2 or 3 minutes, and the portion The Spanish portion was, the post was edited to remove the Spanish portion. I am.
How are you familiar?
That's a video posted to Mr. Stillwell's account.
Okay. And is this one of the videos that you pulled as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
Right. Now, what is it? How are you familiar with the location where the video was filmed?
Just being familiar with the area, being out there.
Okay. And where is that location?
It was Cleveland Avenue.
Just beat a murderer. Pay my lawyer 30 for that. Talk like we open the door. Yeah, you don't need where shit these bodies on. And I wipe your nose if you just slide off. And I wipe your nose if your family if you just slide off.
In that video, were you able to see any actual snakes in that video?
Yes, there's one intertwined on Mr. Stillwell's YSL chain. It's like a smaller, like live snake in the chain. Intertwined on Mr. Stillwell's YSL chain. It's like a smaller, like live snake in the chain.
What, if any, significance did this video have for you when you pulled it?
The location, some of the imagery, the people involved, and the lyrics.
We talked about the location. What imagery was of significance to you?
The snake, the chain, things of that nature. The hand signs.
And then what, if any, lyrics were of significance to you as your investigation?
The lyric concerning drop top coupe, looking for who?
This time say what like the tender, Stacey was
Also,
30
the
and
ones
into,
involving me and my slimes were above the law. We don't walk into court at all. Wiping somebody's nose and sit in their family's face and smell it off.
Wiping someone's nose, had you heard that terminology before?
I have.
How have you heard that terminology?
It's used quite a bit, and I know what to mean to harm or kill someone. And also, the blue T-shirt, I couldn't read, but you can read it on here in the definition of slime.
And what does it say?
The definition of slime on here is going to read, can't be trusted, a repulsive or despicable individual, wipe your, pardon my French, fucking nose, and then it says, is you slime enough at the bottom.
So you recognize it on that sweatshirt, but also hearing inside of the song.
Correct. Farley and Quinn Nichols in the background of the video, as well as Winnie Lee.
Right. I'm going to now show you State's Exhibit 433 VV.
This would be do it for Phil _ associated with Miles Farley.
And do you see the picture?
I do.
And do you see a tattoo on the back of the person's neck?
I do.
And what does the tattoo say?
ESPN.
And again, is that the Every Slime Play Nasty?
Yes.
And is that Miles Farley?
It is.
And do you know him to have that tattoo on his neck?
I do.
All right. Now looking at State's Exhibit 479 VV. And looking at State's Exhibit 479 VV, if we can scroll in, is that Miles Farley?
It is. It is.
And do you see a tattoo on his arm, Rock Crew?
Yeah, right here on his upper right forearm. You're going to see the name Rock Crew.
And then looking at 432 BV. Do you see anything on his shirt? Any writing on his shirt, excuse me?
Yes, it says Slime or Die.
Now going to 434 BV. Who's depicted in 434 BV?
Mr. Kendrick.
Right. And what is he standing next to?
Graffiti that says Slap.
And what, if any, color is he wearing? Or what is he wearing?
A red bandana print T-shirt.
Now looking at 430 BV. Are you able to tell who's in that picture? Is that also Mr. Kendrick?
Mr. Kendrick or Mr. Williams.
Okay. And is Mr. Kendrick, what is he wearing?
A red bandana and a YSL diamond pendant with a red shirt.
And do you know where they are in this picture?
Here's the possibly Cleveland Avenue Park. It's hard to tell. A hat with a image of a rat crossed out.
And what color is the hair?
Red.
Now looking at 512 VV.
Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Arnold.
And who's posted the picture?
Mr.
I now want to publish.
To be Lizzie is a
Correct.
in his phone. Even we're talking about in March 2022. On March 8th, for instance, there was a discussion about him going to the studio.
Sure.
March 9th, going into the 10th, discussion with Wooney Lee about going to the studio. The Yo is what they call it, correct?
Correct.
Evening of March 10th, discussion of going to the studio run by Mook Tovin.
Correct.
And you know Mook Tovin to be someone who runs a studio, correct?
Producer of some sort, yes.
And you saw the evidence of, you see file transfers on those dates from Mook Tovin and other people transferring audio files.
Correct.
Okay. And that's consistent with someone making music in the studio and then their work being transferred to them at the end of the night by the studio engineer.
Sure, yes.
All right. Evening of March 11th, discussions with Wooney Lee about going to the studio.
Yes.
March 12th, booking a session at the studio.
Yes.
The evening of March 14th, your investigation, and I know that, and we're going to talk about 10 o'clock and Windsor Street, but later on in the evening, talking about midnight, your investigation was revealed that Mr. Still was in the studio.
Yes.
In fact, he when people were looking for him, he informed his grandmother that he was in the studio.
I don't know if I remember that, but I know he did after the murder of children. They were in the studio. Yes.
Okay. So, and you've observed some of Shannon's music.
I have.
You've observed a lot of music in your profession.
I have.
You observe a lot of music. Let's just put it that way. You're familiar with drill music, correct?
Yes.
All right. Drill music is something that extends beyond Atlanta.
It does.
It's worldwide, correct?
I know throughout the U.S. I'm not too familiar with it internationally, but yes.
Okay. Common themes of drill music, brutality and violence.
Correct.
Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. Who's the baddest? Who's the toughest? Who's the most powerful?
Correct.
A lot of bragging.
Correct.
Okay. Claims about women, about who gets the most women. Is that a recurring theme?
Yes.
Bragging about the guns people own and carry.
Yes.
Okay. Bragging about how much money people have.
Yes.
Bragging about homicides, whether it's true or not.
Some.
Okay. It's a type of music, and whether you like it or not, and I'm not suggesting you like it, and I'm not suggesting I like it, but it glorifies violence.
I don't know if I would use the term glorifies because there are a number of drill rappers that have been charged with homicide
Okay.
or engaged in violent acts. So I don't know if it glorifies. There's two sides. It can glorify it and it can also tell the story. So there's two different sides to it.
Okay, so one side, you know people that are in drill music that have been charged with crimes.
What I'm saying is music of that you're describing often feeds into violence.
Okay, and you don't like that, do you?
I don't like anybody getting hurt.
Okay, and that's fine.
Yeah.
You feel it feeds into violence, okay? And what I'm asking though is when you said it glorifies, you said I know some people who are in drill music that have been charged with crimes.
Correct.
Okay, and you also know a lot of drill music where people claim they did this and claim they did that.
Correct.
All right. And it's not always factual.
No, but being a drill artist doesn't negate the fact that you engage in violence.
Okay, you may.
It could go either way, but being a drill artist doesn't negate that fact.
That's fine. Okay. Common terms in drill music, ops.
Correct.
Stands for opposition.
Correct.
And that is a recurring theme that you almost hear in every song. Isn't that fair to say?
In every song and almost every investigation that I work, yes.
Okay. And if we, and we're not going to do it, but if we Google and get on YouTube and type in rap ops, we'll see dozens of songs with ops in the title.
Correct.
Including by well-known artists.
Correct.
All right. Glizzies. Glizzy is a term that comes up a lot in drill music, correct?
Correct.
So, gun?
Yes, but I don't know if I've heard that used that much by these folks that we investigated with this.
I'm
Yeah,
talking about.
it does. Guns do come up, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's in one of Shannon's songs.
Okay.
Lizard Walk.
Okay.
Okay. And that's another term that comes up a lot in drill music.
Glizzy, blick, fi, whatever you want to call it.
Red light. It's another one that comes up a lot in drill music, correct? Red lights?
I don't hear that as often, no.
Okay. You ever hear of the song Red Light by Future?
I have not.
You heard the lyrics? Yeah, and this shit real out here running through the red light, looking through your rear view and might just sneak up on the car and try to spray you. You hear that? Heard that lyric?
No, but if Mr. Wilburn would have engaged in a homicide at a red light, I probably would have looked into it.
Okay. I didn't ask anything about a homicide or Mr. Wilburn. I asked if you heard the lyric.
But yes, I would.
Okay.
But it would be something I would look at.
Okay. Chalk. Chalk you out. Chalk them up. Slime and chalk. Those are,
Slime and chalk, I'm familiar with, yes.
all right. Those are things that you would hear in drill music, correct?
Slime and chalk, I've heard. The others, I don't know if I've heard.
All right. We heard 5 songs by Mr. Stillwell. Okay.
Yes.
And they were, let's see, Slat Talk, Ran This Money, Bullshit, Lizard Walk, and Red Light.
Yes.
And all those songs, you have identified Mr. Stillwell, and they were in Mr. Stillwell's phone.
Correct.
Okay, and just to be clear, there were other songs in Mr. Stillwell's phone as well.
Correct.
Okay, so we heard 5 of all the songs that Mr. Stillwell had in his phone.
Correct.
And do you know, outside of his phone, how many other songs Mr. Stillwell has made?
I know through the years I've seen him make a few, but I couldn't give you a number.
Okay. Now, with those songs, do you know when they were written?
No, and on direct I said I can only see the date that they were added to the device.
Right, and you don't, and let's just be clear, the date that they were added to the device was 3/17. There was some sort of file transfer according to the report.
Correct.
On 3/17. You don't believe that on the morning of 3/17 he was in the studio making all those songs?
Not to say that 1 or 2 of them couldn't have been made in the days prior, but I can't give you exact dates on them.
Okay. So we don't know when they were made. Do we know when they were written?
No.
Do we know who wrote the lyrics?
We don't.
Okay, and in fact, on one of the songs, Red Light, it says featuring Vito, correct?
Correct.
Veedo.
Correct.
You know Vito to be a songwriter, not an artist, a songwriter for 300 Entertainment, correct?
He could be, yes. Okay. Some of these songs that we heard have the typical ops, red light, glizzy, homicide, typical things that are hallmarks of drill music, correct? Correct.
Okay. Now, also, in one of the songs, Mr. Stillwell makes reference to his bankroll, right?
Correct.
Okay. Bankroll is the amount of money you have.
Correct.
The wad of cash.
Correct.
All right. And he's bragging about his bankroll.
Correct.
Okay. And that's what he's saying. That's what he's releasing to the public through this song.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Stillwell, do you know him to own a car?
No.
Do you know him to own a house?
No.
Do you know him to be independently wealthy?
I mean, sometimes, yes. He has a lot of money on him.
Okay. His bankroll, is that something that artists often talk about their bankroll and how big it is?
Sometimes, yes.
Is that always true, that the artists that are bragging about their bankroll is really as big as they're claiming it is in their songs?
That's an individual basis.
Okay. Could it be, you ever heard the term, like my son says it all the time, cap? Like, just made up. Cap.
It could be, but that's not necessarily the case with Mr. Stillwell Jackson.
I'm asking if you've ever heard the
Yes,
term.
I have.
Okay. And artists cap on songs all the time, don't they?
Some do, some
Okay.
don't.
And Mr. Stillwell, in his songs, was claiming that he had a bankroll.
And he did some. Yes, he did some.
Well, on the phones, you reviewed his phones.
Correct.
You saw him basically begging Miss Alexander to give him $1,500.
But if you listen to the March 16th wiretap call, he talks about all the money he had.
Okay.
And he didn't want to go to jail with all that money. So he had a lot of money. It fluctuates from day to day. So I don't know. Some days he has a bankroll, some days he has no roll. So
Okay. Did he have a bankroll? Do you know if he had a bankroll the day he recorded that song?
do not.
Okay. Could that have been Cap?
Could have been. He could have been reminiscing about when he had his bankroll.
Okay. He recorded that song.
Do not.
Okay. Could that have been Cap?
Could have been. He could have been reminiscing about when he had his bankroll.
Okay. In these songs, while we're talking about Cap, let's see. Mr. Stillwell referred to himself as Big Slime.
Yes.
Okay. You ever hear anyone else refer to Mr. Stillwell as Big Slime?
I'm trying to think. He's been referred to as Big Slime and Life-Size Lizard.
Right. That's what he calls himself.
He's also referred to as that. I've heard him.
So he was claiming to be Big Slime in the song that he wrote or performed. Okay. Then we got, let's see, Dolly White in one of the songs. Bullshit, right?
Oh, yes.
She brags about making $201K in a day.
Okay.
Okay. Do you know? Is there any evidence that you have that on that day that Dolly White was claiming that she made $201K that day? That she actually made $201,000 that day?
I wouldn't know what day it is to be able to tell you. She could have been on Instagram or somewhere bragging about having 200K. So without knowing the day, I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Do you have any evidence that Dolly White, I'm not talking about Jeffrey Williams, I'm talking about Dolly White, has ever made $201,000 in a day in her life?
I couldn't tell you what Miss Greer makes.
Could that have been Cap?
It could, but also could not have been.
So, we talked about the lyrics on Direct. In these songs, Mr. Stillwell never mentioned for a homicide and beating it.
I don't want. I'm gonna try.
Arrest.
No.
He mentioned being arrested for a homicide and beating it.
I don't want. I'm gonna tread lightly on it. I don't know. Can I get some direction on?
He said I'd beat.
Okay, but I just want to make sure I'm approaching correctly. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll ask a very targeted question.
Okay.
He mentioned on Slat Talk, I beat a murder rap.
Yes, he did.
Paid my lawyer $30 for that.
He did mention that.
Okay. He also mentioned beating a homicide on another song, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have, the fact is that Mr. Stillwell, he's on trial for that here today. At the time he wrote those lyrics, he had never beaten a homicide.
That's a real slippery slope to explain that. I don't want to say something. If I can get some.
He had never been cleared or went to trial and was found not guilty of a homicide.
Yes.
correct? Or
Correct.
beat a murder rap, beat a homicide.
Correct.
Okay. Did he in fact beat a murder rap or beat a homicide, as he claimed?
I think he.
Go ahead and explain it now, because the jury's not in some
Oh,
other.
it was dropped.
Evidence.
This between. Did you see? If you catch a stain or increase. Seen that theme from a base, and the C's are going to be a purposeful misspelling with X's, and stayed solid with a strong emoji. You deserve a bag emoji when you get home. Triple fat B emoji, free psych and quay, free Lil Bally, love you.
And where are you able to tell where this picture is taken?
Appears to be in a correctional facility. Talking about staying solid. If you catch a bag and if you catch a body, or if you catch a case and you stay solid, you deserve a bag when you get home. We've seen that theme throughout some of these social media posts throughout this investigation.
And what is your understanding of staying solid?
Not snitching, remaining quiet.
All right, I'm going to publish first 529 VV.
Hey, man, yeah, man, gang shit, man. You know what the fuck going, man, yeah, man, slime getting shit, man. Man, happy birthday to you, man. Really mean everything to me, man. Shit on me for real. Man, get all the tattoo on me, man. Gonna stay again, for real, no cap. Respect this. If they the leaders, you got to shoot it up. If they the leaders, tell them you had 50 and 30 kilo with teaching, had to shoot it up. Tell them we didn't any bother me. Enough. We got my stain up.
And did you hear it while we were waiting for that? In the video, the song saying getting your stain up?
Yes.
Okay. Have you heard that term before?
Uh-huh.
What is your understanding of getting your stain up?
Stain or increasing your rank or status within the gang. Stain is your rank or status within the gang.
And in your experience as a gang investigator, what are some of the ways that gang members get their stain or get their rank up in a gang?
Typically in gang investigations, we look at it two different ways. There's hustling and there's banging. Hustling brings you money and proceeds towards the gang, and banging is acts of violence. So there's two different ways you can do it within the gang.
Example of maybe shooting at a police officer, would that be a way of getting stain up in a gang?
Sustained.
My nigga Big Rich, man. Yeah, man, live playing game. Fuck that boy. Fuck that boy. Strike that baby. Yeah, man. Free my nigga Big Rich, man. Fuck the DA. You catching fire on this shit. Yeah, we got to get that boy. Fuck nigga. We coming to get you. You know what it is. Yes, sir. It's in the hood. Free game. Yeah, YSL shit. That's the hood. Yeah. Slack Benny. Trying to jump boy. Yeah, man. Free my nigga Big Rich, man. By the way. The gang way. Big Rich was a big head, man. They gave my nigga a bun today, man. You know what I mean? They gave my nigga a bun today, y'all. Shit crazy.
Well, first he was in a correctional facility with a cellular phone, covering the news coverage of Mr. Eppinger receiving a bond for shooting Officer Rogers. And associating, so that's the gang, that's the hood. So hundreds of pages.
Transition.
Change it.
That real heartbroken shit. Shit on my neck.
They're gonna fight over there.
Yeah. I started with zero.
It's just lifestyle. It's your hood.
I'm good. I'm surprised. I don't even turn. I got the gang with. Say that TV. Say that. I heard you, Twin. I ain't never ignoring you. I heard you. I overheard you. No, I overheard you. Overheard you. I was the first person in it. This cardio watches and turned up, so I just seen the watch. I thought it was down, but it's but shit right now. Shit, I got milk. I got Frank. I got Bob. I got Witch. I got Leah. Jen. I got Steak. That's sort of. What's it in? Got Kangaroo. Got some clips. Yeah, I was doing late. My youngest, absolutely. Yeah, either one of them be and I ask for that. I mean, family, they don't. I usually been walk away.
to a few questions. Excuse me. Permission to approach, Your Honor? Permission. Exhibit DK16, who do you see?
Dwayne Carter.
And Dwayne Carter is also known as Little Wayne, right?
He is.
Okay. In the image that is on the right side of the two photographs,
Yes,
you see his arm there, correct?
I do.
Do you see ESPN on his arm?
I do.
And what do you maintain that the ESPN, or do you know what the ESPN on his arm stands for?
On him, since he's not a member of YSL, I couldn't tell you what that stands for.
But he is not a member of YSL, correct?
Correct.
And yet he has ESPN on his arm.
Correct. Like I could have a star, Bloods could have a star. Different tattoos mean different things to different people.
So the ESPN on his arm could mean ESPN, the sports network, correct?
As not being a member of YSL, yes.
So if you're a member of YSL and you have ESPN on your arm, are you saying the only thing it could possibly mean is your interpretation of ESPN?
That's what I've seen it mean thus far with members of YSL.
And that's the only thing you believe it could mean?
As far as members of YSL, yes.
So the fact that my client was a football star at Grady. Okay. Do you know if my client played football at Grady?
I do now.
Do you know if my client got a scholarship to University of Georgia as a football player? I'm asking if she knows it.
Sustained. You can ask if she knows whether it's true or not.
Do you know if my client got a scholarship to University
I've
of
heard
Georgia?
that.
You've heard that. Okay. And so would you find it surprising that someone that got a football scholarship to the University of Georgia might like ESPN, the network?
I mean, they could like it, but I don't know if I'm sure he likes other TV channels also that aren't tattooed on him.
So if it's tattooed on you, it must mean ESPN, that you're a member of YSL? You just said that Dwayne Carter has ESPN on his arm, but he's not a member of YSL.
Sustained.
You just said that ESPN on Lil Wayne is not a YSL insignia, correct?
Correct. Like I could say, you can see a college sorority girl with a star tattoo on her, right? And then you can go down to the prison and see members of blood gangs with 5-point stars tattooed on them. It's going to have, we look at everything on an individual basis. So I can't make that determination. When it comes to YSL members, when you see ESPN associated with a YSL member, I have not seen it mean of anything other than
And you said you could see a sorority girl with a star, correct? And you could see her. Okay. Who is in this still image from DK15?
That is me.
Okay. Do you recall when this was taken?
That was on March 9th of 2020. May 9th of 2022.
And where was it taken?
At 355 Allison Drive, Northeast, Atlanta, Georgia, 30342.
And whose home was that at the time?
The home of Jeffrey Williams.
And where in the home are you?
Should be the master bedroom closet leading to the bathroom.
And in the video that you watched, which I'm not publishing, again, because it has your image on it.
Correct.
What are you doing at that point in the video?
We're inventorying the jewelry and items that are in the home.
Okay. And is this image that is taken that's part of your inventorying procedure in the home? Is that correct?
It's a documentation procedure, yes.
Okay. And do you recognize what you're holding in your hand in this still image?
I do.
And what are you holding in your hand?
A watch of some sort.
Okay. Do you know if you recognize that as a Richard Mille watch?
I guess, yes.
And that's a pink watch, correct?
It's pink and either pink and light pink or pink and white, yes.
It's a pink band, correct?
Correct.
And it has a white ceramic, I'll call it the body of the watch.
White, or, yeah, I guess it's white if you say so, yes.
Okay. After you took this image and you did this inventorying process, where did the watch go after this?
If you watch the video in its entirety, we're inventorying everything in the closet. There's a bunch of small boxes everywhere. So if you watch the video in its entirety, you take it, and the watch is photographed like this, box is closed, it's taken and put up on the shelf in the upper left-hand corner, and the inventorying continues, and then jewelry starts getting packed up and getting ready for the evidence team to come and take it down to property.
Okay. Since November the 4th of this year, have you spoken to the state about this particular watch, the pink watch with the white band that I've been calling the Richard Mille or Richard Mille watch?
To the state, no, but I've seen in, like, Twitter coverage of it going missing or whatever you want to.
Maybe.
Well, no, I mean, there's a camera in here. They know that it's being live streamed. You just are not supposed to be watching it. And you asked that in the evidence. So
Well-
just keep moving.
Yeah, I wasn't watching the trial, but my name.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Just keep moving.
Okay.
Unless you need to approach about something
No,
else.
that's fine.
Okay.
Okay. So tell me, and I'd like to know about this. Tell me in the whatever coverage you saw, what did you learn about this watch that came up in this trial?
Sustained. Well, yeah, sustained.
Denied. So after this watch was inventoried and you left it for, I'm sorry, who did you say takes the watch after the inventorying process?
So, if you watch the video in its entirety.
Which I can't show here, but
Right.
go ahead.
But if you watched it, like I watched it, the watch gets boxed back up and placed up on the shelf, and it gets left there by the team as as an accident. It was left there. The home was then turned over to Mr. Williams Sr. and Mr. Garfield Lamond to take possession of the home.
And is it a normal process when you're taking jewelry from the home or high-valued goods that you leave behind a $500,000 watch on a shelf?
First, I don't know the value of it. Second of all, like I said, there were numerous jewelry boxes. It was, if you watch the video, everybody in there had on body cameras. I always made sure I was on camera at all times. There's cameras throughout the home. So you would be able to see if one of us removed a watch, the box remained in the closet. And like I said, the home was turned over to Mr. Williams Sr. and Mr. Garfield Lamond, who were the two people on scene that took custody of the home for Mr. Williams.
Okay, can we go back to my question?
Sure.
Sure. Is it the normal procedure to leave high-valued items behind when you're doing a search and then a seizure pursuant to a warrant?
Objection, I wasn't answering
It wasn't answered, Your Honor.
I don't know if there's
Lady Justice is blind.
procedure on what
Everybody
you
will
do,
get
you
it.
don't. Like I said, it got left behind. There were other things, like other items of evidence that I had asked to be taken, such as photographs and artwork that had relevance to this case that were left behind by the evidence team. It was quite a big operation. There was a hostile crowd gathering at the bottom of the driveway, so we were trying to speed it up to get out of there.
So are you telling me that law enforcement has no procedure with what you do with high-value items that are subject to a seizure warrant?
Objection, relevant, it's asked and answered at this point.
Okay. So the watch you say was left behind. What else wasn't done according to your instructions at the home that day?
I believe there were two pieces of artwork that were, one was Mr. Williams in a general uniform with snakes on his arm, and then one was Mr. Williams as like the Jesus at the Last Supper with all the people around him that I thought were relevant that were not taken. And like I said, it started to get pretty hostile out there, so we were trying to speed things up.
You said that there were many people with body cams in the
Correct.
home at the time. How many people, approximately, at the time of this raid of the home, let's call it that, were wearing body cams?
Almost everybody.
And did these body cams capture Mr. Kendrick within the home?
I believe they caught Mr. Kendrick running from the home.
That's not the question I asked.
They caught him outside of the home. I don't know how to come into
What,
the question.
it's either a yes, no.
No.
Is there body cam image of Mr. Kendrick within Mr. Williams' home?
The body camera image I saw was him running from the home.
Is there body cam image of
No.
Mr.
Answer
Williams
yes or no, and then you can explain.
in the home?
I haven't reviewed all of the entry team's body camera, but no.
Did you see Mr. Kendrick in Mr. Williams' home?
On that, by the time I arrived at the location, the entry was already made. So
Did
I did
you?
not, no.
You did not? Okay. Did you, there were approximately a half a dozen firearms found within the home, correct?
Correct.
Have you seen any images of Mr. Kendrick possessing any of those firearms?
I have not.
Have you seen any images of Mr. Kendrick near those firearms?
I have not.
There were drugs found in the home, correct?
Correct.
Did you see Mr. Kendrick with any of those drugs?
No.
Did you see Mr. Kendrick anywhere near any of those drugs?
No.
As far as you know, was Mr. Kendrick in actual possession of any of those drugs?
No, I wasn't there when they made entry.
Have you spoken to anyone No, let me take that back. Did you speak to Mr. Kendrick at all at that time?
I did not.
Okay. As far as you know, did Mr. Kendrick have any of those drugs? As far as you know.
As far as I know, no.
And as far as you know, did he have any of those guns?
I just know he was in the home where they were located at some point.
Who's that? Hell. I'm saying, my boy, I said, what the hell going on, man? What the hell going on? He's in the room with me. Oh, he in the room? I seen him, he was locked up. Oh, yeah, he in the room with me.
Now, you talked a few minutes ago about
with his.
Good. What? Listen, that's what we've been trying to find right now. Yeah, y'all should quite hit because he listen.
That's going to be hard to see, but that's like the face palm emoji, like this little one on your emoji keyboard. And she says, I thought he was in that special part of the jail.
Was it public knowledge that Mr. Bennett had been stabbed?
Objection, Your Honor, made public knowledge.
Sure. To your understanding, was there any media reports about Mr. Bennett being stabbed on February 9, 2022?
There was not.
Okay. When was the first media reports that you were aware of Mr. Bennett being stabbed?
During the first week of March, when Mr. Bennett's attorney filed an emergency motion for bond, and it hit the news. What that day?
Okay.
The first.
Your knowledge, on February 9th, 2022, was it
to come out of PC as he stabbed up
Mr. Bennett being stabbed on? To your knowledge.
And Mr. Sil, and she says not tink tink, and then she says he stabbed up, and then she mentions needing tires on your emoji keyboard, and she says I thought he was in that special part of the jail. Mr. Bennett
Was stated prior to Mr. Kendrick uttering that line at the very end?
Multiple.
And it was stated by 24 Heavy, Ricky Hill, correct?
Correct.
And I believe he states it 3 times, right?
Correct.
So Mr. Kendrick is just repeating a line that someone else has written or someone else has said. He's repeating that at the end, correct?
I'm not sure who the writing credits go to, but he did say it at the end.
He's not freestyling it in that it's never been heard before in the song, correct?
Well, it wasn't part of the song. At that point, the song had ended, and he yelled it.
But it had been said 3 times before in the song, right?
Right.
So you're aware there's post-editing that lines can be put into music after the song is recorded, correct?
Right, but the context of how he was saying, the way he said it wasn't going along with the song.
Ooh, this is interesting. Tell me about that.
It was after the song had concluded, and he kind of yelled it out with Miss Raven, and I forgot who else was with him.
How do you determine that a song has concluded?
The video, the way it's portrayed in the video. I didn't edit it. The way that it's portrayed in the video has ended, and he utters it at the end after the song is concluded.
So what training have you had in music to know, when a song is ended in a particular video, when there's an utterance after a song is ended?
Are you asking how I know when a song ends?
Yeah, how do you know this in this video? Like, you've had training and expertise that tells you when a particular rap song ends, and then something is just blurted out afterwards?
I mean, I've listened to the song independent of the video, and that's not on the track.
But it's in the video, correct?
Right, but when the song concludes, it's not part of the track.
Can we put up, which one of y'all are throwing up exhibits? Can you put up 512 VV? Sorry, just give us a minute to get it up. Okay. We'll talk about something just a moment while it's going to take a few minutes for this to get pulled up, okay? We'll come back to it, I promise. Again, I'm going to go back to the closet, and I apologize for jumping around.
Sure.
When you're in Mr. Williams, did you call it the jewelry closet?
No, it was a closet where there was jewelry and other things, money, other things were stored.
Okay. When you're in that closet, do you recall in that video that you mentioned how valuable that watch is when you pull it up?
I don't believe so.
I can play that for you so you can hear that.
You can. If you'd like to.
I'll be careful.
Are we playing the video or just the audio?
I just want to do the audio, so I'm going to make sure we can get that done.
Well, that'll not pose a problem.
I'll make sure we can technically do that without having an issue.
On it, okay.
Watch or mill. You don't hear it in there?
I don't make that remark, no.
Okay. What was the first watch?
I made it, like you said, I made it about the first watch that made it to
Made about the first watch,
Yeah.
which was also a Richard Millay watch, or Mill. I don't know how to pronounce it. So you did make it about the first Richard Mill, just not the
That is
second
in
Richard Mill.
evidence.
Okay. But they're both Richard Mill watches, correct?
I mean, there were several much more expensive pieces of jewelry that were there also. And this is not my first case with a lot of expensive jewelry.
Did you get it pulled up, Mr. Atkins? Oh, great. Thank you. Okay. Let's go back to 512 VV for just a moment.
Okay.
A good clip away from the vehicle that is shooting him with a shotgun, correct?
Correct.
And that, it isn't true. Why wouldn't that be true?
For example, this hybrid gang with Mr.
Oh, that's right. That's a hybrid gang, right?
Correct.
Okay. And a hybrid gang is kind of like a nose of wax, right? It's something that you can twist and pull so that any type of characteristics that you find can meet the definition of a gang, right?
That's not true.
It isn't true. Why wouldn't that be true?
For example, this hybrid gang with Mr. Arnold, this came about when Mr. Keith Troop died, and Mr. Williams gave a eulogy at Mr. Keith Troop's funeral. And if you listen to Mr. Kitchens, he tells the story about how Mr. Williams was put in charge to take care of Mr. Kitchens and guide him, and he's the one that kind of took them under their wing, and it was okay. And Mr. Williams was the first one to cross color lines when it came to gangs here in Georgia, and they were first uneasy with that, but Keith Troop explained to them, no, it's okay, this is something we do now. So that's an example, and the Department of Justice defines hybrid gangs as a gang member's participation in multiple gangs, vague rules and code of conduct, gangs or different gangs collaborating together to commit crimes, and there's several other definitions, but it's not just something I made up. The Department of Justice defines it.
No, I know, and what I'm trying to understand from you is I've seen multiple gang experts come in here and talk about definitions of gangs and definitions of hybrid gangs. And it just appears that if a group of individuals don't fit your definition of a gang, that they automatically get classified as a hybrid gang. I'm asking a question about hybrid gang.
Well,
can you explain what a hybrid gang is?
Yes, I gave you part of it. It's traditionally a neighborhood gang or local gang that tries to take on the identifiers of a traditional gang. Like I'm from New York. The gangs in New York are much more structured. The gangs in LA, Chicago are much more structured. I apologize. New York. The gangs are much more structured here in Georgia. You'll see there are neighborhood cliques that will adopt the identifiers, like YSL, for example, adopted the identifiers of sex, money, murder. They were sex, money, murder based in the beginning, but then Mr. Williams decided to do his own spin on it. Like I said, when he was very close to Keith Troop, when he was deceased, or prior to that, like I said, if you watch, there's history about it where Mr. Kitchens talks about he was sent to go help out Mr. Williams at one point. And at first he was uneasy, like, oh, do we do this? And he said,
Slow down also.
Yeah,
It's
just-
sustained at your sake.
and that's,
I'm trying to understand, without giving examples, if you can define hybrid gang.
it is a neighborhood gang that takes on pieces of traditional gangs. And like I said, you'll have individuals from different gangs working together. You will have the mixed use of identifiers, like we've seen through the presentation of evidence here. Like here, this snake and the blue heart for the Crips. Vague rules and code of conduct. Sex, money, murder, bloods have a rank structure. I don't know a rank structure within YSL. So they take pieces of what they like and they put their own spin on it, but are still backed by a traditional gang.
So a traditional gang would have a hierarchy, correct?
Correct.
But you, according to I believe the testimony we've heard, YSL YSL as a gang doesn't have a hierarchy.
They don't have, but the Goodfellas, for example, they have.
I'm asking, let's go back to my question.
Right.
YSL.
Right.
Well, the answer wasn't responsive to my question.
Go ahead and ask your question.
Okay. YSL does not have a hierarchy as a traditional gang does, correct?
They don't have a set of leadership like roles, no.
Okay, so in that sense, they wouldn't fit into the definition of a traditional gang.
But they're still welcomed by members of the Sex, Money, Murder, Bloods.
Can you just answer my question?
Yes,
Okay. So my question was, they don't fit into the definition of a traditional gang.
correct.
So instead, they get slotted over to this catch-all category of hybrid gang, correct?
I wouldn't call it a catch-all, no.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Weinstein.
Is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. Waiting to receive a phone call can be hard, but now you can easily and quickly send messages to your loved one. E-messaging is now available to help you stay more connected. Download.
They had a warrant. We know you got his 2 phones. So they got
was arrested.
The alias of
And what was the date and time that the video
of the home located at 2830 Waters Road.
and
Actually, it would be correct.
Okay. And then this. Let's talk about you, Miss Knight. Could you pull up 227 VV? Mr. Nichols.
Correct.
Rolling a blunt.
Correct.
Okay. And then there's other individuals there, correct? There's other individuals in the room?
Correct.
Okay. And then it's on Mr. Stillwell's phone, so you're presuming that Mr. Stillwell was filming the video?
It was filmed from his device. So
Right,
yes.
right. Okay. So yesterday, you made a claim that a gun, well, what did you say? A gun is, I don't want to jumble your words. What are you claiming about the guns on this table?
A gun is what?
You identified or thought a gun was consistent with something?
It could be consistent with a Glock 27.
Could be consistent.
Correct.
Okay. And which gun is this?
The one towards the back right here.
Okay. Could be consistent with a Glock 27. All right. It could also, well, first of all, are you a firearms expert?
I'm not.
Okay. You're just someone who's owned a Glock before.
Several, yes.
Okay. And before yesterday, had you ever made the claim that, oh, I reviewed this video and this appears to be a Glock 27?
That was my first time testifying yesterday, so where else would I make?
What about reports? Did you ever write a report and said, I reviewed this, this is very important. I reviewed this video that was in Mr. Stillwell's phone, and I believe that that could be consistent with a Glock 27.
Well, while reviewing the evidence in preparation for trial, when I took a better look at this video and found it was probably 2 or 3 days before I testified, and that's when I first had to really research through and look at photos and kind of isolate what kind of gun that was.
So the answer is no, you didn't write a report.
No.
Okay. And certainly the first time saying it to me or anyone on this side was yesterday in court.
Correct.
Okay. You say it looks like it could be consistent, or it could be consistent with a Glock 27 based on the shape of the bottom of the grip. Is that correct? Okay. It could also be consistent with a Springfield firearm, correct?
I'm not familiar with the Springfield, but from how the magazine looks, also it could be consistent with a Glock.
Okay. It could also be consistent with a 6 Sauer. Could also be consistent with a Smith & Wesson, correct?
I'm familiar with a Glock.
Right, because you're not a firearms expert.
I never.
You're familiar with these Glocks.
I never claimed to be Mr. Sherman.
Okay. Well, you start identifying guns in court, kind of making yourself an expert. But you're not an expert, are you?
I'm not.
Okay. And you don't even know whatever this gun is, if Mr. Stillwell left with that gun or didn't leave with that gun. You don't know if anyone left with that gun. You don't know whose gun that is.
Correct, but we don't know that they didn't.
Okay. Right. Let me ask you this about your Glock 27 that you say this looks consistent with. When you shoot your Glock 27, does it expel shell casings?
I don't own a Glock 27. When I was purchasing a subcompact Glock, I was going back and forth between the 27 and the 43. I prefer to shoot a 9mm, so I went with the 43.
So you don't even own a Glock 27?
I just said when I was researching the two, handling the two at the gun dealer.
So now you don't own a Glock 27. You were researching it, which means you were handling the gun at the gun dealer. That's your experience with Glock 27.
I never asserted that I owned one. I've seen one. I've handled one. I can recognize one.
So you've handled one at a gun dealer, and that's what you're basing the identification on.
I've recovered a good bit of guns in my career. I know what they look like.
All right, let me ask you this. Since you know about guns, at least through your career, Glock 27s, when you shoot them, do they expel shell casings?
Yes.
Okay, Glock 27s, when you shoot them, do they make a loud bang?
Yes.
When you shoot a Glock 27, does it create a muzzle flash?
It should. I mean, when you shoot it, like during the day, you wouldn't see it, or sometimes at night you can see it, but...
Okay, and when you shoot a Glock 27, does it emit gunshot residue?
If it's inside of a contained area, yes. It would.
Okay. All right. Remember on Friday you talked about you get to the end of an investigation, something seems small is huge. And we're talking about the post. All right. Well, there's one thing, surveillance video. You would agree that starts huge and remains huge? Like surveillance video is a pretty important part of the case.
Every investigation is different, but yes.
Okay. You've seen the BP video, correct?
I have.
And you've seen it, Detective Hogan showed it to you?
He did, for the purpose of identifying the individuals, yes.
Right, okay. Have you seen the FedEx surveillance video?
I have.
Okay. I'd like to watch it with you. Is that okay?
Sure.
Mr. Kokomo, if you could cue it up. Investigator, when did you first see the FedEx video?
It was after I met with Investigator Hogan in the afternoon of the 16th, so it would have been after that.
Okay. Well, are you aware that, and maybe this will help you answer this question, you're aware that Detective Hogan swore out warrants against my client without ever viewing the FedEx video?
I can't speak to what he did or did not do.
Okay. When did you most recently watch the FedEx video?
Probably like a week ago.
Okay. How many times in total have you watched the FedEx video?
A few times.
A few times? When you say a few times, how many is that?
And I've watched it a year ago or a couple years, like 2 years ago.
Kokomo, if you could please publish the FedEx video. Okay, Mr. Kokomo, if you could pause that video right now. Thank you. Investigator Viverito. At this point in the video, as we have it paused, you would agree that Mr. Drinks' red Versa is on the left, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You would agree that Mr. Stillwell's rented white Audi with tinted windows.
Correct.
Is in the middle. And you would agree that Mr. Nichols, actually Miss Lewis, Mr. Nichols' wife, that Ford Fusion is on the right, correct?
Either the right or staggered behind it, yes.
And according to your investigation, Mr. Drinks is alone in the car.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Stillwell is in the car with Mr. Garlington per your investigation.
Correct.
And Mr. In the car, the Ford Fusion, we have Mr. Nichols driving,
Correct.
Mr. Boyer,
correct,
and Mr. Farley.
Correct.
And your theory is that while at this light, Mr. Stillwell shot Mr. Drinks. Correct?
I'm not the homicide investigator, so I'm going along with the evidence that was presented to me by homicide, but yes, that's consistent with what Detective Hogan, his case.
Well, and you know, he swore out a warrant for Shannon Stillwell for actually shooting Mr. Drinks.
That's consistent with what Detective Hogan had found.
Okay. In this video, you can see headlights, correct?
Correct.
You can see traffic lights.
You can see tail lights and traffic lights, yes.
And you can see brake lights, correct?
Correct.
All right, awesome. Mr. Kokomo, could you just play the video? And I'm just going to ask you to look at the cars closely.
Mm-hmm.
and Mr. Farley have pulled off.
Correct.
Okay. While they were there at that light with Mr. Drinks, did you observe any muzzle flash on that video?
No, and with this quality of video, I would not expect to see it.
Okay. Right. You just see brake lights and traffic lights and headlights, but no muzzle flash. Okay, I got you.
A muzzle flash is much, much, much dimmer than a brake light. Like when you're shooting at night, you're hard pressed to see your own muzzle flash.
Firearms expert again.
I'm telling you, my experience from shooting a firearm, we do take night firing courses.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Gunshot residue. You aware that the headliner from Mr. Stillwell's car, the Audi, was collected and tested for gunshot residue?
I am.
You ever talk to Alexander GBI analyst Alexander Coven about the results that he found?
I have not.
Is this the and this tint was applied on flat.
And then family, Miss Extra to check for some day, view the car.
2022.
To the family about the Stillwell in the hospital. Mr. Stillwell, after he spoke to the investigators about the Tierra Jones case, was attacked on social media for talking to the police.
Correct.
All those things happened before he made his post about falling up 100 times and bouncing back.
A lot of things happen, yes.
Okay. Does this post ever say, I killed Donovan Thomas?
Nobody's attaching himself to the incident.
You're absolutely right. He's attaching himself to the fact that the police arrested him and people have been attacking him ever since. Isn't that true? I've been knocked down, I fell off 100 times, and 100 times I bounced back.
Objection, speculation. Sustained.
Into a folder of relevant posts.
Okay, you say relevant posts.
Correct.
So, who determined if they were relevant?
If they had anything to do with the hyper-violent back and forth, I felt that they were relevant to the investigation.
Okay, again, I'm going to ask, who determined if they were relevant? Who?
It's just that if I felt like they were,
So
anything
you
that I would,
determined.
from
you
my, as being the person that's listening and monitoring the wiretap and knowing the ins and outs of what's going on, I was able to determine what was relevant.
You determined what was relevant.
Correct.
Okay. And I understand that we have a thing of posts, but I want to know, when you're on Instagram, do you have notifications set for when people post? Are you scrolling Instagram? Are you looking at certain people's pages and not other people's pages? How are you doing it?
We were monitoring both sides of the conflict, and it's not just me. There are several people that would monitor. We'd all look together
I'm
collectively.
talking about the social media posts.
Correct. We were monitoring both sides. So part of my job is to mitigate violence. So as a conflict is occurring, we're monitoring both sides of the conflict. So when we see, it's a constant job of monitoring, to where if I see YFN down on Cleveland Avenue, which a bunch of assault rifles, probably not great. So we need to monitor constantly to say, okay, we need to get more units down to Cleveland to mitigate that. So we're constantly, I have a unit that I work with. Everybody was involved in the wiretap, the investigation. So everybody was tuned into what was going on.
Who's in that unit?
I mean, the gang unit. There's a bunch of people. I couldn't tell you that, give you a roster at that time. It's changed, but.
Okay, well, if we had reports, could we know who was on that unit? Since
They
it's
wouldn't.
changed.
I don't know anybody in our gang unit that would give you a report of every social media post they screenshot.
Okay, well, I didn't ask if anyone in the gang unit would. I asked if you did. Did you write a report about exactly which users you were following to pick up specific posts?
Mr. Shar, you asked me that before, and I've told you I've compiled every user you see in the folder is who I was monitoring.
Okay, and what about other people? Is there no one else that you were monitoring that's not in the folder?
A folder pretty much covers a whole lot of people.
Okay, and we just take it from you. No reports.
Whether you have all the posts, that I captured. They're in a folder, gathered, collectively organized in a folder for you. So I don't know what, like, do you want a list of screen names that were
Just
captured?
want documentation of the work you did.
It's documented in a folder that was sent to discovery.
Well, no, we ain't fine. But I always say the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
What?
Simply because you don't have evidence that something does exist does not mean that you have evidence that something doesn't exist.
What?
What country you from?
What?
What ain't no country I ever heard of. They speak English in what?
Some of those posts that you deem relevant are actually lyrics to songs, correct?
I have to see what you're referring to.
Could you display 471 VV? 471.
Probably 2 days.
What you saying? I run with cold-blooded killers. Okay. When are you saying that you collected this?
Probably 2 days or a day or two after the murder of Mr. Drinks.
Okay. And those words, those were written by Mr. Nichols?
No, it's a song by NBA Youngboy that he chose those words to put on the post 2 days after Mr. Drinks was killed.
He chose those words?
So what this is it's an Instagram story, and you can select a song and which portion of that song. You can select anywhere from 10 seconds to 30 seconds, and you select that, and you can overlay it onto your story. That's what was done here.
Where are your
Mr. Nichols made the social media post, and in the post, he picked this song to accompany his post.
You know what? We're not going to get back to this. Let's deal with this right now. Mr. Kokomo, if you would. Where are your police reports?
Start 10:30 with y'all. Thank you. A lot of it, there appears to be agreement on. I think the challenging part, if there is one, is going to be figuring out exactly what needs to be charged with regard to RICO. But I'm wondering, certainly in the morning before we have the jury, but maybe for a little while tonight, if we wanted to go ahead and start getting through some of that, maybe can y'all, unless there's any reason, I'd love to maybe take 45 minutes or so tonight and then get together to tackle the RICO. And I think that the state wanted to bring Mr. Floyd in for that part of the argument. So I don't know exactly what the timing is going to be, but give him. But if, I'll just say if anybody wants your original version in a potential record, just file it.
The door from the driver's seat. So I haven't heard evidence.
I mean, the detective's theory and what the state ultimately wants to present are, they're not bound to the detective's theory.
Absolutely, but now we're on the last witness.
Yeah.
And I still haven't heard anything contrary to the argument that Mr. Stillwell is the shooter from the passenger seats. I mean, from the driver's seat. So I just don't.
Well, let me
feel it's
pause and
appropriate.
ask the state if is y'all's theory 100% Mr. Stillwell was the shooter, or what's your take on this?
We can never be 100% because we were not in the car. However, Your Honor, we believe that Mr. Stillwell was the driver, but the jury can infer from the evidence that Mr. Demikian Garlington leaned over and shot the weapon. We believe that Mr. Stillwell shot the weapon out of the driver's side vehicle.
That would be the right front, the right left side, front.
Okay, our charges, nothing is tailored in an indictment to a specific charge. It's just read, and we argue based upon what the charges are. So we would ask that 1.42.1 not be specified for any charge, but that it is a jury charge that is just read to the jury, not specified to a specific count in the indictment.
I mean, I've never given parties to a crime and said this only applies to, which doesn't mean it can't be given that way, but I've never even been presented with that argument. And frankly, Well, okay, I mean, I hear and understand the objection, but I'm not gonna limit it.
And Your Honor, this is my fault. I just wasn't anticipating that we would be reviewing this today. If I can find some case law that.
Yeah, that's fine. And frankly, it's 5 till 6 and we haven't gotten through, and I know we don't want to be here until 7. So let's just pause right here for the evening, and let's, can everybody be back at 8:45 in the morning, and we can get through with, I think, this part of the amount.
Correct.
Okay. Who? Did you create that sheet?
Mr. Abadi had created the sheet as a timeline.
Okay, so when you were testifying about those events, you were refreshing your recollection. You were being asked questions by the prosecutors, correct?
Correct.
And then you didn't have any reports of your own with you, did you, about any of these events?
No, I didn't. I was at the GBI at that time, and there were APD cases, so they wouldn't be my reports.
So you didn't investigate any of these events?
So the way it would work is gangs typically doesn't take an aggravated assault or homicide or things of that nature. We will work with those units and provide them information and assist with their investigations. So the reports, I will help with the cases, but they would fall with those investigators.
Did you have any reports with you when you were discussing, your reports with you when you were discussing those?
No.
Okay. But you were refreshing your recollection off of a sheet of paper that was prepared by the prosecutor.
Well, this is something we had discussed. There's numerous incidents, so we needed a timeline to keep them correct.
All right, well, let me just ask you this. In all those things, 2019, 2020, that you discussed, all those events, Shannon Stillwell wasn't charged with any of those events, was he?
He was not.
Okay, cool. Remember when you talked about how I was asking you about your reports and you said you write them in search warrant applications?
Correct.
All right, I want to talk to you about that. You did a search warrant application for the house of Jeffrey Williams on 355 Allison Drive, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to ask you some questions about that affidavit. Would having your affidavit that you wrote out there with you, would that be helpful?
Sure.
Then to be complete?
Correct.
The intent of an affidavit is not to mislead a judge, is it?
No.
Okay. And you wouldn't mislead a judge, would you?
I would not.
Okay. And you filled out this affidavit on May 9, 2022, correct?
Following the presentation to the grand jury, yes.
Right. May 9, 2022?
Correct.
Yeah. And that was also in the wake of these various attacks on Lucci, on Rashawn Bennett in the jail.
Correct.
Okay. In fact, you were interested. You had that one with Jada Myrick. With Mr. Eppinger and Mr. Sumlin, and Mr. Eppinger was trying to get Mr. Sumlin to talk to someone to get payment, right? And you suspected that person to be Jeffrey Williams.
Suspected, and that was confirmed by Mr. Sumlin.
Okay, so you suspected that to be Jeffrey Williams.
Right, and was confirmed by Mr. Sumlin, yes.
Okay. Again.
Yes, I suspected, yes.
Questions I ask, okay? So you saw a search warrant for Jeffrey Williams' home for evidence on these matters, correct?
No.
Okay. You saw the search warrant for Jeffrey Williams' home?
For his body, for his cellular devices, and for gang evidence.
Okay. Okay. So, in Mr. Williams' home?
Correct.
All right. Like what you do for your mother and kids, I would have killed you, right?
Correct.
That's right. That Mr. Williams supposedly.
I'm going to have to see the page because these pages are out of...
And that you put in a bigger font and you also circled it, or it's circled, correct?
It's circled, yes.
Okay. And you circled it to draw attention to it, correct?
To what I was referring to, yes.
Yes. And the line that you circled to draw attention to was YSL rule the world, kid, 24M on an N head, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you wanted to highlight that passage said by Mr. Williams in the text thread, correct?
Correct.
You wanted to highlight that for the judge.
Amongst other posts, yes.
Okay. What was he referring to? Why did you feel it important to highlight 24M on an N's head to the judge?
Well, he's referring to YSL ruling the world as an organization, and it could be a play on words or play on things that have happened, saying 24M on a racial expletive head.
Okay, 24.
What you talking about, Willis?
It sounds like Mr. Williams had money on someone's head.
It could be taken that way, yes.
It could be taken that way, and you highlighted it and circled it for the judge, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you believe that too. You wouldn't have misled the judge about what was being discussed, would you? You believe that to be a threat, didn't you?
I didn't say it was a threat. It's saying that he's willing to, that's how they talk. They'll talk about, they have the ability to put money on people's heads.
Okay. Mr. Kokomo, could you please publish Jeffrey Williams 3 and 4? Is that correct? This thread that you highlighted in your affidavit to the judge, this thread between Wooney Lee and Mr. Williams took place on February 7th, 2021?
Correct.
You put 24M on the front of your head. Y'all young hoes get in line. Slime rule the world. Believe it. Young niggas out this motherfucker spending 24 million on their heads. You can put 24M on the front of your head. Y'all young hoes get in line.
Okay. Please publish Jeffrey Williams 3A. What's displayed is Jeffrey Williams 3A?
I do.
And it's a reaction, Jeffrey Williams reacting after Lil Uzi Vert put a $24 million diamond into his head.
Correct.
Okay. Did you know about Lil Uzi Vert and the $24 million diamond and that reference when you filled out this affidavit?
I did not, but I would still stand by what I put in the affidavit.
Okay, so you're telling me right now, on a sworn statement to a judge with knowledge that Lil Uzi Vert just got a $24 million diamond put into his head, the days before Mr. Williams typed that, you would still put that quote, YSL ruled the world, 24 million on an N head in that affidavit?
Objection. Vague, compounded, maybe mischaracterization of what the witness just said. Overruled.
I did not have knowledge of Lil Uzi Vert getting a diamond in his head.
Okay, so all right, so let me ask that last question again. Instead of saying I would do it again, if you had knowledge that Lil Uzi Vert just got a $24 million diamond in his head and that Mr. Williams was referring to that, would you still have put that in the affidavit?
Yes.
To mislead the judge?
Not misleading. May I explain?
Yes.
Okay. What I'm saying is this social media direct
That Lil Uzi Vert just got a $24 million diamond in his head and that Mr. Williams was referring to that, would you still have put that in the affidavit?
Yes.
To mislead the judge?
Not misleading. May I explain?
Yes.
Okay. What I'm saying is this social media direct message is different than what you see on here. Lil Uzi Vert, I don't remember, is a member of YSL, so I think it might be a new, like a term they're going to coin. Like wipe his nose, things of that nature. So 24 on somebody's head might be a new thing that they're going to go with. He's saying YSL rules the world. As the leader, he can make that assertion.
You're doing a lot of explaining. Did you do any of that explaining in your sworn affidavit to the judge?
The sworn affidavit reads, Jeffrey Williams brags that YSL rules the world and has $24 million.
Okay. And clearly, when you put highlighted and circled 24M on a N's head, you're sending a message to that judge, are you not? Let's be real.
I'm referring to my words that I wrote say, Jeffrey Williams brags that YSL rules the world and has $24 million.
All right, and just so we're clear, as we sit here today, as someone a law enforcement officer, even with knowledge of this, you would still put that in front of the judge?
There are different interpretations to everything as we've seen throughout this whole trial.
I agree. Can we make our determinations, or are you going to make the determinations for us?
Objection. Argument is sustained.
Do you think maybe you misinterpreted what was said by Mr. Williams? Is that a possibility?
I think it differs from what was presented on the internet and between direct messages, as we've seen.
So your answer is no. Your interpretation is perfect, pristine.
My interpretation was YSL rules the world, and they have $24 million. That's what I wrote in my words in the affidavit.
Man down! Level 30!
I didn't say Mr. Williams has $24 million on YF and Lucci said. I didn't say that. I said YSL rules. He claims that YSL rules the world and has $24 million.
Now, you didn't say it. You just put in a bigger font and circled it for the judge, right? Right?
It wasn't a bigger font. That's how the message reads. It's the same font as the date and time, the same size as the date and time as the name, the Instagram handle.
In the circle?
It's circled, correct.
Mr. Nichols' wife, that Ford Fusion is on the right. Okay?
Either the right or staggered behind it.
And according to your investigation, Mr. Drinks is alone in the car.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Stillwell is in the car with Mr. Garlington per your investigation.
Correct.
And Mr. In the car, the Ford Fusion, we have Mr. Nichols driving,
Correct.
Mr. Boyer,
correct,
and Mr. Farley.
Correct.
And your theory is that while at this light, Mr. Stillwell shot Mr. Drinks. Correct?
I'm not the homicide investigator, so I'm going along with the evidence that was presented to me by homicide. But yes, that's consistent with what Detective Hogan, his case.
Well, you know, he swore out a warrant for Shannon Stillwell for actually shooting Mr. Drinks.
That's consistent with what Detective Hogan had found.
Okay. In this video, you could see headlights, correct?
Correct.
You can see traffic lights.
You can see tail lights and traffic lights, yes.
And you can see brake lights, correct?
Correct.
All right, awesome. Mr. Kokomo, could you just play the video? And I'm just going to ask you to look at the cars closely.
Mm-hmm.
That same
But you just lied. Stop it. Stop it.
That same
But you just lied. Stop it. Stop it. Mr. Farley have pulled off.
Correct.
Okay. While they were there at that light with Mr. Drinks, did you observe any muzzle flash on that video?
No, and with this quality of video, I would not expect to see it.
Okay. Right. You just see brake lights and traffic lights and headlights, but no muzzle flash. Okay, I got you.
A muzzle flash is much, much, much dimmer than a brake light. Like when you're shooting at night, you're hard pressed to see your own muzzle flash.
Firearms expert again.
I'm telling you, my experience from shooting a fire, we do take night firing courses.
Okay. So let me ask you this. You aware that the headliner from Mr. Stillwell's car, the Audi, was collected and tested for gunshot residue?
I am.
You ever talked to Alexander GBI analyst Alexander Coven about the results that he found?
I have not.
And you are aware that warrants were taken out certainly before any of those GSR results were in, correct?
Correct.
Let's talk about tint. You've been preparing with the state. You know that the state has said that Mr. Stillwell had tint applied to his windows of that white Audi upon renting it, correct?
Correct.
In violation of the rental agreement, I may add.
Correct.
Okay. And this tint was applied on Flat Shoals Road, according to the district attorneys, at about 6:30 p.m.?
According to them, yes.
Okay. you were able to observe the white Audi on March 16th?
I did not walk. Wasn't that interested in it at that point, so I did not walk. It was very, very dark.
Have you seen the picture that Miss Antoinette Green took of the white Audi after it was recovered when Mr. Stillwell was arrested?
I have.
Did you see any damage to the tint, specifically the front driver passenger tint on that car?
I did not.
Mr. Kokomo, if you could rewind again. No, actually, you know what? I'm sorry. Keep it here. Keep it here. Just play it. I'm sorry, Mr. Kokomo. And now, that car that sped up is next to Mr. Drinks, correct? Or approaching Mr. Drinks?
It's approaching, but it stopped short of Mr. Drinks.
Okay. Mr. Kokomo, if you could please play it. Okay. So now there's a pause. So now there's one car next to Mr. Drinks, correct?
It's still not next to him. You can see from the angle that it looks like the front of the car. I'm sorry.
That same
The front of the car.
Stop it.
It's like,
Stop it.
from what I can see, it looks like the front of the car. The front wheels are still towards the back of the vehicle. It's not exact with the car.
Okay. Mr. Kokomo, if you could please play. Pause. See that car make a U-turn?
I do.
Okay. What car was next to Mr. Drinks when that car suddenly made a U-turn?
Judging by how the lights are, that car still appears to be back a little bit, but next to it.
All right, so now you're making three-dimensional evaluations, but we can't see a muzzle flash. Off this
A muzzle? Mr. Sharp, I'm going to explain to you. When you're, and I don't know if you're mischaracterizing it, when you go to the range, for example, to fire your weapons at night, and there's a line of shooters, it's not bam, 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 lights everywhere. It's a very, very muted, if it shows. So this far away with this quality of video, I would not expect to see that.
Okay, well, let's talk about this.
What you talking about, Willis?
Did you see, is there like a train that's crossing that would have let this person know, no, I need to find another route?
No.
Is there a officer saying, hey, turn around, you can't come this way?
No.
Is there an animal crossing the road that would have made this man do a U-turn?
No.
Who is this? Whose car is this that made the U-turn?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know if anyone ever tried to use these license plate readers to determine whose car that is so we could talk to them about why they made that sudden U-turn?
That would be part of Detective Hogan's investigation, but I do not.
Okay. Hypothetically, could that car made a sudden U-turn at that exact moment because they heard a loud bang?
Chef Sharon, speculation, although she's an expert, she's not an expert in.
I'm gonna allow it.
That would be problematic based on the video.
That would be problematic based on the video. So you're telling us that you know that this person did not make a turn due to a loud bang?
If you're going off the loud bang theory, may I explain?
Yes.
If Mr. Kokomo can hit play, or rewind back and hit play for a second. You're going to see there's a gentleman or some person walking here. They do not break stride. They do not flinch. They do not stop. They do not jump back. They continue walking towards your loud bang or your gunfire.
Well, actually, they disappear into the bushes, don't they?
It's not a bush. It's a shadow. And I went out there.
Trees right there? I've been out there too.
Okay, I've been out there too, so they're like walking through, but they don't break stride. They don't jump. They don't run back. They don't run from the gunfire. So if it was gunfire enough to make a car stop, pull a U-turn in the middle of the road, that would certainly be, and using your theory, make a person get taken aback a little bit and run away.
So who's that person?
I went out there and canvassed. That's an area where it's there's a large homeless population. It's very transient, and there's also a Greyhound bus station right there.
So you didn't talk to this person?
I did not.
You're saying that they didn't break stride and all that. You've never talked to that person. You've never identified that person.
Could not. I tried.
Okay, but again, I'm going to ask you, and if your answer is really no, then that's fine. You're telling the jury that you, as the determiner of facts, have determined that that person did not make a turn because of a loud bang.
Consistent with the person walking that would be outside of a vehicle that had no reaction at all, that would lead me to believe, and I didn't charge this case, so I'm not the determiner of facts.
All right, let's talk about something else while we got the video. Mr. Kokomo, if you could just play. I want you to pause for a second, Mr. Kokomo. I want you to pay real close attention to Mr. Drinks' car.
Okay.
His brake lights. And you see the other car pull up a little bit more?
Correct.
And you see the brake light go once, on and off?
Correct.
Okay. You're aware that Mr. Drinks was shot twice.
Correct.
And you're aware that the fatal shot was to the neck.
Correct.
Specifically, it was through the basilar part of the occipital skull.
I don't know that. I know it was in his neck.
Okay. And as an investigator, as the investigators who sit here today, did you find the brake light going on and off significant?
I saw the light going on and off, yes.
You don't find it significant?
I'm not a medical examiner, but
Okay. Cool. Have you spoken to the medical examiner in this case, Miss Dr. Melissa Sims Stanley?
No, I have not. I'm
Okay,
not the homicide investigator.
All right. Are you aware that Dr. Sims Stanley testified that upon being shot
Objection.
in that exact spot,
Hang on just a second. Improper pressure with a lack of foundation. And she can't listen to testimony to know what the doctor would have testified to. And she said she had not spoken to. Overruled.
that the loss of any control over your body parts would be instantaneous.
Okay.
Okay? And that if shot in that exact spot, no one would have the ability to lift their foot on and off the brake.
Okay.
Have you spoken to Dr. Stanley about that?
I've already said I have not.
Okay.
That's occurred.
That is correct. I do not
Okay,
know the
so
order.
Mr. Drinks could have been shot in the arm first or in the neck first.
That's correct.
Okay. And I want to talk specifically about the lethal wound to the neck. Okay. You talked and used medical terms, and it sounds like there was massive injury to the base of the brain, among other things.
The skull and the brain, yes, sir.
Okay. And you testified, to my understanding, that the ability to consciously control one's body would be immediately lost.
That's correct.
Okay. Death may not be immediate, but the ability to move body parts, to open a door, to move your feet up and down, things of that nature would be immediately lost.
Yes, conscious movement would have been immediately lost. Yes.
Okay, and we're not talking about within a minute, we're talking about immediate because of the severance of the, because the base of the brain
Because of
was
the
severed.
massive damage to the skull and the brain, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Did you know that she called that a medical impossibility?
Objection, that's improper with a lack of foundation. For this was speculation.
Those two objections are overruled.
Objection, facts not evidence of mischaracterization of her testimony.
That objection is also overruled.
So, how long had, and we can rewind it, Mr. Kokomo, I want to know how long after Mr. Stillwell in that white Audi had left Mr. Drinks, how much time passed between that moment and when Mr. Drinks' brake lights are going
A couple of seconds.
on and off? Well, we're going to, Mr. Kokomo's going to let us figure this out. Right now, that's Mr. Stillwell next to Mr. Drinks, correct?
Yes.
That car.
We're not allowed to characterize it.
Off. All right. That car that was next to Mr. Drinks when the brake lights were going on and off, is also the car that was next to Mr. Drinks when the car pulled a U-turn, correct?
I don't know if I would characterize it as on and off, like multiple times, but that was the car that was a little bit further back from his car, yes.
Okay, and that's the same car that was next to Mr. Drinks at the time of the U-turn, correct?
Staggered behind Mr. Drinks, yes.
Okay. Have we identified that car?
You keep asking me about the homicide investigation. Unfortunately, with APD, we're not allowed to be in, like, may I finish? I can't answer your questions about Detective Hogan's homicide in full.
So you don't know if anyone used LPR readers to determine the license plate of that car? That was
You
next to Mr.
would
Drinks?
have to ask Detective Hogan.
Okay, and we don't know who the driver of that car is, do we?
You would have to ask Detective Hogan.
Okay. Has the headliner from that car that was next to Mr. Drinks, when the brake lights were going on and off, when the other car was doing a U-turn, has that headliner ever been collected?
You would have to ask Detective Hogan.
What are the gunshot residue test results from that car?
You would have to ask Detective Hogan.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, it's a good time to pause for lunch. So let's be that.
Yes.
What did you find? On Windsor Street, where the individual is walking, what is to the right of where he's walking?
I believe I remember correctly, some bushes or shrubbery and there may be a wall of some sort. I can't 100%.
Now, I'm going to have to go back again. It's about 1:02:11. Now let's focus our attention on the car that pulls up. What time does the car pull up?
At about the 27 to 28 second mark at 1 hour, 2 minutes, 27 and 28 seconds.
And I actually want to pause. Mr. Abadi, are you able to zoom in to that portion now? And once you zoom in, if you go back to 1:02:11. Is that just a zoomed in area of the location that we've just been looking at?
It is.
All right. And now I'm going to focus on the white car that pulls up. Do you see the fusion pull for it first?
Correct.
Is that the Audi pulling off into traffic?
Correct.
Now, is the white car behind those cars?
It is.
And from here, can you tell if the car that pulls up is behind the car with Mr. Drinks?
You'll see like a gap here. It's like the tires are back towards the back of the car.
In the turning lane?
It's in the middle lane.
Okay. Keep going. And do you see the car flash on and off and the car still behind Mr. Drink's car?
Yes.
Right. And is that light red?
It is.
And is the light turn green when he goes to make the left turn?
It is.
Following road traffic?
Correct.
Or following the correct signals?
Correct.
And is the car still sitting there?
It is.
At any point in time in this video, do you see any muzzle flash?
No.
But was Mr. Drink still shot inside of that vehicle?
Yes.
That same
But you just lied. Stop it. Stop it.
Now, when the Audi that Mr. Stillwell takes off, does he go left as well?
Yes.
Right. I want to go back to 397 VVD. And I want to go all the way up to the top initially.
Okay.
This exhibit. At this point,
means, because she's not the ankle monitor person. The ankle monitor person would have been the person to ask about those things. So I don't get.
What is VJV2?
so the next thing that I was going to show her, which was already admitted, is the picture of PJV2, which is a location that's already in evidence.
But how does she? Okay, so.
What you're going to ask her to do.
Yes. The spreadsheet, Your Honor.
Okay.
On here, which I had her read earlier on the spreadsheet, the column has the name, column D has the date and time, column E and F is longitude and latitude, and column G is a location. So before the objection, I believe she was reading, or she had read, at March 14th, 2022 at 10:02 p.m., the location PJV2 plus VR, Atlanta, Georgia. That is what my question entailed. And
Manager coming in.
We're not admitting to that, Miss. Survey was
The second things that you
what we know prox reading.
Whether the
was it
to not all this question
They're all- that
the 959 from wiretap was anywhere close or could be related to the 959 anywhere else.
was established as being the same 959, and I have heard nothing that. Maybe you could tell me how you can establish that.
So at 9:59, when he makes the FaceTime or the call, he is at 464 Windsor Street. Okay, so then you go to your next step.
No, that is. How do we know that he's at 464 Windsor Street?
Says it.
Because some other item of evidence says it, and we don't know that they're all running on the same clock.
That's what we're trying to show you it is. Because at 9:59, if everyone would just wait, and we'll get to the big ta-da. So at 9:59 on the wiretap thing, it says 464 Windsor Street. On the ankle monitor, on a separate device, at 9:59, Mr. Jackson.
All right, family. We getting up out of here. Appreciate y'all. Shout out to Joni 4. Shout out to No One. Appreciate y'all holding it down. Much love, much love. Watch the rise. I see you. Shout out to Jazzy T. Appreciate you. Much love, much love. Late night baking with Mookie. Where you at, family? You going live? We ready to get this thing transferred over if you ready to go. Jazzy T, appreciate you. Vernicia Williams, much love, much love. Destined to be, much love, much love. Survivor Speaks, appreciate the donation. Appreciate the support, family. Let's see, I can't see no more names on that side. Shout out to Just Lee, appreciate the support, family. Shout out to Tack Clouds. Shout out to FFS, appreciate y'all. Much love to everybody. We gonna get on up out of here. Have a good one, Destin to Be. Alright, y'all. I'm gonna let it play a little bit more. It's like 10 minutes left of this clip. I'm gonna let it play out and see if Mookie gonna go live. And other than that, I had a great time with y'all. Appreciate y'all. Happy birthday to Cha Diggy. You know, I hope she having a great time celebrating her birthday. Much love to Cha Diggy. I had a little clip I was gonna play, but I don't want to, play that without her here. So much love. Y'all have a good night, family. We out. Joni 4, peace. Appreciate you.
Is at 464 Windsor Street. That correlates. They're the exact same place at the exact same time. At 10:02, it shows that he's at PJVR2, whatever. That's the intersection of I-20 and the light. And then at 10:02 on the FedEx thing, and it says 10:02:17. So it's the exact same thing. It's to show that all the times line up. All this questioning that the times are not accurate, that the times don't sync up. We're proving that they actually do sync up, which is what he challenged Investigator Viverito about this 9:59, and she's just making it up, and all the evidence is being presented as how she wants it to. And now we have physical evidence from different videos that show they actually all do sync up, that they're all running on the same, time width or band or whatever.
I think you can argue that. I don't think that is established. But if you want to have her say But Ms. Hilton says y'all already left 9:59 anyway. So I'm still at a loss as to where we are. But we'll just get her back in and.
I have a motion before the jury comes out to bring her back in because unfortunately it's my job to further tax the patience of the court.
What's that?
Yeah, I have a motion to strike the testimony of Investigator Viverito as well as any evidence that came under her. And the reason I make this motion, Your Honor, is yesterday it came up that she had not been, that she had been following the case. The court asked me to not pursue that. I'm not.
Come up that she had been following the case. It came up that she knew that somebody had mentioned her on Twitter.
Okay, and your opinion would have been different if she was following the case?
No, if you know that she was following the case, that doesn't exclude her as a witness. You can let the jury know that.
Okay, because.
You can ask her that.
I can ask her about her following the case?
Sure, and we'll see what she says.
Okay.
And if that's so, then it still doesn't exclude her testimony. It just lets the jury know, well, she may know some of this other stuff from listening to some other witness.
Okay, because what I would like to get into, and we may as well bring it up now before the jury is here, is that she got into an altercation out in the hallway with Kayla Bumpus.
Why is that relevant to the guilt or innocence?
I'm about to go there, Your Honor.
Okay.
Just let me finish a second. She got into it because she was watching Kayla Bumpus's YouTube feed about this case, and Kayla Bumpus apparently called her.
Okay, you may get into whether she has been tracking this case.
Mm-hmm.
You may not get into whether she got into a dispute with somebody about their posts.
It gets into her bias against these defendants, Your Honor. It goes directly to it.
What are you proposing to ask?
I'm proposing to ask if she told Kayla Bumpus in the hallway that was the last time she was going to call her a hoe. It goes direct.
I'm sorry, the last time who was going to call?
Sorry for the pronouns. That Kayla Bumpus was going to call Investigator Viverito
We need to
a
get
hoe.
into who it was, or just that somebody.
I think we need to get into who it was.
Why?
Because she's married to Mr. Jackson.
Well, was she at the time? Is this for real, y'all?
Yeah. Well,
none of this is relevant. Whatever is happening between Ms. Bumpus, Mr. Jackson, has nothing to do with the guilt or innocence.
Unfortunately, the bias of a witness, well, fortunately, or I strike that. It is not fortunate or unfortunate, except for the fact that it is dragging this case on even longer. But a witness's bias towards a party may always be shown.
If she is in a dispute,
Don't talk at the same time.
Kayla Bumpus is not a party to this incident. Kayla.
Yes, but if she's married to one of the parties, then that might qualify.
I don't know. I'm not the proponent of this evidence. I'm hearing Mr. Weinstein out, but my silence should not be viewed as acquiescence that I believe this should be admitted. I need to hear what Mr. Weinstein's saying because I may have an objection myself.
What I'm saying is that if there is a relationship between Ms. Bumpus and the defendant, then Investigator Viverito's bias against that.
Against being called a bad name?
No. If she is in an altercation with someone that's in a relationship with the defendant, I think, and especially if it is a threat, because
How is that a threat?
That's the last time you're going to call me a hoe? I mean, I've had clients arrested for less.
You may ask.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No, I'm not finished with my sentence. You may ask if she is following the case and has been following the case in any kind of manner. But it's really only relevant if she listened to the testimony of a witness. So you could ask that. But if she's just looking at, and I don't even know if she was looking at, maybe somebody told her. So why don't we get her in here and find all of that out outside the presence of the jury before we go into something that ends up being a bunch of nothing?
Well, that's why I wanted to bring it up when the jury wasn't here, Your Honor.
So can we also bring up before we go into the side circus, the fact that Ms. Bumpus, Representative Copeland, was about to open up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think saying who this is before we find out anything, I mean, do we know whether, we don't even know whether she's actually married to him or if she was married to him at the time or if Ms. Viverito knows that or if it was because of any kind of bias against Mr. Stillwell or just that she doesn't like being called that name.
Well, and no one would, Your Honor, obviously. But if she is in an altercation with someone in a relationship.
What do you mean by altercation?
A verbal altercation.
Okay. I mean,
You know,
a
if there's-
verbal, that's
if
the
there-
last time you're going to call me that?
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
That's the last time you're going to call me that? That's not exactly an altercation. Is that,
Okay.
is that all you got?
That's all I have.
Okay, that's it. I think that this is 403 material.
Hoisted on my own petard, Your Honor.
Correct. All right, let's get the witness back in and the jury back in. All right, Ms. Hilton, does the state have any further evidence?
No, Your Honor, the state of Georgia rests.
All right, thank you.
He arose, never hate a friend of foes, just a subtle art and not giving a fuck. Chasing down my goals, I self-law am master, supernatural disaster, metaphysical reaction. I am the flesh, I am the God. No one got the lab on lockdown. Talking hot winters and cold summers. Black Force Ones when we slide in the streets. We all stay home at the club jumping. What up, cousin? I see you, fam. Throwing slime coins when I watch the trial. LEOs be capping, chatting action. Come and tap in the most interactive. I am the flesh. I am the God. I am the flesh. I am the God.
Never let go, tap in. Gun flesh, skin, every rap in. If you like us, gon' get the lights up. So you can share, tell them pack in. Feeling left, right, front to the passenger side. It's right here, the premiere. How you know? Cause them boys broadcast to the live. Wanna talk about it, hit the link right here. Slide coins up, got 100 bands. Mars eyes, watch how the check. And the band made love to a bobblehead. Two bands do a dance like check. I'ma keep going till I'm motherfucking tired. You what? I'm motherfucking tired. Slide brother side, could we rain down game? Like, what you mean? Just watch the rise. Watch the rise. Watch the rise. I am the flesh. I am the God. I am the flesh. I am the God. Flesh with God. I am the flesh. I am the God. I am the flesh. I am the God. I am the flesh of God.